Introduction. The Forbidden Female Speaks. This title may give rise to questions, because is anything still forbidden in modern times? The emancipation of women in the West seems to be quite advanced. Women are allowed to work, have a career, acquire property in the same way that men do. They have the same rights and duties before the law, and can develop their skills freely. Also, in modern literature and film, women are portrayed as active, energetic, self-assured, autonomous human beings. So you might wonder if anything is still forbidden for women. In this book, my answer to that question is yes. Although formally, women are equal to men. During centuries of misunderstanding and the distortion of the female energy, a wound has developed in women's souls. This wound is the subject of this book. The forbidden female is above all a wounded female. A wounded woman may attain a career, enter into relationships, and look after herself. But below the surface she often suffers from self-doubt and a sense of unworthiness. Wounded women usually have a rich inner life and have much to give, but it is hard for them to stand up for themselves and set boundaries. This leads to a loss of self and a lack of grounding. There is creativity, inspiration, and love in the hearts of women, and they want to share this with the world. However, they are held back by their uncertainty about their self-worth and authenticity, and wonder if their true face is even welcome. I was confronted with this forbidden female within myself after completing my philosophy thesis at the university, which led me to saying goodbye to academia. I experienced a strong call in my heart to engage myself with big life questions in the pursuit of spirituality in an emotional rather than an intellectual way. After walking away from a romantic relationship, I felt quite down and at my wit's end. Intellectual nourishment could no longer satisfy my hunger for meaning and love. I delved into esoteric literature and took an aura reading course. This was a new chapter in my life. I was in my early 30s. A few years later, I met my current partner and started my private practice as an aura reader and spiritual therapist. Not long after that, I started developing my connection with spiritual guides and began perceiving and receiving my first messages through channeling that would later be published in book form. However, making this work public was accompanied by a huge amount of fear and trepidation. There was much interest in what I was doing, and my work was met with many positive and heartwarming responses. But for a long time, I remained burdened by a profound self-doubt and uncertainty. The forbidden female within me was an intuitive, psychic woman who wanted to penetrate deeply into the core of life. She was someone who wanted to feel and understand from her heart, not just from her head. However, I was terrified to show this side of me to the public. There was a conformist and conflict-avoiding part inside of me that was afraid of rejection and ridicule. Only very gradually I started to feel at ease in the presence of growing audiences during workshops and lectures. Eventually, what I came up against was that I was unable to say no to the very demands for help. It was hard for me to set boundaries, and I was very sensitive to the pain and suffering of the people who came to me for help. Eventually, this led to a severe crisis manifesting as a stomach inflammation, a nervous breakdown, and a clinical depression with psychotic features, described in my book, The Dark Night of the Soul. I discovered that the root of this crisis, which was very burdensome for the people in my life, was the feeling that I was worthless, sinful, and bad. Based on this premise, I always felt I had to work hard and try my best to gain approval and love. At the same time, I had to suppress my personal needs. This destructive sense of unworthiness was so deeply ingrained in the core of my being that it almost killed me. After recovering from this dark night, for the first time in my life, I had a basic sense of self-love that is so crucial. Self-love means loving yourself the way you are instead of the way you should be. This basic sense of self-love is not fully matured yet, but to a large extent, it has increased my inner strength and improved my self-awareness. Now I often feel joy and contentment with regard to my work in life. The forbidden female within has finally been allowed to show herself. In this book, I have a conversation with a forbidden female from the past, Mary Magdalene. In the history of Christianity, she represents the forbidden woman. According to tradition, she was a whore, free and independent, a wild woman who had to be liberated from the demons of her sins by Jesus. At least this is the official story. In my encounters with Mary Magdalene, I experience her as a powerful and at the same time loving teacher. At times she is direct and confrontational, but more often she is gentle and full of understanding about our human emotions. As I see her, she is not a feminist, but a wise and passionate woman who acknowledges the pain in both men and women, and who calls for cooperation between the male and female energies. According to Mary Magdalene, there is a forbidden female energy in both men and women. This female energy is related to our feelings, our intuition, and our hearts. At this point in history, it is time this female energy is awakened in both sexes. If this happens, it will create more balance within ourselves, our relationships, and on a political and social level. Perhaps you are curious about how I come into contact with Mary Magdalene and about the nature of my conversations with her. In 2011, my partner, Garrett Guillen, and I traveled to southern France where we conducted workshops to a group of French people. These workshops focused on spirituality and inner growth. We already had our practice for almost 10 years, and I had written several books with channel messages from Jeshua that had also been published in French. Channeling means receiving messages from a teacher or source from beyond our earthly realm. Receiving the messages is an inner process. In other words, it takes place by way of an intuitive, non-thinking openness to the source of information. I do not hear a voice, nor do I see an apparition of any kind. To me, channeling is not a sensory experience. It happens on an inner level, and I receive the message in a feeling, knowing way. I am the translator or bridge that allows the incoming insight in and turns them into words and concepts. There is always a certain degree of filtering or distortion. I am only human. I work with my human vocabulary, and I'm influenced by my personal and cultural background. You may also wonder how to ascertain if a channeling is of any value to you. Channelings are best evaluated based on their content. See if you are touched, inspired, and illumined by them, or if they give you a feeling of relaxation, encouragement, and warmth. If so, this source of information can be helpful. If channeled messages convey judgment or fear, I am inclined to disregard them. Judgment and fear do not have a place in the consciousness of love and truth. Ultimately, the criterion is what is valuable knowledge for you. This applies to all sorts of knowledge, channeled or otherwise. Use your intuition to discern what feels good and what does not. When we traveled to France in 2011 to give these workshops, I was expecting to channel Jeshua. Something else happened, though. I was sitting in front of a room filled with interested, expectant people, and suddenly it seemed as though I had lifted by a wave of energy that was new to me. It scared me a bit, but it felt good, so I decided to surrender to it. I felt the energy of Mary Magdalene starting to flow through me, and I was deeply touched. Although I had not channeled her before, I recognized her unique energy the moment she said her name. There was this characteristic mix of power and softness, profoundness and mildness that is so typical of her. I started to speak on her behalf, and it felt as if something old and precious came to life, the forbidden female energy. The emotional energy was palpable in the room, and some women began to weep softly and continually. As a Dutch woman, I am pretty down-to-earth and skeptical. I have a Ph.D. in the philosophy of science, but I could not help being deeply touched by this experience. In the first message, Mary Magdalene spoke about the wound in the abdomen of women, as she called it. She said the disempowerment of the female energy is most evident in the abdominal region of the body. In many women, there is a void in this region associated with a lack of self-worth. In order to heal this psychological wound, it is not enough to establish equal legal and social rights for women, although this is very important as well. It requires a deeper healing, and that is exactly what Mary Magdalene's messages are about. During the years that followed, I received a series of messages from her, 15 of which are included in the second part of this book. These messages are based on channelings that took place during workshops in the presence of groups of people. They are about female and male energy, relationships, sexuality, and about healing the wound in the abdomen of women and the hearts of men. Apart from the information conveyed through these messages, they also emit the energy of love and encouragement. The energetic shift that you can feel inside when you read the words of the messages is what they are essentially meant for. These channel messages are aimed at bringing you closer to yourself. In addition to the information provided, they are meant to connect you to your authentic truth and wisdom. The first part of the book consists of conversations with Mary Magdalene, in which I ask her all sorts of questions about who she was, about the forbidden female energy within us, and about love, passion, sexuality. During the writing process, I felt that Mary Magdalene wanted to bring forward a number of themes as well. First of all, she stresses the importance of the difference between, on the one hand, a heart-centered, loving male energy, and on the other, the aspect of male energy that is based on control and conflict, which has dominated our recent history. According to Mary Magdalene, the awakening of this higher male energy is of fundamental importance at this time in history. In addition, she talks about the dark side of the female energy, the manipulative, possessive, or hateful aspect of it that can take over when women lose their sense of self. With regard to the female energy, Mary Magdalene makes a distinction between a fear-based, resentful aspect and a loving, heart-centered aspect. She talks about how the battle between the sexes may go rampant if they do not take responsibility for their own shadow or dark side. Both women and men can be victims and perpetrators in the intricate games played out in relationships. The path towards balance and harmony consists of integrating the male and female energies within ourselves. Only then can we be whole and establish a connection with our soul, allowing us to enter into beneficial relationships with other people based on that social connection. Apart from discussing the wound in the abdomen of women and the lack of basic self-esteem that is associated with it, Mary Magdalene specifically emphasizes the wound of the male energy. She speaks about a wound in the hearts of men, preventing them from surrendering to the feelings and intuition. Healing this wound is just as important as restoring the abdominal power in women. However, both wounds need to be approached differently. For both men and women, Mary Magdalene describes a 3-step way to becoming whole. Although the path to wholeness is different for both sexes, it eventually leads to the same goal: inner freedom, a connection with the soul, and a more affectionate sexuality. Chapter 1. The Forbidden Female. What follows is a conversation with Mary Magdalene, in which I ask questions and receive answers from her by way of channeling. In what way were you a forbidden woman, and how did that affect you? I was born with a strong sense of independence, and I resented it when people, especially men, imposed their will or forced their views upon me. I went my own way and wanted to experience things for myself and sharpen my own thoughts and opinions. I was well attuned to my male energy. At that time, however, this was a problem because women were supposed to comply with specific social frameworks and rules that regulated women's lives. As a girl, you were groomed for marriage and motherhood. Developing your own free spirit and leaving behind domestic life was tantamount to social suicide. It made you an outcast, spit out of society. As a young woman of about 18, I traveled with an older man who had a very unbounded spirit. I felt good when I was with him. We were not married, nor did we have any intention to get married. We had a free and adventurous life, and I felt that I did not have to restrain myself in his presence. I was a passionate woman with strong views of injustice and the inferior position of women. I focused on my personal development and was educated by spiritual teachers that I met here and there. By then, I was already a forbidden woman who did not follow the beaten track. When some time later I moved on to a relationship with a younger man, I became a harlot in the eye of society. I was not a prostitute as the Bible states, but a woman who had multiple relationships, sometimes simultaneously. I was hesitant to commit to one person only, afraid as I was of losing my independence. I always wanted to be free. The relationship I had were often intense and adventuresome. However, they lacked stability and a sense of home. My free spirit was put to the test when I met Jeshua. I recognized in him a highly evolved soul who radiated a very pure energy. To me, he was an example of a well-balanced male energy. I was deeply moved by who he was and what he represented. He had the ability to touch people with his eyes, his voice, and his energy. His presence made me aware of the dark aspects within myself that I had not really noticed before. I began to understand that my craving for independence was also an escape from closeness and vulnerability. I had built a defensive wall around myself which gave me a sense of control. However, I was so impressed with Jeshua's spiritual depth and wisdom that I was willing to face this aspect of myself with honesty and to stop denying my fears. I entered a love relationship with Jeshua, which changed my life forever. I became fully committed to him, but that dedication had nothing to do with submission or blind obedience. I really felt the universal flame of wisdom and deep compassion in him, and it was this that I wanted to dedicate myself to. I had to pay a high price for this because I could no longer tell myself that I was free and not tied to anyone. I was his lover, which meant being connected to him on a personal level and loving him as an earthly woman. I wanted to take care of him and keep him safe and protect him from all danger. After his death, I was devastated. I felt empty and exhausted and lost my will to live. I came to realize that I had to rebuild my own life and that I was carrying the light that Jeshua had spread around the world. The energy of love and compassion he passed on was not exclusively his, but came from a universal source of light and wisdom. Jeshua was firmly connected to that universal field of light, and he activated this connection in people who were open to it. I had to learn to strengthen my own connection to this source as well, and to become independent of Jeshua's physical presence in my life. It was a profound and challenging process, because it was and is natural to mourn a loved one who has passed away. Physical nearness is an essential element in the lives of lovers. I felt very lonely and desperate, but eventually I succeeded in regaining my strength so I could complete the final stage of my life from a place of surrender and trust. During that stage, I became a teacher as well. As a result of everything I had experienced, I had opened up to a universal flow of wisdom that comforted me and apparently benefited other people as well. I wrote down some things and shared my insights with small groups of people who were open-minded and who could understand what I was talking about. At that time, my personal form of spirituality needed to be lived and shared with others in secret. For the second time in my life, I was a forbidden woman. The first time was during my younger years when I did not want to be bound by marriage. This second time, however, was related to a new spirituality that clashed with the established religious order. Being banned as a forbidden female affected and shaped me at a very deep level. If you live in a society that considers you to be an outsider, it affects the way you think about yourself. Even if you are strong and independent, deep down you can be troubled by doubts and wonder if perhaps you are a bit odd or inferior. At times I became very defensive, expressing myself in a hard or condescending way. I condemned the morals of ordinary citizens and found them cowardly and hypocritical. But deep inside I felt the pain of rejection. After meeting Jeshua and observing these inner processes more clearly, I became more and more detached and free from other people's judgments. As a single, middle-aged woman and itinerant teacher, I no longer felt any anger or outrage towards the established order. I had become free. I did not doubt who I was anymore. I accepted myself and lived according to my true nature. Question. Today, women have far more rights than in your time. Ideas about what it is like to be a woman have also changed. In developed societies, female energy is seen as equivalent to male energy. Is there still such a thing as the forbidden female? A lot of things have changed, and compared to when I lived, great progress has been made. Women have much more freedom to choose how they want to live, married or single, with or without a career, with or without children. This is a great achievement with a profound impact on the development of humanity as a whole. But despite the fact that on a social and political level, women have more freedom to shape their own lives, many of them appear to be struggling with an inner pain or wound, which keeps them from really finding fulfillment in their lives. While the outer barriers are being removed, women are increasingly confronted with inner barriers that can only be overcome through an inward path. The inner barriers are related to deeply rooted feelings of unworthiness. These feelings were partly created by our shared history of the oppression of women. This oppression still affects every woman living today, whether they realize it or not. Apart from your physical genes, from an energetic perspective, you also have special genes. You are born into a culture and society that are much older than you, and they naturally affect you during your childhood and teenage years. You have also had past lives and places and eras in which relationship between men and women were extremely unequal. You experience this inequality from both perspectives, so both as a man and as a woman. This means you are steeped in the energies of the past, yet at the same time, as a soul, you are a bringer of a new consciousness. The forbidden female within you is the woman who has not been able to express herself for centuries, who has had to hide her inner strength and originality in relation to sexuality, creativity, and spirituality. As a result of this mental and emotional mutilation, women still have a lack of self-awareness and suffer from a taboo against using their male energy. Women are reluctant to claim their space, to receive rather than give, to say no when appropriate, and to stand up for themselves. The male energy sets limits, is self-oriented, and has the courage to distinguish itself from others. Women need this energy to regain balance and become the creators of their own lives. Question. So what women need in order to heal their inner wound is male energy? Considering the fact that women have been oppressed by men, this sounds paradoxical. Yes, to shed some light on this, it is important to realize that every human being is essentially both male and female. At the physical level, you may be a woman, which affects the way you think and behave, but essentially you are a soul. That soul can choose a female or a male life. The soul itself is free and uses both energies for everything it undertakes. You apply a form of oppression when you make people believe they possess only female energy if they are a woman, and all male energy if they are a man. If they really believe that, they disempower themselves. This is what has actually happened. For centuries, women were forced to identify only with being women, as defined in terms of partnership and motherhood. This was also associated with being irrational and emotional, as opposed to the masculine qualities of being rational and strong-willed. Men were also forced into a strict role, and in order to be a real man, they had to suppress their emotions, close their hearts, and strive to achieve things that were often not their own choice. The one-sided definition of masculinity and femininity, and forcing people to fill these roles, led to an inner wound in both men and women. So when I say it is essential for women to embrace their male energy, what I actually mean is that women need to reconnect with their soul. Their soul includes and needs both energies in order to fully manifest itself on earth. Women need to free themselves of restrictive definitions and roles, and embrace their individuality as a soul. In the same way, men need the female energy to heal their emotional wounds. They can only open their hearts again if they feel fully justified in allowing their feelings and empathy to manifest, in other words, their own female energy. Men, like women, are discouraged from being souls. In fact, the greatest oppression in our history has been that of the soul as the origin of the earthly I, the soul as the source of both male and female energies, the soul as a free, unique individuality that can explore anything, the soul as a divine principle, independent of earthly influence and power. Earthly rulers do not like the soul. When people connect with their soul, they become self-willed and unpredictable. They are less prone to fear, such as fear of social exclusion and physical death. They are free from the pressure exerted by external authorities, and they are attuned to their own inner voice. This undermines the type of authority which is based on force and control. Religious and secular authorities, and the exercising of power in marriages, family, education, and in science, medicine, and business, feed on the fear in those who are oppressed. If people become free of anxiety and find their way back to their soul, the days of rulers are over. And they realize this instinctively. Therefore, they will always focus on undermining the self-image of those they want to oppress. If you can destroy people's self-image, and if you know how to discourage them from believing in themselves, you'll gain control over them very quickly. Being connected with the soul is the exact opposite of being imprisoned in a contracted false self-image. This applies to both men and women. Question: so there is also a forbidden male? Yes, there certainly is. Men have also been emotionally damaged by the tradition of power and oppression that all of you are still experiencing. At a young age, boys are not allowed certain things that are considered natural for girls, showing their vulnerability, expressing how they feel, crying and showing emotion, not having to excel or stand out if they lack ambition. Men were and still are in many ways discouraged from living from their hearts. The heart is considered to be a source of sentimentality as opposed to the head, which is the seat of rationality. A real man is not guided by emotions that are impulsive and sentimental, but by a head that is rational and makes sensible decisions. This is the traditional image, and you can see how the heart is first disqualified as sentimental, and then becomes associated with a female energy that men had better avoid. So first there are these restrictive definitions, and then you are made to believe that you have to function according to these definitions, and that this is all you are. A woman is more emotional and therefore more unpredictable and more impulsive than a man. A man is more rational by nature, so he is a better thinker and therefore a better decision-maker. The whole idea of seeing the head and heart as opposites is flawed, and it is true that the head is the seat of thought, but the heart is the seat of love and compassion. Love and compassion are not simply impulses or emotions, but a form of deep, living wisdom. A developed heart is not at all temperamental, sentimental, or impulsive. It is extremely steadfast and can penetrate truth that cannot be understood from the head alone. The heart is the gateway to the soul. Do you now understand why during the course of your history the definition of the heart has become so distorted? In men, the collective wound that was energetically inflicted on them can be found at the level of their hearts. In women, the wound is in their abdomen. They have been disempowered at the basic level of their self-confidence and their ability to stand up for themselves and claim their space. Men are better at this, but they have a hard time opening their hearts and expressing their feelings. It almost feels unnatural for them to do so. It is forbidden for men, in the sense that expressing their feelings would reveal their weaknesses and therefore set them up to be prey for others. The male consciousness is dominated by the idea that people, particularly men, are always in conflict. You are always in competition. You continually need to show that you are in control and are able to defend yourself if necessary. This defensive consciousness is totally at odds with the ability to truly connect with someone else. This connection is only possible if you break down your defensive walls. Only if you show your humanity, your questions and doubts, you are fully present in your connection with someone else. The only way to really communicate with someone else is to have empathy and allow yourself to be emotionally moved. In order to be open to other people's inner being, you have to let go of control. This creates resistance in men, because they have been taught that they are good, attractive, and enviable when they are in control. Allowing your heart to be touched means taking a big risk. The painful result of this line of thought is that if you are a man, you associate being loved and successful with having a closed heart. You think that you are strong and safe if your heart is closed. However, the price you pay for this is the lack of feeling, vibrancy, and intimacy. Life can no longer spontaneously flow through you through your feelings, hunches, and intuition, because your head is in the way and creates barriers. Your rationality is all about control. If this continues, in the end you no longer have to suppress your feelings. They simply are not there anymore. If your heart is closed in this way, you start feeling alienated from life itself. The inability to feel is a serious condition. It means that you are essentially disconnected from your soul. This disconnection becomes even stronger for men who believe that their mind defines who they are and who use their thinking to control life. This condition ultimately results in a deeply felt loneliness, a disconnection from both yourself and others. If you are deprived of nourishment and inspiration from your soul, you will increasingly act like someone without a soul. Question: do you mean that the widespread violence on earth, as it manifests itself in wars, the oppression of women, and the destruction of nature, is a result of the closed hearts of men? Yes, to a large extent it is. The disconnection from the soul leads to violence in men and powerlessness in women. This is not always the case, but for most men and women this is what happens. Large-scale wars, brute force, lack of empathy and compassion, deeply rooted hatred and division are the result of a closed heart. The fighting mentality, the distrust, and the lack of communication easily leads to aggression. A heart-centered approach would make a huge difference. The heart is a source of wisdom that transcends opposing forces. The heart's energy is neither mental nor emotional. Ultimately, humankind will only be able to solve its biggest issues by turning to the wisdom and the inspiration of the heart. Question: and to achieve this, men need to open their hearts and women need to find their inner strength again. Yes, and this would also make men and women happy in their personal lives. Men who allow their female energy to flow are confident, loving, powerful men. Women who allow their male energy to flow are confident, loving, and powerful women. Relationships between men and women would be so more profound and more joyful, creating the possibility of love from soul to soul. Stereotypical gender roles can be put aside and everyone will be able to express their passion in their own way. Only when the soul can access people's inner lives, real changes can be made in their personal lives, in their relationships with other people, and consequently on a societal and collective level. Question: how can the resurrection of the female energy contribute to this? We live in a time in which large numbers of women are experiencing a spiritual awakening. They feel the need for a different way of living, one that is inspired by feeling, passion, joy, and connection with other people. Women experience more happiness in being with others than in standing out as a result of some big achievement. They have a natural tendency to connect with others and to experience happiness, love, and transcendence through these connections. By transcendence, I mean knowing that you are part of something larger than your personal self and finding joy in that. This does not mean that you give up part of yourself. It means that you grow. As part of your connection with something larger, you contribute something valuable, and in return you receive inspiration and experience the joy of being recognized and seen for who you are. Women who are spiritually awake, who are not only trying to survive, but really want to get something out of life, strive for this form of interaction with the world and the people around them. They search for meaning, for fulfillment that makes them feel alive. This fulfillment cannot be found in an external source, such as a partner, a job, a house, or a family. It arises from the experience of feeling connected with all these things, from knowing there is a meaningful interaction between you and your family, house, employer, or whatever touches, amazes, and inspires you. This female desire and ability to create deep connection is essential for the awakening of humanity as a whole. The desire for an authentic connection is fundamental to the change this world needs right now. The ability of awakened women to engage in deep, meaningful, and passionate relationship with their partners, children, friends, and colleagues is crucial in this process. Question: why is the female ability to connect so crucial? Because dysfunctional relationships are at the root of virtually every problem in this world. The lack of understanding between, say, people with different skin colors, cultures, or faith, or the unwillingness to even try to understand other people, is a sign of underdeveloped female energy. Hostility, quick judgments, and clinging to your own religious or secular ideologies are signs of a lack of wonder and openness, and an inability to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Empathy, the ability to imagine what others are feeling within their frame of reference, is a virtue of an evolved soul. If you are not willing to show empathy and be open to other people's perception of reality, true communication is not possible. As a result, it also becomes impossible to connect intuitively with someone else. True communication creates an energy field between people. When people interact from true openness, major breakthroughs can be achieved. Openness of the soul when connecting with someone else is a transformative for everyone involved. On a larger scale, for example, at work and in the political arena, this creation of a connecting field should be a top priority. If you speak or act in the absence of this energy field, you might as well talk to a wall. You are not reaching anyone. If others do not feel recognized, their behavior is determined by defense mechanisms and protective masks. If you are not open to someone else's soul, you lower yourself to the level of the fighting ego. You might be able to carry on a conversation and even come to an agreement, but if there is no real connection, your words will be for the most part empty. Inauthentic communication is so prevalent in the world that talking to someone without feeling a real connection with them has become normal. Feeling a true connection and a real emotion when interacting with others is something many people avoid. Question: is this lack of connection, which is a lack of female energy, the cause of many today's global issues? Yes, it is. You can connect on 3 levels. 1, with yourself. 2, with other people. And 3, with nature. Connecting with yourself is fundamental to all other forms of connection. Being in touch with yourself means that you fundamentally say yes to who you are. You consider yourself as valuable enough to be taken seriously and to be listened to. There is a basic love for yourself. Even though you are not perfect, and you have negative emotions or thought, this self-love leads to a profound yes and a willingness to really understand where the negativity stems from and how you can be healed. From this solid foundation of self-esteem, a compassionate attitude towards other people arises naturally. If you are truly willing to go deep within and develop an understanding for your own humanity, the way you look at other people will become more gentle and accepting. You will have more depth, your countenance will be more open, and you will not judge as quickly as you used to. This attitude increases your ability to let go of inauthentic and phony behavior towards others and to be really open to your own and other people's experience. This is very enriching for relationships, as you can tell by the feeling of joy that a true connection gives you. This attitude can also be applied to relationships that are not intimate, such as a relationship with a colleague, a teacher at school, or a salesperson. The willingness to connect is a basic attitude, allowing you to see every human being as a unique individual and not just as someone who fulfills a certain role for you. A true and honest relationship with yourself not only leads to more open relationships with other people, but also to a more intimate connection with nature, with non-human living beings, with the earth, and with your own body. Love opens your inner eye. When you say yes to yourself, you open your heart to what flows through you and to the life that surrounds you. You recognize the same flow of life in other people and in nature. Even though compared to human beings, animals have different structures, which is even more true for plants or trees. You recognize something in them, a spark that is also alive in you. Living from a place of self-love creates an openness to the essence of existence within you, the stream of consciousness in life, which is present in everything, whether human or non-human. When these 3 forms of connection have come to life in a person, it is very difficult for this person to become violent. You might slide back into fear and temporarily shut down and become defensive, but once your heart center has been opened, sooner or later you will return to your previous level of openness. Violence usually occurs because the heart has not been opened yet, and there is no basic self-love. There is a sense of isolation and judgment, and there is inner pain. This pain is related to a lack of connection, and has not yet been recognized as such. To make the pain bearable, you might look for connection substitutes, which is embracing an ideology that blames others for everything that causes the problem. Clinging and committing to an ideology, such as nationalism or a particular religious or political doctrine, temporarily makes you feel that you have a purpose, but it can never give you the sense of joy that true connection provides. Deep inside, you feel an emptiness and lack of meaning. And if there is no real connection with yourself, your relationship will also be superficial and downright hostile. This is the true seed of violence, both against other people and against nature. A lack of connection lies at the heart of violence and aggression. In that sense, there is a direct link between the individual and collective levels. Healing the female wound is essential, not only for individual women, but also for the development of humanity as a whole. The female aptitude to connect deserves to be restored and put into conscious practice. Question: was this lack of connection caused by a one-sided male energy that dominated our history for a long time? There was a fear-based male energy with a desire for power. This male energy suppressed the female energy, both in men and women. But this one-sided male energy is both the cause and the consequence of a lack of connection. Something more fundamental underlies it. In essence, a fearful ego lies behind this combination of disconnection and the masculine desire for dominance. This ego does not feel connected to the whole. It does not feel loved and protected. At a certain point in human history, the frightened ego made its appearance. It went on to dominate all of humanity and manifested itself as a dominant masculine energy that did not only turn against the feminine energy, but also against a mature, loving masculine energy. However, the frightened ego itself was not necessarily male. Rather, it was a fundamental, universal stream within humanity that had a devastating effect on both sexes. Both male and female energy can operate on two different levels. One, the level of the ego driven by fear, and two, the level of the heart, motivated by love. At the level of the ego, the male energy is dominating, lacks empathy, and is aggressive. At the level of the ego, the female energy is powerless, lacks freedom, and is manipulative. Female energy is not necessarily heart-centered, connecting and loving. It can also be characterized by fear, combativeness, and hatred. The ego-based female energy is manifested as possessiveness, jealousy, hatefulness, and manipulation. When the male and female energies both function at the ego level, this often results in conflict and misunderstanding. Instead of complementing each other, they become each other's enemy. If, however, they both function at the heart level, the male energy naturally fulfills the role of protector and creative partner of the female energy. Question: so what you are saying is that it is not the male energy that is responsible for the violence in our history, but the frightened ego that is present in all people, also in women. Yes, I am saying that fear is the ultimate source of the battle between the sexes, and of the unbalanced male energy that has gotten the upper hand in many areas of life. Fear is the fundamental driving force behind the disconnection and closed hearts of many people. Fear is very much alive in both men and women. In men, this fear expresses itself in fighting and conflict, while in women this anxiety manifests itself in lack of strength and poor self-esteem. But in both cases it sustains a low vibration, with little room for a real connection with yourself or others, and for inspiration from the soul. Question: does this mean that it is not right to put the blame of violence and aggression on men and to see women as victims? Things are more subtle than that. Men often hold positions of power, and women were kept away from the public and political domain. So in that sense, women were clearly oppressed, and in some societies they still are. But on an inner level, both men and women suffered from the dominance of a male energy with low vibration. There are countless sensitive men who are not comfortable with the one-dimensional traditional image of masculinity. Think of artists, musicians, and poets. Think of gay men, but also think of the millions of men who for centuries have been forced to fight in wars and die for other people's interests. Innumerable young men in their prime experience incredible pain and suffering on the battlefields. They are also victims of history, just like the countless women who have suffered deeply from sexual violence and from having no say in the public domain. Question: So we come from a tradition in which the energy of the heart was suppressed in both men and women. Yes, and the real challenge that you are facing now is the transformation of both energies to the heart level. It is too simplistic to say that the male energy has been in power for a long time, and that it is now time for the female energy to get equal amount of power. When you say that, you are still at the ego level of power struggle and conflict. The truth is that an immature, fear-based male energy has been in power, oppressing and inflicting wounds on both men and women. In women, on an energetic level, this wound can be found in the abdominal area and lower chakras. This means that many women fundamentally struggle with issues of self-esteem, claiming space for themselves or standing up for themselves. In most men, this wound exists at the heart level. Men find it difficult to open their hearts and embrace their emotions. Doing so makes them feel threatened and creates a sense of vulnerability and insecurity. As a result, they have a tendency to want to stay in control, for which they use their mind. But the closing off of the heart leads to emotional coldness and isolation, and a lack of joy and inspiration. Both sexes need the inner healing of past wounds. The healing of the emotional wound in women requires them to adapt a new understanding of what true male energy is, so they can begin to see male energy as something that supports and empowers them. This enables them to activate the higher vibration of a heart-centered male energy, which will heal their abdominal wound. In men, it is the other way around. Healing the wound in their hearts requires them to develop a loving and gentle image of the female energy, and to recognize this high vibrational energy as something they carry with themselves. In other words, real healing in men and women can only take place as a result of a new understanding of the male and female energies. Question. I will come back to this distinction, but for now, could you summarize what you want to convey in this book? In this book, I want to show women how they can heal their inner wound and bring to life the forbidden female they harbor within themselves. I want to show them how they can reconcile the male and female energies within themselves, so their self-esteem will grow and their relationship will improve. In addition, I would like to clarify that the self-healing process for women often takes a different course than for men. Men have to deal with a different kind of wound. I will also go into the forbidden male and what he needs in order to become whole. My highest goal is to offer clear information to women and men who are focused on inner transformation, heart-based consciousness, and joyful connection with others. They are the forerunners of a new era. Chapter 2. The Wounded Woman. When I first started receiving messages from you, the first thing you spoke about was the wound in the abdominal region of woman. You described the general energy field of women and told me that many women are not fully present in their abdomen and find it difficult to feel empowered. Especially women who are attracted to spirituality and inner development tend to open their higher chakras. This makes these women very sensitive and empathetic. But you also said this leads to imbalance and a giving attitude, while at the same time creating a void in the abdominal area. This emptiness indicates a lack of foundation, of grounding, and of feeling at home within yourself. Could you please elaborate on this? In my messages that are channeled through you, I would mainly like to address women who are attracted to the inner path of achieving wholeness. I address women who are interested in inner growth, inspiration from within, and shedding old baggage. Who are these women? I will list a number of qualities that characterize them. These women are in transition from an ego-based consciousness to a heart-centered consciousness. They no longer want to live a life based on fear and conformity. They want to base their choices on their inner compass, their heart, but at the same time they are struggling with a deep sense of uncertainty and doubt about their wisdom and strength. These women experience their feelings very deeply. They are emotional people who have opened their hearts and used their passion and inspiration in their search for meaning and purpose in their lives. They are open to the dimension of the soul, something larger that is beyond their physical personality. They are spiritual women. Many of these women are intuitively gifted, clairsentient, or have strong empathic abilities. They are drawn to guiding people in different ways and to helping to break through old, rigid ways of thinking and feeling. The fears and doubts these women are struggling with are related to a deep energetic wound, a trauma in their souls. They have experienced what it's like to express their innermost self and be brutally rejected for it. This was not only a rejection of them as individual women, but also of specific feminine qualities they possessed. In previous lives, many of these women were condemned for using their intuitive abilities. They were condemned as witches, or dismissed as eccentric or even insane. And in the past, it was not appreciated if women adopted a powerful and passionate position in their relationship with men. These women who deviated from the beaten track were considered wild and unruly and were condemned for this. Willfulness and originality were not appreciated, especially in women. In addition, they suffered from the sexual humiliation and powerlessness that have left their marks on all women collectively. All these experiences have left a wound in their abdomen. These are some of the symptoms of this wound: not being grounded, being mentally weak, being dependent, being overly sensitive to other people's feelings and blending energetically with their surroundings, withdrawing to the higher chakras, struggling with setting boundaries and standing up for themselves. Many of these highly sensitive women feel at ease with the higher energies of the heart, love, forgiveness, harmony, and a sense of unity. But this is often achieved at their own expense, because they avoid conflicts and disconnect from their needs and boundaries. In many cases, there is no balance between giving and receiving. In their relationships or at work, they give too much and receive too little in return. You cannot receive what you need if you're not present in your own center, your abdomen. These women's consciousness lacks an anchor. They have many gifts and talents, but suffer from a chronic lack of self-love. The essence of this wound is the belief that they do not deserve to be loved and appreciated for who they are. Question: are these women light workers, as described in my first book, The Jeshua Channelings? In this book, Jeshua says there is a group of souls who have made the inner choice to detach from the ego and be guided by their heart, a process consisting of many steps and spanning multiple lifetimes. He mentions several characteristics of these souls, such as having the desire to contribute to the transformation of consciousness on earth, being highly sensitive, and having a sense of being different. Do the women that you address in this book belong to this group of light workers? Yes, they do. These are women who are consciously making the transition from an ego-based consciousness to a heart-centered consciousness. That is my definition of a light worker. Once you start focusing on the heart, you create a desire to contribute to the bigger picture. You want to share the light in your heart with others. Becoming a light worker is a natural process when you deepen the connection with your soul. Therefore, it is not a special calling for a specific group of people. Anyone who feels a deep-seated need to follow the path of self-exploration and inner growth will eventually become a light worker, someone who wants to contribute to the transformation of consciousness on this planet. Question: so what you are really saying is that female light workers are struggling with a specific problem, the void or wound in their abdomen that male light workers do not have. Male light workers also struggle with being who they really are and having the courage to live freely with their hearts, but in general their problems are somewhat different from the problems experienced by women. I will elaborate on this later. By the way, there are also male light workers who are familiar with the symptoms of female wound. Remember that each and every one of you is a mix of male and female energies, having experienced incarnations of both sexes. Men with a highly developed female energy can identify with the above description, and women with a lot of male energy are more likely to identify with the problems that male light workers are faced with. Question: I identify very strongly with the characteristic you just listed. When I started my work as a channeler and an aura reader, I felt like a forbidden female. I had just finished my PhD thesis at the university when I decided to deviate from the beaten track by not pursuing academic philosophy any further and focusing instead on my interest in spirituality and intuitive talents. But when I revealed my gifts to the public, a lot of old fears came to the surface: fear of ridicule and cruel rejection. I also felt great resistance to being in such a vulnerable position. It took enormous effort to set clear boundaries when people came to me for help. When I started my work, I was particularly afraid of criticism and rejection. But the real problem turned out to be that many people were positively touched by my channeling, and I absolutely did not know how to protect myself and set limits with regard to the many requests for help I receive and the emotional pain behind these requests. I was not aware of my own needs. Above all, I did not realize that it was perfectly fine to honor my needs and say no if I thought it necessary. Eventually, this led to a severe crisis and depression with psychotic features described in my book, Dark Night of the Soul. Since my recovery, I felt an anchor, a foundation within myself which is gradually getting stronger. This foundation has a certain degree of resoluteness and determination. I am who I am, and I will not pretend to be someone else. I am tired of yielding to other people's wishes all the time, and of thinking about what other people expect or think of me. I am done with having to explain, defend, or justify myself. Finally, there seems to be a fundamental self-acceptance. This is me, take it or leave it. When you are going through is a process you share with many other women. Being on the path of inner growth and awakening enables them to connect to their soul on a deeper level. However, this also confronts them with their fear to stand up for themselves and to deviate from the beaten track. The soul is their most authentic aspect, inciting them to break with expectations and demands that go against their desire and true calling. Every soul has a calling. Your soul is literally calling you to show your light in your unique way. When you hear that call, it means there will be many occasions on which you have to say no to the things that keep you from being your authentic self. In your case, this meant that you turned away from an academic career where you were in your 30s and entered new territory, with all its uncertainty about whether or not you could build up a life and career. It was a leap of faith. You said no to the things that no longer satisfied you, and you broke away from the traditional academic path. At first, this leads to an uncertain and chaotic existence, in which you tried many jobs. Meanwhile, you intensively explored your interest in spirituality and esotericism. From the societal point of view, you were on the wrong track, but from your soul's perspective, your endeavors were very purposeful. Question. I had some experiences such as the failure of a relationship, which rocked me to the core of my being and made me aware of the fact that I had no interest in an academic career. It was not a difficult decision, because after 10 years of intellectual posturing in academic philosophy, I was sick and tired of it. I finished my thesis, but I readily let go of the whole prospect of continuing my professional life at the university, even though people thought I had it in me. The grief about the failed relationship brought you to the edge of the abyss. The abyss consisted of pain, loneliness, and deeply felt abandonment. You allowed yourself to jump into the abyss, and after some months, you discovered that you were greater than the pain. You noticed something within that witnessed the pain without judgment. There was a greater awareness within you that gradually awakened and urged you to delve more deeply into spirituality. You began to read channeled literature for the first time, and this affected you deeply. At the bottom of the abyss, you sensed a great need for purpose and meaning. Academic philosophy could not fill that void. You set out on a search for a different kind of knowledge, a wisdom that is alive and touches your heart. This was the beginning of your spiritual path. Question. So this was the result of an experience of loss? Yes, an experience of loss brought you closer to yourself, and that caused a change in your perspective of life. From then on, your choices were based on what you wanted and needed yourself, and you refused things that did not befit you. This is a kind of rebirth. Everyone who chooses the inward path will experience loss. There is a false self from which you need to liberate yourself before you can really connect within and express your soul's energy in everyday's life. It is like shedding a cocoon. Question. This also applies to men. Certainly. What was typically female about your path was that you easily lost yourself in a relationship and felt you could not exist without this other person. The anchor in your abdomen was unstable. You were susceptible to what I call romantic infatuation, meaning the naive hope and desire to be with the ideal lover, to fully merge and become one. You did not realize that in a relationship, both partners are autonomous individuals with their own life path. This desire for merging goes hand in hand with giving up who you are. It is actually a childlike desire for a dissolving of boundaries, allowing you to re-experience the primal feeling of unity. Question. Is this desire typical of women? It is also experienced by men, but the nature of male energy is such that it is more focused on distinguishing itself from others. If you are well attuned to your male energy, you have a clear sense of where you end and others begin, and you are fine with these boundaries. Contrary to women, men often struggle with giving up their boundaries and with surrendering to their female energy. Therefore, they suffer from a fear of bonding rather than a fear of separation. But these are only general tendencies that manifest differently in every person. You had a desire for an absolute connection that transcends human limitation. This cost you dearly in a sense that it made a balanced earthly relationship impossible. Question. So I lacked male energy? Yes, and when you chose the path of your soul, You started embracing your individuality and became more aware of the fact that the desire to merge with someone else is destructive if it means that you give up your individuality and fail to stand up for yourself. You learn that the male energy within you is valuable. After the violent, emotional crisis that was the result of not setting limits in your work sufficiently, you realize that you had to embrace your individuality. You cannot be but who you are, here and now, and you have to stand behind that. This form of self-acceptance creates the much-needed anchor in your abdomen. Question: I think it was difficult for me to give up the desire to romantically merge with a partner, because I thought the alternative meant loneliness and meaninglessness. Only now do I realize that it is good to be an independent and unique individual, and when you can accept this, you are able to come to rest in the wholeness of a mystical union. It is an experience of unity and wholeness that is characterized by wonder and gentle delight, not by the ecstatic immersion and feeling that is the result of a romantic infatuation. There is a big difference between the two. In the experience of unity, when you are firmly anchored in your abdomen, you are at home within yourself, while at the same time connected to the One. The distinction between you and the whole dissolves, and this feels peaceful and joyful. This is the true connection that you are looking for. This connection does not take you away from your essence and does not ask you to deny your needs. This connection gives meaning and fulfillment to your life. It is the only true solution to loneliness, without the need to be with someone else. For women in general, this coming home within themselves is the key to their connection with their soul. For most women, it is a challenge to create space for themselves and stop the excessive giving that causes them to lose themselves in a relationship. Question: Yes, I understand. Coming back to your description of the female wound, would you say that it is basically about lacking true self-awareness and missing a sense of dignity, strength, and independence? Does this insecurity, which is the result of the past oppression of the female energy, cause women to give too much and lose themselves in relationships? To that, I would like to add that this wound in women may also lead to manipulative and possessive behavior in their relationships. Once you depend on a male partner to feel good, one way or another you'll want to hold on to him. As a result, there is a hidden agenda in how you connect and how and what you give. Stay with me and be available for me are motives or even constraining demands that are always there in the background. This is the shadow side of the female energy. This is what happens when a woman identifies with the energetic wound, drowns in it as it were, and does not take responsibility for self-care and self-healing. I will come back to this in a later chapter, because it is very important that women recognize this shadow within themselves. But first, I want to look at the different types of male energies. There is an ego-based male energy of control and dominance, but there is also a heart-centered male energy that is wise, loving, and creative. A clear description and recognition of this energy is crucial for both women and men. Chapter 3. The Male Energy of the Heart. Question: How would you describe the heart-centered male energy? What does a high-vibrating, mature male energy look like? Male energy is essentially directed outwardly. It is focused on manifestation in the outside world. It is an inside-out movement. Male energy shows its strength in going outward. It is the capability to become visible in public, to be moving from the dark into the light. This is a leap of faith, similar to how a baby leaves behind the protection of the womb. This motion towards manifestation requires courage, audacity, and adventurous spirit. If you follow your male energy, you stand alone. You let go of the old and familiar, in which you found protection, and use your freedom to create or discover something anew. It is inherent to the male energy to claim this freedom, to clear the way for your personal journey, to stand out and bring renewal. It entails opposing the established order and being disobedient rather than compliant, if this is required to create something new. It means breaking free from the old and trusted ways. The male energy is characterized by the desire for expansion, pushing boundaries and going beyond them. A sense of freedom, curiosity, and boldness are natural qualities of this energy. The male energy is an essential aspect of all creative processes. The female energy, which represents the inner world, inspires the male energy. Let us take a painter as an example. This could be a man or a woman, but I will take a male painter as an example. He walks through nature and experiences the pristine harmony of a forest, or he sees the face of one of his loved ones and feels the depth and beauty in her appearance. This is the female energy inside of him. It is empathetic. It looks beyond outward appearances and connects with the inner essence of all that lives. The painter is inspired by impressions that touch him, and he takes a brush in hand. Now his orientation changes from an open, absorbing sensitivity to a focused, purposeful outward movement. What was collected within now takes on a unique form in the external world. His form. His creative power builds up, and then he releases what is crystallized in his inner being. In expressing and manifesting himself, he distinguishes himself as an individual, while also displaying something greater than himself, the universal human condition that reaches everyone's heart. In a fine work of art, the artist connects with humanity as a whole, while at the same time expressing his individuality. The male and female energies are constantly working together in this creative process. Each act of creation requires an intimate collaboration between the female and male energies. If there is too much emphasis on the male energy, creations are soulless and do not evoke any feeling, empathy, or love. Mass production of consumer goods is an example of that. When, on the other hand, the female energy has the upper hand, what is being created may not come across very well. It remains stuck at the inner level of dreams and imaginations, or it remains vague and unobtrusive without a distinctive originality. Both energies are indispensable for any creative process. That is why it is so important that the male and female energies are balanced in every human being. At present, the male energy is demonized within progressive and spiritual circles. The reason for this is that in the past, the male energy made its mark in an aggressive, oppressive, misogynistic, and often violent manner. The impact of this past is still there. We can still witness expressions of this unbridled aspect of the male energy that is disconnected from the female energy. Terrorism is an extreme expression of it. But the excesses in the financial world, for example, are also characterized by an alienated, intensely isolated male energy that has lost its connection with life and feeling. However, on a deeper level, things are shifting. More and more people see the image of the tough guy who has everything in control as inauthentic, as a mask hiding an underdeveloped inner life. In your present culture, and especially among younger generations, this flat, numb form of masculinity is no longer appreciated. Gradually, another image of manhood is starting to appear, giving more importance to sensitivity and compassion. But for the time being, there is still a lot of confusion about what masculinity or manliness means. Male energy has become suspect, especially within spiritual circles that emphasize connection, empathy, and love. Male energy is associated with dominance, aggression, and submission. This old male energy is detested by modern society. Even in tough sectors such as business and medicine, there is an increasing call for gentler quality, such as respect for the individual, open communication, and flat organizations, replacing authority and hierarchy with more equal forms of cooperation. This is, of course, a positive development leading to more equality between the sexes. However, in some areas, this process has gone to the opposite extreme, the overvaluation of the female energy in relation to the male energy. Qualities such as decisiveness, setting boundaries, and distinguishing yourself through your unique qualities are now almost seen as inherently aggressive. However, a conscious use of the male energy is indispensable, especially when your female energy is well developed and your heart is opened. This is the paradox today. The female energy is increasingly recognized as valuable and essential for all kinds of processes such as communication, cooperation, and creativity. But the female energy can only really be manifested in new forms and lifestyles if it is connected with a mature, balanced male energy. The female energy focuses on connection, open communication, and empathy. It has the potential of the higher vibration of unity consciousness, the recognition that we are all one, that we all come from the same source. This energy is more than welcome in this world of division, hatred, and intolerance. However, the heart-centered female energy cannot flourish in a society without a mature male energy that complements and completes it in a natural way. Nor can the female energy flourish in individual people who focus solely on the feminine qualities of empathy and caring and suppress and reject their male energy. What happens if you rely on the heart-centered female energy while denying or rejecting the male energy within you? You lose yourself. The male energy ensures that you stay centered, that you are an individual with boundaries, and that when you connect with others, you are able to let go of them when appropriate and embrace your individuality. You come to terms with your aloneness. Relationships in which the female energy is overly represented are characterized by too much craving for unity, for togetherness, for merging with another person or group. The male energy makes you aware that you are already whole, which has a positive effect on your relationship. A fulfilling relationship is balanced between being yourself male and transcending yourself female. Why is being highly sensitive such a big deal nowadays? More and more people suffer from it, and many children exhibit unstable behavior caused by their sensitivity and lack of energetic boundaries. What you see here is that the female energy in these people is strongly developed. Their heart chakra is wide open, but the male energy is insufficiently used. The male energy has the ability to say no and protect you, but because there is such a taboo regarding this male energy, these qualities are not expressed. Forceful action and standing up for yourself are seen as negative. People do not always realize what male energy really is and how it can be applied in a balanced, mature way. Heart-centered, mature male energy is fully connected to the female energy. The male energy represents the active, outward-going, manifesting principle in every human being and all other living beings. This is a necessary aspect of every creation and a natural complement to the female aspect of receptivity, inwardness, and empathy. Male and female energies are completely equal and form a whole. Female energy is not weaker than male energy, and male energy is not necessarily based on ego. In creation, there are two movements: a movement towards oneness, the transcendence of your individuality, and a movement towards diversity, fully owning your individuality. Both are good and valuable. Within the former, we experience connectedness with others and the joy this brings to our hearts. Within the latter, we experience our uniqueness and creativity. In spiritual circles, the movement towards oneness is often embraced as the only truly valuable one. However, in the masculine movement towards individuality lies tremendous power, deepening, and enrichment. It is the driving force of creation. It is really important that you embrace and integrate the male energy in its heart-centered form. This is especially true for women with an open heart center who are highly sensitive and devoted to spirituality and inner growth. Many of these women are still hostile towards masculinity. This is caused by memories of sexual abuse, humiliation, and inequality. These memories can be from this life or past lives. They do not only exist within individual women, but also in the collective female consciousness that affects every human being. These memories and scars create a feeling of distrust towards men and the male energy. It feels as if your trust will automatically be betrayed if you are open and vulnerable in the presence of the male energy. Part of you has been shut down because it does not want to feel the pain of the past. The abdominal region in particular has become empty in many women because they have withdrawn from it energetically. If you distrust and cut yourself off from your male energy, not only will your relationship with men be unsatisfactory, your relationship with yourself will be as well. You disempower yourself if you do not want to use your male energy. You deny an essential aspect of creation and your own soul. This makes you incomplete and fragile and leads to unbalanced relationship with men. The relationships that you attract will reflect your relationship with the male energy. Often there will be both intense attraction and repulsion and no sense of safety. Self-empowerment means that as a woman, you embrace your individuality, you protect your heart energy, and you strike a balance between giving and receiving. A healed woman is a self-confident, independent woman who can love without denying herself. She enjoys that love and closeness that she experiences with her partner, children, friends, or colleagues. At the same time, she enjoys being alone, engaging in her own unique gifts and talents, receiving abundance and creating her own life. A self-confident woman does not discredit the male energy. She recognizes it as a part of herself. She uses it and is therefore not emotionally dependent on a male partner. She is a woman and at the same time a soul. The soul includes both the male and female energies. As a soul, you have lived in male and female bodies. By establishing a connection with your soul, you know that you are more than a woman or a man, and you can choose to play a role of a woman from a place of strength and self-awareness. Chapter 4. The Shadow Side of the Female Energy. Question. Both the female and male energy have an ego-based and a heart-centered aspect. We have talked about oppressive, aggressive male energy as opposed to loving, heart-centered male energy. That is a clear distinction. But when it comes to the female energy, we only mention qualities such as empathy, sensitivity, connection, and unity consciousness. That is the heart-centered aspect of the female energy. What does the dark side, the ego-based aspect, look like? Like male energy, female energy can manifest itself through a fear-based ego. The shadow side of the male energy is all too familiar to us, and it may seem that the female energy is merely a victim of it and only has qualities of light. But just like there is more to male energy than harshness, conflict, and control, female energy does not only consist of love, sensitivity, and empathy. The female energy also has an aspect of fear and possessiveness. When women exercise power over men, this is mainly expressed as a desire to possess their energy. When the female psyche lacks self-awareness and self-esteem, it wants a male partner who provides her with life energy. There is a void inside of her, a weakness, a passive aspect that frightens her. She wants to fill it with the energy of strength, vitality, and creativity. The immature female psyche feels that she needs a man in order to be whole. Essentially, it is her responsibility to be a full-fledged I, an independent individual, free and creative. But at the same time, she fears the power that wants to come to life within her, because if she allows this to happen, she has to sever an inner umbilical cord that connects her with the whole, the cosmic womb, in which she once felt included, and she does not want that, not yet anyway. Let me clarify the term cosmic womb. The uterus provides a state of complete security and lack of boundaries. This is a physical condition prior to your birth. But there is also a cosmic womb from which you emerged as a soul. When you were created as an individual soul, you broke loose from the embedment of the whole you were merged with, and which provided a natural cocoon. Your birth as an individual soul caused a primordial trauma. Your male aspect was the adventurous, progressive aspect of you that initiated your birth. It wanted to experience and discover individuality. Your female aspect was the aspect of you that held back and wanted to remain connected to the One, to Source. It resisted letting go. Your cosmic birth trauma mostly affects your female side, where it triggers a longing for the heavenly spheres, transcendence, merging and blending into something greater. The male energy was more self-directed and could find its specific individuality by breaking away from Source. For the male energy, this breaking away from the One held the promise of worthwhile journey, the development of the soul, pushing boundaries and experiencing freedom. Within the totality of the soul's journey, both aspects provide an equally important contribution: the male desire for freedom and individuality, and the female longing for transcendence and unity. These are the two essential poles that make the creation of the universe possible. Both are necessary. When they are balanced, life is an animated interplay between connectedness and individuality, a wonderful blend of security and adventure. But the female energy was wounded by the cosmic birth trauma, and the male energy went too far in its self-directed separateness, losing touch with Source. The male and female energies became estranged from each other. This estrangement ultimately resulted in the battle of the sexes. In my description of the female and male energies, I refer to them as archetypes. As a soul, you carry both energies, so you are both masculine and feminine. You have a creative, self-directed male aspect as well as a connecting, unity-oriented female aspect. However, if you are a man in the male body, you are more likely to experience the male energy as natural and familiar. As a woman, you experience the female energy as your basic energy signature. At its core, however, the alienation of and battle between the male and female energies can be experienced within yourself, as well as between you and someone of the opposite sex. You do not represent just one pole of this development of the female-male duality. You carry both inside. Question. You describe the cosmic birth trauma as occurring when the individual soul is born. But does that trauma actually lie in the past, or does it keep repeating itself when individual souls are created? It repeats itself over and over again until mature souls achieve balance and harmony. between the feminine impulse towards unity and the masculine tendency towards diversity. If balance is achieved in a certain number of adult souls, a new archetype develops and the male and female energies begin to function in a much more harmonious way in an increasing number of individuals. This development will ease the birth trauma and will eventually be its solution. This is a great development of collective energies. The transformation of the male and female energies into a heart-centered form is a large-scale cosmic process, which is difficult to oversee from the perspective of a single human life. Question: does this mean that the conflict between male and female energy is extremely old, even as old as creation itself? Actually, it is incorrect to speak about creation as having a beginning and an ending. God, Source, is infinite. Time and space do not exist in absolute terms. So my story is a great simplification of things to accommodate your linear thinking. Question: as a soul, are you an eternal being, or do you have a beginning and an ending? Is there something that is born and dies, or is something that is eternal? Look at who you are now as an adult, with all the traits you have developed during your life and all the experiences you have gained. This person who you are now, did it already exist when you were a baby? What would be your answer? Would you say, no, it did not yet exist, or yes, it was there as a potential, a possibility? You can ask a similar question about your soul. I speak of the birth of the soul as if a fully fledged individual came into life, but in fact this birth indeed, every birth, is a waking up of a potential, the budding of a possibility. That potential and possibility existed even before birth, just as your adult personality was dormant in the baby that you were. From a larger cosmic perspective, birth and death are part of a continuous stream that creates dynamism and growth. You will be born again, numerous times in many forms, and at many levels of consciousness. What stays the same through all the dynamics of change is the one Source. You are that Source. You are not separate from it. So within you, there is something eternal, transcending birth and death. Nevertheless, I am speaking about the birth of the soul, because this marks a significant point in your development as a consciousness particle of Source. The birth of the soul is the moment when there is a spark of consciousness that is aware of itself and wants to know itself. The one becomes two, and at the same time remains one. The mystery of existence is this: there is always something permanent and something that changes. However, I do not want to be too abstract, but rather address as concretely as possible the inner path of transformation that you walk as a human being. Within this context, we look especially at what changes, grows, and develops, which inevitably leads to the concept of time. In those terms, you could say that the battle, or alienation, between the female and male energies is very old. It is particularly associated with the beginning stages of the development of the soul, the stage at which the soul is still at the start of a long process of growing awareness, maturation, and the overcoming of fear. Question: right, the universal birth trauma of the soul caused a wound in the female energy. Did it feel disempowered by the birth of individuality and by separating itself from the one? Did it cause a feeling of incompleteness and the need for the male energy? And did this lead to the ego-based female energy that wants to manipulate and possess the male energy? In other words, how did the lower vibrating aspect of the female energy arise? Consider the energy of motherhood. Mothers first carry the child in their abdomen and feed it with their own bodies. There is a kind of two-in-one unity between mother and child during pregnancy. As the child grows and develops, it becomes independent, more individual. Physical birth marks a moment of irreversible separation. The bodies of the mother and the child will exist independently of each other. The umbilical cord is severed. After that, the child is still very much dependent on the mother, both physically and emotionally. But gradually, the child becomes less bound to the mother until during puberty, it also experiences itself mentally and emotionally as a separate individual, a unique person. The separation from the mother is more or less complete. As the child is growing up, the mother also goes through an inner process. She has been deeply connected with the child and provided security and care for it when it was extremely vulnerable. However, she eventually has to let go completely and recognize that the child is an independent, unique being. Her love for the child is becoming less physical and earthly. It is becoming a form of love from soul to soul, provided the mother is able to let go. Some mothers cannot let go. They continue to treat their adult child as a small child and find it difficult to give up their role as a nurturer and guardian. The now adult child often experiences this as abusive or demeaning. It does not feel seen as the unique individual it is. There is no connection from soul to soul. Because the mother cannot let go, she cannot discover the unique soul of her child. If this happens, her motherhood is smothering and suffocating. The mother is possessive. She wants to cling to the time when she was the center of the world for her small child. She has fallen in love with that role and does not want to give it up. What was once a useful impulse, the desire to take care of what is vulnerable and dependent on you, now becomes a form of control. She wants to bind the child to herself. The child is not allowed to be free and independent. The mother wants the child to behave as she wants, to listen to her advice and be thankful for her good care. This form of control can be exercised in a dominating way, or in a more subtle, quasi-submissive way. The mother can behave as if she is hurt, sad, and disappointed if the child does not meet her expectation or fulfill her needs. She can play the role of the victim and really believe in it. Both forms of control are caused by the mother's unwillingness to let go of the child and accept her need for her own inner growth. This form of female power, which is based on fear and lack of understanding, can also manifest in partner relationships. The woman acts as a mother who is very giving and in return demands total surrender and availability of the man. The woman thinks that she gives her male partner plenty of space. But underlying her at times limitless willingness to give and forgive is possessiveness. She wants to lure the bird that voluntarily came to her into her cage and take good care of it. This can look like love, but it is an extreme violation of her partner's freedom. Imprisoning another person's energy in this way is the essence of the shadow side of the female energy. Question. So female energy that is dominating and focused on power is not openly aggressive, but rather manipulative. It presents itself as loving, but has a different motive. Ego-based female energy wants to possess the other person and leaves no room for real freedom. If the female psyche is dominated by this motive, then there is the underlying fear that without the availability of another person, she is a nobody. She feels empty and unfulfilled without her role as a mother, giver, and protector. She takes pleasure in other people's dependency on her. This can be her child, partner, or someone else. There is a hidden agenda behind her good deeds. Question. Is feminine seductiveness also related to this form of exercising control as a way to catch someone on your web? Seductiveness is a form of subtle coercion. A skilled seducer can easily detect the weak spots in someone else's emotional life. She makes other people feel she really understands them, causing them to feel seen and appreciated. Seduction is playing with someone else's ego. If the other person falls for your seductive skills, you feel triumphant, victorious. He is in your power, because the love that you offer soon becomes intoxicating and addictive. The cage is built and the bird willingly enters it. Typically, this is a female strategy, but it can also be used by men because, as was said earlier, you carry both energies within you. But the male energy is inherently more openly aggressive. When the male psyche is driven by power, it wants to dominate, and its agenda is quite obvious and not hidden. The female approach is more subtle, although it has the same objective, controlling and dominating someone else. Question. This female strategy sounds pretty mean, but what really underlies the manipulation and seduction? Where does the need for power stem from? As I mentioned before at the very beginning, when the soul was born, there was a splitting up and alienation between the male and female energies. The male energy represented separation from Source. The female energy represented the connection with Source. Both streams contain an equally valuable impulse. The male impulse towards separation leads to individualization, growth, and diversity, whereas the female impulse towards oneness creates a deep sense of connectedness between all living beings and a responsibility to protect and nurture what is small and young. Both streams are creative. What went wrong is that the male energy's urge for separation caused an emotional shock in the female energy that is experienced by young soul as betrayal and the pain of abandonment. During the birth of the individual soul, the female aspect feels like it is cast out of paradise because the original unity was broken. You could say that the female energy represented the conservative part of creation and the male energy the progressive part. I use this term in a neutral sense. The male urge for separation and independence was interpreted by the female energy as a hostile action that deceived and betrayed her. Please remember that you carry both energies within you. Therefore, this is a struggle that takes place within your inner being. As the soul matures and comes of age, this inner struggle gradually disappears. In answer to your question as to what lies behind the need for power in the female energy, it is the old separation anxiety. She accuses the male energy of abandoning her. The male energy, in turn, did not feel supported by the female energy when it ventured the leap of faith into the unknown. It did not feel the unconditional support of the mother, but only her criticism and rejection. As a result, the male energy went out on its own with a sense of displacement and became increasingly wild and restless. It was also filled with suspicion towards the female energy, and out of that suspicion arose the fear of bonding, the fear of being devoured by the displeased wife or mother. As a result, the impulse towards separation and individuality of the soul, the development of an individual self that can freely choose and act, was not balanced by a connection with the whole, the one. The male impulse towards separation was not kept in check, and the self-directed energy was so strong that empathy and the natural sense of unity with others and nature gradually disappeared. If the male energy loses its connection with the whole, the one, it becomes very focused on survival, struggle, and conflict. Fear becomes the driving force behind every action and leads to the need for control and dominance. The effects of this self-directed, unbridled male energy are clearly discernible in your world. It has almost led to the destruction of your planet. You ask what underlies female violence, as expressed in manipulation and seduction. I already talked about separation anxiety, but there is something underlying that as well. Its deepest motive is a feeling of unworthiness as a result of being rejected by the male energy. In the separation from Source itself, on the path towards individuality, the male energy can be seen as a child leaving its mother. The female energy, freshly born as a soul, cannot understand this need for separation, yet it cannot grasp its spiritual significance and becomes traumatized by it. This is similar to a child in puberty who rebels against parental authority. A mature parent understands and downplays this rebellion. This parent sees the larger context and is not emotionally upset when the child pushes her away. But the female mother energy in a newborn soul, which is only at the beginning of its journey and not yet matured. As a result, the rejection by the child or the male energy affects her deeply and makes her aware of an inner emptiness. She wonders, who am I? Who am I without him? She feels robbed of meaning, of identity, of vitality. She wants the male energy back again. She wants to hold on to it to ensure its availability. The void must be filled. The child should return home. There is suspicion and reproach towards the child, the male energy, and at the same time, there is dependence and neediness. This mix of feelings leads to possessiveness, manipulation, and covert aggression. In turn, the male energy reacts with a fear of bonding, the fear of being devoured by the mother. In other words, the fear of being choked and smothered by the female energy. However, I need to stress that everything I am saying about the female and male energies is about archetypes and do not exist as separate entities. There is no such thing as the male energy or the female energy as separate beings. What does exist are separate, individual men and women with their own mix of female and male energies. You, as a soul, experienced lives as men and women, and your inner being knows the dynamics of both energies, the heart center as well as the ego-based form. You, as a soul, have a choice. As a woman, you are not doomed to live a life dominated by fear-based female energy, and as a man, you do not have to submit to the pressure of ego-based male energy. You have a choice at the level of the soul, which is now ripened and matured. You have gone through many lives and experienced both tendencies. You can change old patterns and take the interplay between male and female energies to a higher role by not reducing yourself to unconscious, predetermined roles. Question. The battle between the male and female energies is therefore mainly an inner battle. But do we not experience it as a battle between the sexes? For example, I relate much more to the female energy and its issues, being emotionally dependent, being unable to set boundaries, etc. As a human being on Earth, you mainly identify with either the male or the female energy. One of these is the most familiar to you. As a man, you typically experience the male energy as more natural and recognizable than the female energy. For women, it is the other way around. However, this need not always be so. During my life as Mary Magdalene, I had a very independent side, and I did not want to be bound to a man. You could say I had a fear of bonding, similar to the above described male fear of being trapped and smothered in a relationship. Still, I was a woman. It is also possible that you are very sensitive as a man. You can be dreamy and timid, and do not have the proper defense mechanism against aggressive behavior or excessive emotional impressions. If you are like this, you are more attuned to the female energy, and may feel very uncomfortable with the often ego-based, competitive, and harsh aspect of the male energy. So there are all kinds of variations, but in general, a human being identifies with one of the two main energies. For example, you, Pamela, easily identify with the female energy. You recognize the immature aspect of the female energy that insufficiently embraces its own individuality, loses itself in relationship, and finds it difficult to set boundaries. It is your inner task to evoke the heart-centered variant of the male energy within yourself. This will ensure your self-protection and improve your ability to say no to what you do not want. Through this increased self-awareness, your heart-centered female energy, your intuition and your inspiration becomes more prominent, creating joy and fulfillment in your life. Question. Yes, I recognize that, but have there also been lives in which I identified more with the male energy? Certainly. You have experienced and explored both energies. Everyone has a mix of male and female energies which partly developed in past lives. Usually people explore one main theme during a particular lifetime. In your case, it is the proper use of your male energy. In working through that theme, both energies are encouraged to transform to a higher level. So as you develop the heart-centered male energy within you, you will also develop your female energy and let go of old patterns of powerlessness and self-denial. You cannot develop either of these energies without looking at the other and transforming it as well. The ultimate goal is balance. In a balanced situation, the flow of your soul can effortlessly manifest in your daily life. In essence, it allows the soul to be born again as a confident, free, and responsible spark of Source. Chapter 5. Healing the Female Wound. 3 Steps. Question. In the previous chapters, we described the different types of male and female energy, and we looked at their light and shadow sides. It became clear that we need both energies and that they need to be balanced by elevating them to a higher level. Now I would like to know how the female wound, which manifests as an energetic void in the abdomen, can be healed. You can distinguish 3 steps for women who walk the inner path toward healing. The first step is to recognize your shadow and face it. Every woman carries within her traces of the discontented, toxic mother, who as a result of an inner emptiness wants to cling to the male energy and possess it. You need to consciously identify that shadow within yourself, and to transform it into genuine self-love through care and understanding. I will come back to this later. The second step is to activate the heart-centered male energy within you, to use it to guard your own boundaries and to become independent. Learning how to claim your space and trust your qualities is what the male energy can give you. The third step to becoming whole is to express the higher female energy of the heart, based on this self-awareness and independence. If the void in your abdomen is filled with self-love and insight into your own patterns and pitfalls, the connection with your soul can blossom and you can share your talents and gifts with the world in an inspired way. Then you are whole. I will now explain the 3 steps. Step 1. Recognizing the shadow side of the female energy within you. For a woman, it is often difficult to recognize her shadow. This is because women often think they are doing the right thing, when in fact they are doing something that goes against their nature. In this way, their shadow remains hidden to them. They think, for example, that it is good to be nice, helpful, empathetic, socially adjusted, connected, and conciliatory, and that it is bad to be selfish, cross-grained, disobedient, unladylike, or too different. These definitions were explicitly or implicitly taught to them during their upbringing. Many women still suffer from a taboo with regard to showing their anger, going against the grain, and being rebellious. But very often women have to bite their tongue in order to fulfill their social role. They say yes when they really feel like saying no. They pretend to be different than who they really are, so they will not feel bad and will not be judged. There is a split in the self-image of many women between what they ought to be feeling and what they are actually feeling. They often keep hidden, even to themselves, what they are actually feeling. However, most people can only keep this up for a limited amount of time. Suppressing your true feelings results in a pent-up reservoir of frustration and anger. At some point, those feelings will rise to the surface, and that gentle and compassionate woman suddenly becomes a bitch. Or the suppressed passion turns inward, causing illness, depression, or exhaustion. With men, it is a different story. The shadow side of man expresses itself much more in a way that is easily recognizable as bad: aggression, dominance, brutal force, and lack of empathy. Men and women both agree that these are bad qualities. It is, in that sense, easier to detect the shadow in man with a strong masculine ego than in woman with a strongly developed feminine ego. The shadow of the male energy is more obvious. You literally cannot avoid it. The shadow of the female energy, on the other hand, is more elusive, more hidden, and indirectly present. That is why it is so important for women to make a distinction between their socially adjusted self and their true self. From a spiritual point of view, it is important that you, as a woman, impose no standards on yourself regarding what is good and what is bad, unless you feel that these standards are authentic and right for you. Instead of frantically trying to meet social expectations, it is important for your inner balance that you open up to your true emotions so that you can know how to really feel about something or someone. Allow anger, discontent, rebellion, strong desires, grief, and fear to be there. This is the only way you can know yourself intimately. You do not have to be a good person. You are naturally good. But this natural goodness is not the well-kept garden that many of you imagine it to be. At times there are storms in the garden of your natural self. At other times the wind is calm. Sometimes the sun shines, but it can also rain for days on end. Similar to nature, it is not tidy and predictable. Your natural self is authentic. If you valued all the dynamics of your inner life, all your feelings and emotions as good and natural, you would not need to keep them in check. This would be very beneficial for your inner garden. The garden has its own laws and rhythms and knows how to maintain its balance. The art of spiritual growth is the ability to understand and respect these laws and rhythms. To achieve this, you need to respect who you are and embrace your unique nature. When you honor your nature, you stop fighting yourself. This makes you more joyful and carefree. It is as if a weight is lifted from your shoulders. The gap between who you really are and who you thought you should be is not there anymore. Others can decide by themselves if they like your true self or not. It is no longer your business. That is a huge and liberating step. Question: but is this step not equally necessary for men? Do they not also suffer from the pressure of fitting in and fulfilling social roles that do not match their true nature? Yes, but in women the shadow lies more in unnatural self-denial, while in men it is more the unnatural puffing up of their egos. Both tendencies are destructive. But women's inclination to selflessness can be wrapped much more easily in a mantle of goodness. Consider the caricature of a gentle, insecure, but compassionate woman who falls for a powerful macho man who naturally takes the lead and is the dominant one in their relationship. The man is hot-tempered, unpredictable, and quite restless inside, always in need of attention and acknowledgement from others. At first, the attention and adoration of the woman satisfies him, but after a while, it is not enough anymore, and he goes after other women. This causes his partner much grief, and she becomes even more insecure. She thinks she is not worthy of him, and she will do her best to be even more attractive to him. She caters to all of his whims and desires and reverts to total self-sacrifice. But this does not help the relationship. The man continues to seek out other women and cheat on his partner. On the surface, the man in this scenario seems to be the bad guy, and the woman the innocent victim. But in fact, the woman is just as destructive as the man, in the sense that she forcefully denies and humiliates herself. The shadow of the woman can be found in the self-denial, which is evidenced by the fact that she does not get angry. Instead, she becomes very insecure and sad when the man has cheated on her. She is unable to become angry, while anger or outrage or a clear, "I won't put up with this," would be the most natural response. It may seem like good or noble that she does not get angry, but it is not. Her inability to get angry is a sign of deep-seated helplessness and a fear of being thrown upon herself and her own resources. This is the real shadow, which she does not want to see as she continues to cling to her partner against her better judgment. Of course, this is a clear-cut, caricature-like situation in which the hidden shadow of the woman is clearly visible to most people. But self-denial can also take on more subtle forms and can be more difficult to spot and recognize. It is useful for every woman to take an honest look at what she is looking for in a particular relationship. Do you seek approval and recognition for your partner because you have doubts about your right to be who you are? Do you feel small inside, and do you want your partner to make you feel valuable? Be careful. Of course, it is wonderful if someone sees and appreciates you, but make sure you do not become dependent on it, because once that happens, you will adapt your behavior to what you think the other person expects or needs from you. You will be different from who you really are. A false ego appears and can take over completely. This ego hides its dark side because it is afraid to lose face. When you admit to yourself that you are actually scared and insecure, you have taken the first step towards self-redemption. You will be aware of an inner emptiness without running away from it. If you penetrate even deeper into that void, you will find that there is loneliness, anxiety, and confusion in your life. These feelings can be very old and have left very deep scars. When you observe these energies within you, you discover that you are there, the untainted real you. By facing the demons, not fleeing from the void, but becoming fully aware of it, you harness your power and light. This is the first step towards inner healing. Now you start to realize that your attempt to fill your void with other people's approval and recognition does not help you. In fact, it weakens you. Because if you are in need of an external source of energy, you are no longer the master of your own energy. You will suppress your natural impulses in order to hold on to the nurturing energy of the other person. You convince yourself that you really cannot do without. This is a very common form of self-loss, although it does not need to be characterized as the example above. You can suppress your true self in all sorts of subtle ways, even without realizing it. Therefore, I advise every woman to consider very carefully what their true feelings are within a relationship. Notice when you are denying yourself because of your need to be seen and recognized. The shadow of self-denial only has power over you if you do not see it. As soon as you notice your self-denial and look at it honestly, without judgment, you are back in the center of your own being and regain mastery of your own life. Do not try to cover up your powerlessness by keeping up appearances. Do not convince yourself that it is good and noble to be passive, easygoing, and overly humble. Be careful not to take on the role of the victim by ignoring yourself and seeing your lack of self-respect as a noble gesture of self-sacrifice, as this will cause you to see unnatural behavior as good and responsible. Spiritual growth does not mean that you will become selfless. It means, above all, that you embrace yourself as a unique and lovable being. An attitude of openness and appreciation for your own being naturally leads to an open and appreciative attitude towards others. What you desire for yourself, you willingly give to another. If you are open and loving to yourself, you recognize the other as your equal. Love is inherently generous. If you learn to love yourself, you will be a source of love that flows into the world around you. You become a creator. This is what really fills the void in the abdomen of women and connects them with the earth. Their strength, independence, and warm heart are activated by self-love, which is the opposite of self-denial. Question. When I was in my teens and 20s, I could fall in love head over heels with a great desire to merge. I wanted to become one with someone else, to dissolve my personal boundaries and to experience an all-encompassing recognition, joy, and sense of security. This desire manifested itself as being in love with someone, but it went much deeper than lust or physical attraction. It was a desire for a spiritual union. When I got older, I wondered whether or not this was actually a spiritual rather than a sexual desire, because it also was a desire to be freed from my limits, from my shackled self, and to be immersed into something bigger that felt spacious, exciting, and loving. Is this longing to merge, to blend into something bigger, an expression of the female shadow side? To me, it seems to be a desire of the female energy. It obviously is a connecting stream. But there is probably something wrong with the desire to dissolve. In any case, my life experience has shown me that an ongoing, perfect union with someone else does not exist. Within a relationship, there might be a sublime moment of connection, but you are also thrown back upon yourself time and again. At the moment, I did not mind this so much anymore. I even need to be alone a lot, and I enjoy this tremendously. But is the desire to merge completely wrong? Does it contain the toxic shadow side of the female energy? The desire to merge is not helpful if it means escaping your true self. if you have a strong repulsion against life on earth, as was certainly the case earlier in your life, the longing for transcendence and the desire to blend into something greater than yourself can keep you away from your natural task of becoming a unique self with boundaries and substance. A number of times in your life, you were rudely awakened from your dream of complete union with another person. You tried to keep this dream alive by disguising the differences between you and your partner and the disagreements you had in order to avoid conflicts. But this creates an inauthentic unity in which you suppress your impulses. Eventually, this will become unbearable. You had to step out of relationship and job several times. Each and every time, this was a liberating experience for you. It was exactly what you needed. You needed to become detached from something that kept you down and free yourself from what did not resonate in you. A step like this requires courage and self-awareness, and is quite the opposite of sustaining an inauthentic connection. This conscious breaking away from an unbalanced relationship has brought more good in your life than a desire to merge with someone else. Running away from yourself and losing yourself in a relationship, whether it is with a partner, a group of people, or a different kind of relationship, shows a lack of independence and self-awareness. It is a sign of an underdeveloped male energy. There is, in fact, a female shadow aspect to it because you want perfection that can never be achieved. In your desire to merge, you demand something from someone else. You want perfect love, security, and understanding. The helplessness and vulnerability at the heart of this desire can never be fulfilled by someone else. You add an impossible expectation to the relationship. It is a toxic desire because it denies the other person the freedom to be who he is in his humanness. Your desire to merge was not deliberately toxic or manipulative, since you did not fully understand what it was that moved you, and you suffered a lot from its poisonous effects. This is often the case with people who have a strong desire to connect with someone else. They feel a void inside and act accordingly. They are not well grounded and do not feel at home within themselves. They give too much and eventually lose themselves in their relationship. In the long term, they can feel they are a victim and blame their partner for being domineering, taking advantage of them, or being selfish. In many cases, they have left the door open and failed to set clear boundaries. From a spiritual point of view, an ego that is too weak is just as problematic as an ego that is too strong. An ego that is too weak allows others to trample all over it, but there is much more to it than meets the eye, because it has a hidden agenda. To put it bluntly, there is a hidden hope. If I allow you to trample all over me, you owe me something. I deny myself, so I'll earn your love, devotion, and fidelity. This selfless behavior has a manipulative aspect. You hope the other person will need you. Emotional dependency equals power. In a twisted way, an ego that is too weak tries to accomplish the same thing as an overbearing ego. Its goal is to be loved and recognized by someone else. Question. So the desire to merge is often an escape from our responsibility to become an independent self. But does that leave room for union and connection in a relationship in which both partners take responsibility for themselves and let go of unrealistic expectations? Merging in a loving and balanced way is a deep, unspoken bond between partners. While they walk their own path, there is always an exchange of energies that creates joy and depth. This kind of free love between souls, which is not based on fear or an inner void, is one of the most beautiful experiences you can have in your life. Step 2. Embracing the male energy within you. Question. In women, the recognition of their shadow helps them connect to an inner emptiness that can be filled only when they truly value themselves. Does this self-esteem have to do with Step 2, activating the heart-centered male energy within you? To a degree, yes. True self-esteem is not accomplished by your male or female aspect. It is an act of surrendering, allowing yourself to float on the flow of your natural self. But to do that, you have to accept that you are an independent individual being. You need to let go of the misplaced urge to merge with someone else and your desire to blend into something greater. This is what the heart-centered male energy can give you, the awareness of your uniqueness and creative power as an independent being. The male energy helps you break away from the whole and say yes to the unique you. It is the personification of the grown-up cosmic child who honors its mother and cherishes her as the source of the one, while at the same time embracing the adventures of individuality. The heart-centered male energy within you is your self-awareness, your creative power, and your courage to venture into the unknown. This energy makes you realize that you are a free and autonomous being. It is an extremely beneficial energy for women who are inclined to give too much or to focus too much on bonding and lose themselves in relationships. Question: and how do you integrate this energy? How do you activate the heart-centered male energy in yourself? By believing in yourself. Trust your own nature, your spontaneous feelings. Free yourself from other people's expectations. Know that it is okay to be different. Nurture your adventurous side, the part that wants to break away from the established order because it feels that there is something new and better, that life would be freer and brighter if it was not controlled by fake morality and misguided rules about good and evil. The rebel inside you is related to your heart-centered male energy. This is the part that says no, and is often cross-grained, opinionated, and headstrong. Give it a voice and see what happens. Imagine that you are in a quiet place in a forest or on a beach, and the figure of a young man radiating rebelliousness appears. It is obvious that he will not be swayed by false pretenses. He is powerful in his steadfastness. See if you can connect with his energy and make it your own. What does he want to say to you? He is a part of you, and he has a message for you. Clear your mind and open your heart so you can receive it. Question: I meet many highly sensitive women who find it very hard to set boundaries, who often sense other people's feelings, respond to them, and feel exhausted as a result of it. This often happens before they notice it. It is as if they merge spontaneously with the other and lose themselves completely. How can they prevent this? How can you embrace your male energy and ground and protect yourself better? Hypersensitivity is a form of empathic and intuitive perception, and as such it is a female energy. It can be present in men as well as in women. The problem is that in addition to their female ability to sense intuitively, many highly sensitive people carry within them the shadow aspect of self-denial. This means that along with the ability to sense the moods and emotions of other people, they are overly eager to help others, which causes them to lose sight of their own needs. This tendency has nothing to do with being highly sensitive. It is about self-denial. The most practical advice I can give here is now. Know your own shadow. Picking up energies and emotions from other people is one thing, but losing yourself in them is quite another. You do not have to share in other people's suffering. If you do, it will not benefit the person in question. You have a choice. You can perceive a lot of what is going on inside and be very sensitive, while still remaining fully present within yourself. Doing so requires you to give up any form of self-denial. You have to realize that you can be powerful and stay powerful, dignified, and confined to your own private space, while intuitively perceiving and sensing other people's energies. And remember that if you do this, other people actually benefit the most from what you have to offer. Step 3. Embodying the higher female energy, connecting the third eye with the heart. Question: Steps 1 and 2 are about recognizing your own shadow and using your male energy. This creates a foundation of self-esteem and independence that many women need. What does Step 3 add to it? I have talked about the dark side of the female energy and how important it is to recognize it within yourself. Only when you become aware of your own shadow and the trappings of self-denial, and only when you stop doubting your right to exist, can you really make progress. If you understand the shadow behind the inner void within you, and fill it up with self-love, strength, and independence, the heart-centered aspect of the female energy can begin to prosper. You activate the higher male energy within you, allowing your higher female energy to manifest in a bright and pure way. The female energy harbors the potential of true, unconditional love. This form of love is the opposite of manipulative, controlling love, which wants to chain and possess other people. Unconditional love includes knowing that others are fully independent souls that need to make their own choices, leading to inner growth and awareness. The mature love of a mother does not want to burden her child with obligation, advice, or excessive protectiveness. She opens the cage and lets the bird fly away. At the same time, the mother retains a deep, empathetic bond with the child. She lets the child go about its own business, but she keeps a loving and empathetic eye on it. Sometimes there's a clear inner knowing about what the child needs or about what bothers it. The mother shares her insight only if the child asks. When it does, the mother can give the child something very special. Her wisdom allows the child its own option. She makes the child aware of its potential, the promise that it carries within itself. She confirms its strength and ability to make good choices. This strengthens the child's self-confidence. It feels supported and warmed by her trust and unconditional love. This love is the highest form of female wisdom. It embodies the warmth and involvement of a mother, and at the same time the wisdom and independence of a teacher. Of course, this form of love is not only present in mother-child relationship. Healing female energy can bring light to all relationships. In partner relationships, it provides a deep connection between partners, while at the same time allowing everyone involved their freedom. The connection is gentle, loving, involved. Because of the empathetic qualities of the female energy, it can make you feel deeply valued and understood, so you do not have to explain much about yourself. When you add the highest form of female energy to a relationship, you are a channel of unconditional love for someone else. This is not detrimental to yourself because you intuitively know how to sustain the balance between giving and receiving, and you are nourished by the same source of unconditional love. The higher level of heart-centered female energy is one of bonding and connection, which is badly needed in today's world. This energy focuses on developing understanding and communication between very different people. In the political arena and in society at large, engaging the female energy can make an immense difference. The world is getting smaller. People get more connected every day through modern means of communication. But the fact that technology allows people to talk with anyone they like does not mean they have a meaningful conversation. In this context, external progress is ahead of inner development. At the same time, this external progress shows the inner development where it needs to go. Humanity can no longer divide itself into us and them factions, recognizing the fundamental humanness of all people, regardless of their race, creed, gender, etc., is fundamental for the future. It is the only thing that makes true connection possible. The heart-centered female energy nurtures understanding, openness, and connection between people. The heart-centered male energy creates space for each person's uniqueness and individuality. Both energies are much needed in the world today, and the more people activate these higher vibrations within themselves and manifest them in their daily lives, the more the collective human energy field will gain momentum and grow towards a more loving world. Chapter 6. Female Wisdom. Intuition Restored. Question. The third step to self-healing for women is the expression of their higher, heart-centered female energy. Female wisdom has traditionally been associated with the third eye as the seat of intuition and clairvoyance. Is the female heart energy related to this third eye, the ability to see beyond the material world and detect subtle energies? In their work, many female lightworkers feel attracted to an intuitive and empathetic rather than a mental or rational approach. Is that part of the higher female energy? In the heart-centered aspect of the female energy, the third eye, which traditionally is associated with clairvoyance and intuition, is connected to the heart. This means that all information received in this way is filtered through the love of the heart. What does this mean? Information received through clairvoyance or other psychic abilities can be applied in various ways and with different motives. The third eye is an inner center or sense through which you can observe things beyond the physical, earthly world as it is usually revealed through your 5 physical senses. With your 2 physical eyes, you perceive physical reality. With your third eye, you perceive non-physical energy, such as auras, energy fields, apparitions of deceased people, people's emotions, etc. However, in many people, a third eye has become dormant. This way of seeing, of inner observing, is not taught within your educational system. In fact, the use of the third eye is discouraged. When a child spontaneously sees energy fields, guides, or deceased people, it is usually told that this is not real. These are dream images or delusional images. Sensitive people, however, are never quite able to turn off their third eye or sixth sense. They mostly see this as a burden because they often do not really understand their abilities and how to use them properly. The third eye, however, is an essential part of human intelligence. It can be used with love and integrity, or from a place of fear and desire for power. Generally speaking, these are 2 possibilities that can motivate people to activate their third eye. In the past, especially in earlier times prior to the rational scientific era, the third eye was often used to exercise power and control over people. It was a means of power. This was only possible in societies that acknowledged the existence and power of the third eye. In modern society, clairvoyance, paranormal activities, and spirituality are regarded with a great deal of skepticism. The scientific worldview, which seeks to reduce all phenomena to material and mechanical laws, is very influential. This goes against the idea that there are forms of knowledge which are not obtained through the physical sense and the mind. But in earlier times, things were very different. In many older societies, it was considered natural that nature had a soul and that there was life after death. It is widely accepted that there were all kinds of forces that were invisible to the naked eye, but could nevertheless greatly affect people. These forces were not all good, and there was immense respect for evil forces from the spirit world that could manifest in nature or through people. Natural disasters were seen as punishment from God or the gods, and some diseases were considered to be forms of possession by evil spirits or the revenge of an ancestor. In these societies, someone who could connect with this extrasensory realm and knew these powers had considerable influence. Having a developed third eye, however, did not necessarily mean someone would use his talent with an open, loving heart. The third eye is neutral. You can manipulate others with it or help them. The third eye has been extensively abused. This is one of the reasons why today there is still a great distaste for the use of paranormal activities. Inner seeing through the third eye, however, can also be applied with love. That is where the true power of female energy becomes evident. If the gathering of intuitive information is filtered through the heart, the information will be used for the highest good of those involved. It will not take away from someone's ability to make his or her own choices, or frighten or disempower anyone. Information gathered in this way is aimed at their inner growth, and people's autonomy is respected. Therefore, the information is never coercing or dictating, but also encouraging and empowering. This form of help and healing is lovingly attuned to someone's possibilities and developmental path within the context of his or her own present situation. Someone who uses the third eye like this will mostly act from a heart-centered consciousness. This is essential for the proper use of the third eye. Question. In my experience, many people with intuitive abilities nowadays are afraid of their gifts. There are many light workers who would love to help people by using their intuitive talent, rather than merely using their minds, for example, based on psychological models. They have a natural predisposition to sensing energy, to reading with their inner eye, or to channeling. But they fear that they are not pure enough. They think they may be imagining things and therefore misleading people. They are insecure about their abilities, and above all, they are afraid that their abilities will be abused. They experience the use of the inner eye as a serious responsibility they do not wish to or cannot take on. Could you say something about this? This is a major stumbling block for many people who make the transition from ego to heart and who want to assist others in their transition. If you live from a heart-centered consciousness, you become very aware of your own abuse of the power in the past. Each and every one of you at some time misused your power and manipulated people. You have also used the female way and used your third eye to exert power over people in the impure way. This meant you were still acting from an ego-based consciousness, driven by fear, feelings of inferiority, jealousy, or resentment. You hurt other people and remember this at the soul level. You experience feelings of guilt and responsibility as a result of these lifetimes in which you were the wrongdoer. This sense of responsibility evolves naturally as you develop a deeper connection with your soul. On the one hand, this is the good things that leads to humility and the realization that we are all equal in our humanness. When you become aware of your own abuse of the power in the past, you let go of superiority claims and admit that you were wrong. Doing this is healing for the soul. Your soul becomes freer. However, you may develop such a strong feeling of guilt that you keep condemning yourself harshly for what you did in the past and consider yourself unworthy because of it. This self-judgment hinders your development because it stands in the way of self-forgiveness and gentleness towards yourself. Only by forgiving yourself can you integrate what you can learn from your mistakes. This is hard for you because you were brought up on judging yourself, which makes it very difficult for you to look at yourself in a loving way. In addition to these abusive lives, you also had lives in which your intentions were pure, and you used your third eye to share knowledge and healing energy for the benefit of other people. However, in those lives, you were often criticized, attacked, or persecuted for what you did. When you did use your inner eye for truth and healing, this will often go against the existing power structure in a community or society. On numerous occasions, you were the victim of those in power, which left deep scars. These wounds now manifest as the fear of being different and standing out from the crowd. There is a deep-seated fear of violence in many light workers that is caused by the past. This makes them shy and reserved. You need to recognize this fear and uncertainty and free yourself from this painful past. If you stay trapped in your fear, you diminish yourself and will not be able to value your intuitive abilities. You'd rather hide than be rejected again. Question. So what we have here are those unprocessed energies from lives in which we are wrongdoers and victims. Both energies, feelings of guilt and anxiety, arise when you want to manifest yourself as a lightworker. Use your third eye and your feminine intuitive abilities from your heart. What is the best way to let go of these old energies? And how do you know if the time is right to go public with your intuitive abilities as a psychic reader or a healer, for example? You let go of the old, painful memories by recognizing they are energies that belong to the past. For this reason, working with past lives can be beneficial. You identify your fears or guilt where they belong, in the past, not in the present, so you can create some distance from the fear and the guilt, regarding them as a reality outside of yourself. You are not your fears, despite the fact that they are with you. You become their guide and healer instead of being pushed around by them. If you are overcome with fear, you can see this as a cry from the past, from a part of you that is afraid and needs protection and encouragement. You can provide protection by refusing to pay attention to other people's judgments, and you gain courage by following the voice of your heart and doing the things in your life that make you truly happy. If you are overwhelmed by guilt or the fear of harming others, this is caused by a part of you that wants to make up for past mistakes. You can explain to that part of yourself that you acknowledge what you did wrong in the past and that you learned from your mistake. This enables you to let go of the heavy burden of guilt. You will know the time is right to go public with your intuitive abilities and start working as a spiritual therapist if you wish, when the idea gives you joy and inspiration every time you think about it. Your soul speaks through your joy and excitement. You will find that external circumstance will support you and people ask for your services. However, during the work of your heart will probably still feel like a leap of faith and evoke fear and doubt inside of you. Apart from the joy of following your soul's excitement, your old traumas will most likely still come to the surface. Do not expect them to be gone overnight. In bringing forward your soul's energy, you show that you mean business. This is in itself a very important step towards self-healing. Please be patient with persistent fears and doubts. Treat them as I described them above, as a loving guide would treat them, instead of allowing them to take control of your life. Question. But is it not true that the fear of rejection is still very real today? When I started working as a spiritual therapist, and especially when I started doing public channeling, I was terrified of being criticized and of looking ridiculous. I came from an academic background and had completed a doctoral thesis in the philosophy of science only a few years earlier. I can imagine the nasty criticism and pitiable smiles that my academic colleagues would send my way if they saw me channeling. In the academic and scientific world, there is great disdain for the spiritual. Spirituality, and the same goes for intuition or the inner eye, is not taken seriously as a source of knowledge. This total lack of openness strikes me as absurd. There is such hostility against anything that has to do with spirituality or esotericism that I wonder where this emotional charge stems from. In more general terms, why is science so strongly opposed to the feminine energy of intuition and clairvoyance as a source of knowledge? These are actually two separate questions. Is the fear of rejection real in modern times? And why is science so quick to dismiss spirituality and esotericism? To start with the first question, in your society, the Netherlands, you are free to be who you are. You have built a private practice and published books with esoteric messages. The criticism directed at you will cause some pressure that is mostly psychological, but you are not physically threatened. You are a free citizen. This is very special compared to earlier times when countries were usually governed by tyrannical and intolerant rulers. Much progress has been made in this respect, even though there is still much opposition and violence in the world. You are safe in your work, and deep inside you know this. The fear of rejection you share with many light workers is primarily a fear inherited from the past. Your second question about the origins of the hostility of science towards spirituality has a lot to do with the alienation between male and female energy that occurred in your past. The scientific way of thinking is mainly based on an overly masculine energy stream that denies the importance of the feminine energy. The original impulse underlying the development of modern science was to gain knowledge by objective observation and logic instead of learning on the dogma of the Church. Toward the end of the Middle Ages, many young scientists had new and original ideas that went against the views of the Church. which were based on authority and dogma rather than love for the truth. This resistance cost them dearly because the church did not treat its opponents kindly. Originally, science was an emancipation movement trying to liberate thinking from the heavy, suffocating energies of the church. In spiritual terms, real progress was made when the Age of Enlightenment began, because this made room for independent thinking. If you look at the struggle and effort it took early science to free itself from the yoke of institutionalized religion, it is understandable that from a scientific perspective, religion has always remained very suspect. In the eye of science, religion is closely tied to power and authority. Science claims to be impartial, to not adhere to any dogmas, and to base its knowledge solely on unbiased observation and logical reasoning. Paradoxically, the premise that you are impartial if you only rely on observation and logic is a dogma as well. By only relying on sensory perception and logical reasoning, you rule out other sources of knowledge. Intuition is also a source of knowledge. It is a source of direct knowing that is not based on thinking or the physical senses. Intuition is based on a feeling awareness, an observing and empathic consciousness. What does that mean? If you tune your intuition to another living being and let go of your judgment and expectation, you will receive information about the inner world of that being. The information you receive may present itself as an image, a knowingness, or a short sentence in your head. You experience it as something coming from outside yourself, and at the moment you receive the information, you sense that you merge with something else. The moment you attune to your deepest intuition, you move beyond the physical. You observe from your non-physical core. At this level, there is no distinction between you and the other. You become the other in that moment of perception, and from that oneness, you just know and feel what is going on inside them. You can look at the world through their eyes. It is as if their experience is your experience. At the same time, you keep your distance in the sense that you are the observer who sees and records what is going on. You observe with a receptive alertness and openness. You are like a space in which the other person is observed with neutral warmth. You experience an inner equanimity, and there is no judgment. This form of intuitive observing is a female approach of gaining knowledge that is not based on the physical senses or rational reasoning. This method offers deep insight into life, not only into human life for that matter. Nature may also be approached in this way, leading to remarkable insights. Science rejects this approach and considers intuition to be an unreliable emotional way of perceiving. From this scientific perspective, the heart is seen as the equivalent of emotion, although there is a big difference between intuition and emotion. It is possible, and not uncommon, that intuitive observations are influenced by the perceiver's emotions. This is a human fact that should always be taken into account. But in essence, intuition is an objective way of receiving and absorbing information. The objectivity is not based on completely separating yourself from what you perceive, in the way science defines objectivity, but on becoming one with what is being observed. However, this becoming one with is not subjective. It is transpersonal. It connects you with someone else on a level that transcends you as a person. Science does not recognize the existence of this transcendent level because modern science adheres to a material worldview. It is based on the idea that everything in existence is ultimately reducible to a small particle, atoms and smaller, that create the world as we know it from the bottom up. So science believes that the final explanation of everything, even human consciousness, will be found in the analysis of small material particles. This premise has not yet been proven. It is a hypothesis, but it has become a sacred truth or a dogma. The irony and tragedy of the scientific enterprise is that it later becomes institutionalized, and now has all the characteristics of a stronghold that does not want to let go of its power and prestige, although originally it was rooted in sincere awe and wonder. The irony is that science itself wanted to escape the once mighty stronghold of Roman Catholicism, and there is a remarkable parallel here. The Church twisted the message of the original Christ energy into a strange, inhuman teaching based on sin, which made people fearful and rendered them disempowered. Here, too, an innovative impulse eventually became smothered and perverted by human interest, conflict, and pettiness. Scientists who consider the material worldview as the only one that exists and dismiss everything else as superstition or backwardness are not scientists in the true sense of the word. They are idealists, dogmatists who refuse to see that their truth is built on quicksand. The child that fought to free itself from its dominant and intolerant father has now become just like him. I would like to add that truly great scientists, not the clerks, technicians, and bureaucrats who keep these institutions intact, always use their intuition, whether they are aware of it or not. Truly inspired scientists who question habitual ways of thinking and are willing to accept profound change never limit themselves to their sensory perceptions and intellect. They are in touch with their imagination, which is the receptive female energy, and receive insights that seem to come out of the blue. When they use their intellect to elaborate on their ideas and to test them empirically, the ideas turn out to be valid and shed a new light on old problems. Revolutions in science are always born from the collaboration between the male and female energy. What makes scientists great is never only their mind and capacity for logical reasoning. It is the ability to think differently, out of the box, as you say, which distinguishes a great scientist from ordinary ones. In fact, this group of scientists finds itself in an out-of-the-box moment when they intuitively connecting with what they are studying. From a place of open receptiveness, they absorb a subject with selfless fascination, unbiased and completely attuned to what they are exploring. Their consciousness moves into and becomes one with the phenomena in nature they are studying. From that unity, an insight is born that flashes through them like inspiration. Their intuition opens a door to an inner knowing that will be translated and supported with the help of thought-based analysis. Question: to sum up, the resistance to anything intuitive, transpersonal, and spiritual in general is based on dogmatism. At the same time, you say that we, at least we in the West, live in a free society in which I can safely do the work I do. So, the stronghold of science, which of course also affects education and medicine, is not so powerful that it can prevent the dissenters, such as spiritual therapists, from following their heart. No, in essence it is not. The scientific worldview falls short in answering essential questions, such as why we are here, how we can create an authentic connection with other people, and how we can manifest our deepest core, our soul. These kind of questions speak to all people on key moments in their lives. This transcendent voice, which every human being seeks and nobody can live without. The connection with one's own soul can never be replaced by scientific knowledge. Objective knowledge is not the answer. The female energy, with its intimate knowledge of the inner world and for a love for life, underlies the development of a type of consciousness that can tune in to the transpersonal level. This is the big difference between mature female energy could make today. It can connect the third eye to the heart. It can restore a way of inner seeing that connects intimately with what is seen, and through a feeling of unity it can stimulate truly enriching insights. This is the healing power of the feminine energy. There is room for that now. You may meet with resistance when you want to manifest the female energy in your life and work, but this resistance has more to do with pain in people, or the fact that they are not used to it, than with real danger threatening you. I can describe it like this because a shift has taken place in the collective consciousness on Earth, resulting in a real and deep desire in many people for what you and many others have to offer. Question: there is still a lot to gain before we have a greater understanding of intuition and healing female energy. On the other hand, there are the skeptics who do not want to have anything to do with it. And on the other hand, in my opinion, there are many immature expressions of clairvoyance, channeling, and alternate therapies. By this I mean I sometimes find the spiritual world very oppressive because there are a lot of peculiar so-called healing methods and speculative theories. The latter problem is not restricted to the spiritual world. Yes, there is an immature energy at work here, both the male and female versions of it. However, you see this in all areas of human endeavor. Unbalanced, ego-based energy is present in science, politics, administration, education, business, and so on. So it is unfair to judge or condemn spirituality and alternate medicine purely on that basis. In fact, it is good that both the mature, evolved version of the healing female energy, as well as the unbalanced version, appear at the same time. When you go public, a light begins to shine on what you do in relation to other people, and in turn, these other people are invited to use their own intuition and judgment. In a free society, someone does not become a victim of fraud or manipulation by false prophets just like that. The true meaning of spirituality is that you develop self-awareness and the ability to assess what resonates with you and what does not. Walking into the trap of having too much confidence and trust in an unbalanced teacher or therapist can even help you realize what spirituality is really about. If you fall into that trap, your tendency to be subservient and your fear of taking responsibility for your own choices comes to light. This is a beneficial process to which inauthentic forms of spirituality can contribute. Question: how do you know whether you are heart-centered as a therapist, healer, or reader? It is a part of being human that perception and intuition can be affected by our personal emotions, as you said before. How do you know if and when this is the case? And how do you deal with that as a spiritual therapist? It starts with being completely honest about your own humanness. The deeper you penetrate into a heart-centered consciousness, the more you are confronted with your own humanity, your vulnerability, and your fears. It is this humility that makes you a suitable companion and guide for people. If you still feel that you know something you should tell others, your actions are ego-based and dictated by your mind. Paradoxically, you are a true teacher when you realize that you do not know anymore. Only then can you be open to transpersonal flow of love, wisdom, and compassion. Question: I have often wondered why the gift of channeling spontaneously crossed my path, and why everything landed on such fertile soil, and why I could turn it into my life's work relatively effortlessly. I think that when I started this life, my soul felt utterly broken. The life that preceded this one, as I saw it during regression therapy, ended in the gas chamber of Auschwitz. Especially the loss of my 2 children broke my heart and created a kind of spiritual death, as if a flame had been extinguished. The complete absence of hope and aliveness that resulted from this was why I did not want to be born at all in this life. But now I think that this brokenness in my soul may have created enough emptiness to receive Jeshua's message. Am I right? The emptiness and brokenness in your core being is your mission as well as your gift. It is your mission to fill the emptiness and to heal the brokenness with love and appreciation for yourself. Valuing life and valuing yourself are very closely related. It is up to you to rekindle your self-esteem, your light, and your love for planet Earth and humanity. The inner brokenness created an opening for a spiritual level beyond the mind, and you know that the real answers come from there. You know that nothing can heal your heart except the love and clarity of the One itself, or God, or Source, or whatever you wish to call it. Only from that level can you rebuild your core being. There is a radical resolve, a resoluteness, which arose in you as a result of your past lives that you mentioned, but the tipping point had already been prepared in various earlier lives. Question: nevertheless, I am not always attuned to the spiritual level, and I am definitely not free of ego-based energy. And I think that most light workers who one way or another want to guide people are halfway down the path of the transition from ego to heart. How can you know if you are pure enough? Is it just a matter of acknowledging your own humanity and fallibility and also admitting this clearly in your work? Yes, in essence, this is true. Life itself will reveal to you where you are still trapped in fears or prejudice or confusion. If you surrender to the flow of life and observe yourself with an open heart, recognizing your reactions and patterns, you become lighter. Your consciousness expands not by forcefully wanting to eliminate old patterns or fears, but by looking at them with honesty and compassion. Life will show you when you are ready to guide others on their path. As a general guideline, I would say, follow your desire. Do what gives you profound joy. Whatever you do, recognize that you are human and fallible. It is okay to make mistakes. Do not condemn yourself for your mistakes and think of them as signposts. Trust your client's own judgment. Question: you do not necessarily have to become a therapist or a healer in order to express your female heart energy, do you? In what other ways can the female wisdom manifest itself through wisdom? In everything you do. And your heart is open and you are present in your abdomen. You have a connection with your soul. There is a stream of joy and inspiration in your life, even in difficult times when you are dealing with setbacks. From the unique flow of your soul, you will feel what form your female energy will take and how it will express itself, how you want to express your unique energy in this world. You do not have to overthink it or take a lot of courses and workshops. The form of your expression will be unique and will really resonate in you. It will reveal itself gradually. Your main task is to believe in yourself, to hear the whispering of your heart and show the courage to follow them. You will be helped by a universal power of love and goodness that supports you along the way. Inspired, strong women can make a positive difference in all areas of society. Their energy is independent, creative, full of passion and compassion. This is my dream, that women establish their power and feel good about it, that they rely on their deep connection with Mother Earth, on their ability to pass on life, and on their capacity to strengthen and support the web of unity between all that lives. Women have a sacred task in this world. If their self-consciousness is awakened, they can contribute to the healing of all that has been hurt and broken in your reality. An awakened woman completes her inner path to wholeness. She acknowledges her shadow. She makes peace with the male energy and becomes whole inside. She opens the gate of her soul and connects with a transpersonal flow of love and compassion that touches and inspires her. This transpersonal flow from the One will also touch others. The awakened woman is a channel of love for this world. Chapter 7. Healing the Male Wound. 3 Steps. Question. We have talked about the female energy in its highest form, the third eye connected to the heart. Female wisdom is based on intuitive unification with others and offers love, compassion, and encouragement. What is the highest form of the male energy? What does male wisdom look like? The power of male energy lies in its ability to offer a larger, broader perspective. As the male energy ascends to a higher level, the gift of contemplative and philosophical observation emerges, so that all kinds of things can be understood from a wider, more comprehensive perspective. The male way of observing creates an appropriate distance to everything and connects with a cosmic level of thinking and knowing that is illuminating and liberating. Distance creates freedom. If you meet someone who suffers greatly from a life situation, your female intuition allows you to sense deeply what he or she is going through and needs. Your male wisdom takes a step back and connects with a perspective that gives significance and meaning to someone's suffering. The male wisdom observes out of love and compassion as well, but by taking a step back, you can point out reason behind events or relate them to a larger story that adds meaning to a specific situation. Question. Does a good teacher, psychic reader, or healer use both perspectives or both streams of wisdom? Yes, in many cases, there is an emphasis on one of the two approaches, but they always go hand in hand. Someone who works from a male perspective will also be attuned to the person he is offering help in such a way that his female intuition provides him with specific information about this person. Someone who is more oriented towards the female energy can also work from a cosmic perspective, clarifying the meaning and significance of a particular situation. Mature psychic readers, therapists, and teachers harbor a naturally evolving harmony between male and female energy. They function at a heart-centered level. As a result, the male and female aspects work together almost as a matter of course. Question. We have already talked about the heart-centered male energy, and that it is also important for women to recognize and embrace this energy. Embracing this male energy within yourself is not only related to setting boundaries by standing up for yourself and saying no when a situation calls for it, it is also about connecting to male wisdom, creating an appropriate distance in order to more fully understand specific situations. The ability to distance oneself and observe from a distance is very important, especially for women or for men with a strong female energy. If your female energy is well developed and you are highly sensitive, empathic, and inclined to helping others, you need to keep your distance on a regular basis in order to maintain the right perspective. A pitfall is lurking here. People who mostly use the female energy to manifest often find it difficult to receive or to stand up for themselves by saying no. If they are transitioning from ego to heart, they will still have a need for the approval of other people, resulting in a tendency of being nice and helpful. Their higher talents of empathy and intuition are still intertwined with the ego-based energies of a fear of rejection and a sense of unworthiness. When someone gets overly involved with someone else, there is always the potential pitfall of too much giving and merging. The other person's emotions may be picked up and internalized, creating physical complaints and exhaustion. This is where the male energy is needed. It prevents excessive pity. You need to connect at the soul level, and from that perspective observe what the other person really needs from you. Other people never need undue sympathy or pity. The male wisdom helps you to see the other person as a free and powerful being who has the ability to solve their own problems. Through this perspective, you help both yourself and the other person. You empower the other person and release yourself from an unnecessary burden. Question. What about people who have a tendency to identify with male energy? So men or women with a strongly developed male energy. Their pitfall is a lack of empathy and being blind to the human measure, the small and individual. If you have a lot of male energy as you are transitioning from ego to heart, you may still have a strong need for control and tend to fall back on your mind when things do not go your way. Instead of feeling and attuning intuitively, you think and analyze, hoping this will lead to a solution. If this is your attitude when helping or guiding other people, they may feel you are not really seeing or hearing them, and that you are applying general principles instead of sensing and understanding the uniqueness of their situations. This observing male way of thinking is insufficiently connected with the heart, love, and compassion. It may create aloofness and a sense of being cold and emotionless. So distance can be both negative and positive. Male wisdom in its highest form knows how to combine a large-scale cosmic perspective with an intimate understanding of the individual and the particular. Unbalanced male energy leads to cold indifference and inhumanity. Question: is the latter at the core of the male wound, a closed heart and a lack of connection with the whole? We have talked about the female wound as the energetic void in the abdomen associated with poor self-esteem and the wrong form of selflessness. Men also have an energetic wound in their energy field, which can be found in the heart area. Returning to the story of the cosmic birth of the soul, Chapter 4, you may remember that the female energy, as the mother, found it hard to let go of and set free the child. This child is the male part of the soul that separated from the unity of the whole and became a separate self. The child, the male aspect of the soul, experienced this as rejection by its mother, the female aspect of the soul, and felt restricted by her attempts to keep its freedom of movement limited. This led to the male tendency to experience the female as a consuming and stifling influence, denying its autonomy and independence. There was fear of and resistance to this aspect of the mother. At the same time, there was a great desire in the male energy to connect with the female energy, because it felt incomplete without her. The mother in her highest form represents unity, the one that connects everything in a loving way. Without this connection, you feel empty and lonely. Your heart withers and life is meaningless. This may happen with the male energy when it completely cuts itself off from the female energy and turns away from it. From the cosmic perspective, when the individual soul was born, the male energy was confronted with an intense inner conflict. On the other hand, there was a deep impulse to separate itself from the one and become an independent self. While on the other hand, there was the powerful desire to be in communion with the whole and the love of the mother. Just as a shadow became apparent in the female energy, possessiveness, manipulation, powerlessness, a shadow also took shape in the male energy. This shadow manifested as an excessive desire for freedom. Freedom is a great thing and indispensable when developing into an independent individual. If, however, the pursuit of freedom largely consists of resistance to any form of connection and giving yourself, it creates an empty freedom, eventually leading to total separation and a lack of connection. This results in a deep fear of and aversion to opening yourself to other people, and a strong urge to keep other people at a distance. This kind of freedom does not lead to fulfillment, but to a closed heart and emotional poverty eroding your soul. The impulse to develop an independent self degenerates into an ego that can no longer be open to anything other than itself. What began as a desire for freedom ends in a self-made prison. Question: does this situation create the opposite of empathy and high sensitivity? Is a closed heart the breeding ground for lack of empathy, even indifference, cruelty, and aggression? This can certainly be the case. A closed heart and a lack of feeling never led to joy and fulfillment. They are accompanied by a substantial estrangement from life itself, creating great unrest within a human being. You want to remove this unrest, and if you are mentally immature and not willing to turn inward, this all too often leads to unbalanced behavior. Someone may revert to extreme behavior in order to feel or to relate to someone or something. This in turn can lead to violence. There is an existential void in people who have been cut off from their own feelings. This emptiness is extremely painful. There are also kind-hearted men who have lost their connection with their heart, for example, as a result of childhood or past life experiences. They inadvertently inherit the male wound, so to speak. The void they experience may translate into feelings of loneliness, the inability to get out of their head and be emotionally present, and being out of touch with their body. They are surrounded by a certain level of depression, a lack of vitality and inspiration, which arises from their inability to connect with their heart and soul. Nevertheless, they have a great desire to create this connection. Question: how do you get out of that? How do you heal your male wound? Eventually, you heal this wound by developing a positive image of the feminine energy and reconnecting with it. If, for example, a man has had a hard time committing emotionally to his partner, it is very helpful for him to get in touch with his inner female, the feminine energy inside. It may be that in the presence of another person you feel resistance to being open about your emotions because this takes your control away and makes you vulnerable. The most important thing is to be honest toward yourself about your feelings and to allow those feelings to be present in your body and heart. When you start feeling safe again in relation to your own emotions and allow yourself to have them, you are more balanced in a relationship. The deeper you connect with yourself, the easier it becomes to open up in a relationship without losing yourself. Creating a connection with your female energy above all means that you start feeling again. Think less, act less, but remain present with emotions that arise within you, without letting your mind interfere. This requires courage and surrender. Your emotions are like children who come to you because they want to be acknowledged, comforted, or encouraged. Every man harbors an inner child that still feels and expresses its emotions spontaneously. To heal yourself from the male wound, you need to restore your connection with your inner child. Sometimes this requires some help from others. Restoring the connection with your deepest feelings, with your body and inner child, can shake you to the core. It can be overwhelming and trigger a temporary shutdown. It is always beneficial to ask for help if you feel unsafe during this process of becoming whole. Use your heart to choose someone who you feel is a good and reliable person. Question: what effect does a closed-hearted man have on their experience of sexuality? Sexuality with a closed heart is sexuality without an intimate emotional connection with your partner. Women suffer from this more than men, because in general they are more in touch with their feelings and seem to experience a lack of connection during sex as painful. Women tend to have a greater need for an emotional and spiritual connection, while men seem to be more focused on lust and gratification. However, this is merely the way things seem to be. Men also want to connect on an emotional level, but due to the wound in their hearts, they are not always aware of this. Also, they may use sexuality as a means to connect on the heart level and experience intimacy, but it is hard for you to connect from the heart. Sex will not solve this problem. Sex by itself does not open your heart. Question: what does open the heart? For the male energy to become whole, 3 steps are required that are similar to the 3 steps that we outlined for the female energy. 1. Recognizing the male shadow. 2. Reconnecting with your inner woman, the heart. And 3. Manifesting the higher male energy. Step 1. Recognizing the male shadow. The male shadow is the part of the male energy that wants to separate itself completely from the one and be autonomous in an exaggerated way. This autonomy leaves no room for the other, for an equal sharing with and relating to the other. Anything other, human, animal, or nature, needs to be controlled. Relationships are a struggle, a battleground, and are defined in terms of power. You either win or lose. There are no other options. The motivation behind this exaggerated desire for autonomy is fear of and resistance to the mother. From the male perspective, the mother does not allow the child any freedom, so it has to fight aggressively for it in order to become unchained and to be able to go its own way. Earlier, I said that at the birth of the soul, the male energy represents the part of it that wants to create individuality. To achieve this goal, it was necessary to break away from the one. This breaking away caused trauma in the female aspect of the newborn soul. The female part felt abandoned. As a result of this trauma, the female energy, as the mother, wanted to restore its unity with the rebellious child, imprison it, and bind it through manipulation. The male energy responded to this with resistance and hardening itself. This created a separation between the male and female energies. The natural cooperation and complementarity between the two was severed. This separation, this severance, is present in every soul and is experienced and expressed in the individual journey of each soul. In people who have a strong male energy, this may include women, there is an urge for freedom and independence that is so all-encompassing that it makes it impossible for them to create deep and fulfilling relationships with other people. If you are one of these people, there is a distrust of the female energy hindering you from being emotionally open and sharing your pain and joy with someone else. You avoid this because you fear a loss of self. You do not want to lose control or boundaries, and you fear rejection in general. When the male shadow is active within you, opening yourself can be life-threatening. According to the shadow self, being vulnerable means losing. Being vulnerable comes at the price of giving up your autonomy, and when you lose your autonomy, you are lost. So you say to yourself, don't do this. This closed-off attitude makes your relationships one-dimensional and superficial. but it leads to an even larger problem if it means you also lose touch with yourself. If you are not in touch with your own feelings and no longer aware of or capable of feeling anxiety, sadness, or anger, you cut yourself off from life itself. You may systematically suppress your feelings and emotions, which in the long term causes an inner emptiness resembling autonomy. You seem untouched by life's events, which may look like freedom and independence, but it is not. It is an empty freedom. You do not choose for anything, but against something, accompanied by an erosion of your heart, your feelings, and your connection with life. You join the living dead who can no longer laugh, enjoy, cry, or love. Question: does this mean you are depressed? I cannot empathize with this state very well because I have a stronger recognition of the female shadow of feeling too much rather than too little. But a few years ago, when I was clinically depressed, I did feel like the living dead. I had lost the ability to cry, for example. I hated this, and it felt like I was dead inside and completely dried up. Is that where the male shadow leads you? A lack of connection and emotional dryness lead to depression, but depression is a general term and can take many forms. There is the passive form, making you feel paralyzed, dispirited, and alienated from the people from the world around you. There are also more active forms of depression. These are characterized by tension and inner unrest, potentially leading to explosion of temper and aggression. Depending on your cultural environment, a lack of meaningful connection with yourself and others can lead to hatred and cruelty. If people also believe they are victims of external forces, for example, religious groups or a particular race or foreign country, they may start resisting these forces and firmly believe that their problems will be solved once the enemy is defeated. They are willing to give everything for the cause of that holy war, even their lives. Question: you are referring to terrorism? Yes, but extreme expressions of violence are not rare in human history. They are part and parcel of every war and of all eras. The most dangerous mix is that of a closed heart and the refusal to take responsibility for it. If you blame someone else for your problems, you have something to fight against, making your inner void feel less empty, at least temporarily. It gives your life meaning. However, no victory will give you joy. Your basic attitude remains unchanged. Life is a struggle, and the only options are winning and losing. This is the male shadow in its most extreme form. From this place, fulfillment or happiness are not possible. In its most extreme form, it leads to death and destruction and to contempt for humaneness and compassion. The male shadow is haunting humanity, although there are increasingly numbers of men and women who want to work on letting go of the shadow. For mankind as a whole, it is particularly important to understand that your natural male and female energies can work together very well. At the heart level, both energies make a valuable contribution to the whole. The conflict between the male and female energies must come to an end. This also means that women have to let go of their hostile image of men and start recognizing the heart-centered aspect of the male energy, both within themselves and in men. This also goes for men. They need to let go of the hostile image of the female energy as a manipulative force that denies them their vitality and freedom. You can be certain that those images are still active in the male psyche and in the relationships that men have with their mothers, partners, and daughters. A true understanding of the heart-centered female energy, first and foremost within themselves, can release men's fear of the female shadow. Men cannot do without this female energy. Through it, they reconnect with their soul. It is important for men to experience firsthand that they can connect with the female energy without losing their freedom and individuality. This brings us to step 2. Step 2, connecting with your inner woman, the heart. In order to heal the male energy, it is essential for men to embrace their inner woman. This is the part of them that feels, the part that is intuitive and wants to create loving connection with other people. The inner woman represents the female aspect of the soul. Allowing her into the consciousness at the level of your feeling can open your heart and encourage you to let go of excessive mental control. In particular, I am addressing men who are transitioning from ego-based to heart-centered consciousness. They belong to the group of people this book is intended for. These men have a clear willingness to take responsibility for their shadow and inner void. You can work with that shadow by sitting quietly and focusing on your body. Really focus on sensing your legs and feet, and quietly breathe into your lower abdomen. Imagine a shadow appearing before your inner eye. The shadow carries the cause of the wound in your heart. Within it is the figure that tells you how you should behave as a man. It comes from the past and can have the face of your father, a teacher, or other authority figure. Clear your mind and invite this figure to step out of the shadow so that you can see it. It does not have to be someone you are familiar with. It can also be a fantasy figure or an animal. Carefully sense what it emanates and what it might have to say to you. Is it angry, strict, anxious, distant, offensive? Be aware of the fact that this figure has affected you with false images of what maleness or masculinity is supposed to be. These images are imprinted in your being, creating a wound in your heart. Now imagine a child within your heart that kept its spontaneity and innocence alive, despite these false images. Invite it to appear in front of you. What strikes you about this boy? What does he feel in his heart? What does he have to give to people? And what is it that gives him true joy and fulfillment? Imagine that you reach out to this child and take him under your protection. You become his father and protector. You rescue him from the shadow, from the influence of the figure you saw earlier. This will open your heart and give you a better idea of who you really are. When men connect with their female energy, they sooner or later discover their feelings towards their mother. For a child, the mother is the first example of female energy they encounter in their life. How did your mother respond to your desire for independence when you were growing up and reached puberty? Did you feel she gave you the space you needed, and that she was interested in your development and showed you a loving attention? Shadow aspects may have been affecting your mother, as they do in every woman. It is important you do not let this distort your image of female energy. You have a heart-centered female energy within your soul that is unaffected by this shadow. Imagine it as an inner figure that is always with you and surrounds you with gentleness and love. Allow yourself to receive that female energy and fill your heart with it. By allowing her to be present, your higher male energy becomes activated, giving you a stronger sense of completeness. The more you allow yourself gentleness and tenderness, the more you will trust your intuition and free yourself from the grip of your mind. The nourishing, merging, and nurturing warmth of your female energy will give you a sense of coming home. This opens your heart from within. It will also positively affect your relationship with women. Sensitive men with a wounded heart may have a deep craving for female tenderness and nurturing caused by inner coldness and emptiness. If you do not know how to release this coldness and emptiness using your own heart-centered energy, the craving can become desperate. The desire for a woman can become obsessive, compulsive, and imploring. This is not a good foundation for an encounter or a relationship with a woman. If you try to heal the wound in your heart through your connection with a woman, and you do not take responsibility for yourself, you can attract a woman who will abuse your emotional dependency as a result of her own powerlessness and shadow. You can lose yourself in a relationship of this type. Not only do you not get the female energy you desire, your male energy gets compromised because there are no clear boundaries between you and the woman, and you are untrue to yourself. If you try to fill an inner void with another person's energy, you will be going from bad to worse. As I pointed out above, another way to allow your female energy to be more present with you is to connect to a spontaneous child within you. It is very simple when you find yourself facing a choice or decision in life. No matter how small, check inside what your inner child thinks. What is its spontaneous reaction? By going inside and intentionally feeling with your heart how your inner child responds, you start looking at your daily choices differently. It initiates an inner process that can bring about many changes within yourself and your relationship. Question: You indicated earlier that a closed heart is the result of the systematic suppression of feelings. Suppressing your feelings means that you still have them, making it easier to allow them to exist when you hardly experience any feelings. In my practice, there have been numerous occasions when men said that they would really like to connect with their feelings, but they simply could not do it. They did not know how. They might have successful lives and good things might happen to them, but they have not really enjoyed them. They wanted to, but simply could not. Is there a difference between no longer wanting to feel and no longer being able to feel? And how would you restore the latter? No longer being able to feel, there is a lack of connection, emptiness, depression, loneliness, is the final stage in a long process of denying your emotions. This is the real wound in the hearts of men that I am talking about. As a soul, you have already had many lives on earth, causing you to carry within you more than just the energies of your upbringing in this life. You are burdened with so much more, your past lives as well as collective beliefs about masculinity and femininity. Therefore, a young man may be struggling with a closed heart and severe behavioral problems without having experienced trauma in his present life. The wound in the heart of men is as deep and far-reaching as the wound in the female abdomen. Therefore, it is very important that this wound is fully recognized and understood. I would argue that without recognizing and healing this wound, the problems of war, environmental pollution, and poverty in the world are unsolvable. Although a lot of work is being done at a mental level, strategies, analysis, new technologies, without an open heart that actually feels and experiences connection with all living beings, the fundamental motivation for real change is not there. When a shadow thought is active in the background that says that life is a struggle, with everybody fighting everybody, and it is everyone for himself, and winning and losing are the only options, the old reflexes remain unchanged. Change only comes about if the shadow is seen and transformed. You asked how this change can come about. My answer that it can be realized from the bottom up, from the opened hearts of the increasing numbers of men who become the fathers of the new generation of boys, and who find it natural to live with an open heart. This process takes time, but it has already been set in motion. The more awareness there is, the faster it will go. When a client comes to your practice and wonders how to create a stronger connection with his or her feelings, he or she has already taken many steps on an inner level. This person understands the importance of connecting with his or her feelings, which means that he or she has put aside false images of masculinity. This is a decisive step, but even though your mind may be freed from the old shadows, your essence, which is very old and marked and shaped by many lives, needs time to recover from the deep wound and pain it has suffered. Allow yourself this time, and above all, allow yourself to be who you are. Even if you only occasionally take a step forward, honor and celebrate it. Blaming and scolding yourself because you are not going faster is not helpful and can be even counterproductive. Remember the tenderness and gentleness of an open, heart-centered consciousness and apply it to yourself. The more you accept who you really are, the easier it will be for you to become part of the flow of your heart. You will feel more as you relax more and feel safer. The feminine energy will come back to you because she is a part of you, a part of your soul. Step 3. Manifesting the higher male energy. As the heart of men opens and they regain an inner balance between their male and female energies, more and more of them will be inspired by their soul. The gift of wisdom and reflection, which I mentioned earlier as the higher aspects of the male energy, will increasingly manifest. How this happens will be very different from person to person. What matters is that men become increasingly focused on what fulfills their heart, on what gives them joy and a sense of connectedness. If you live an ego-based life, for the most part you are focused on success, power, and recognition. There is a deep fear of not being good enough as you are, and this fear is present in both men and women. If the male energy is predominant, this fear leads to aggressive ambition and self-aggrandizement in order to get what you want. You will make yourself bigger than you are, and you will try to fill the inner void with success, possession, or power. But the feeling of being someone, the thrill of success or power, does not last. The inner void always reappears and shows up as restlessness or a sense of futility. This is the soul kicking at your door. The more you experience firsthand that success or possessions do not give you what you really need, the more you are open to the call of your soul. However, you first go through an intermediate phase in which nothing seems certain or sure anymore, and you can be overwhelmed by the emptiness and futility that you experience. This is a critical stage. The ego no longer fulfills you, but your connection with your soul is not strong enough yet to lead you in a new direction. In fact, many men are at this stage now. Their growth causes them to feel the inner call for something else, something that offers more than achievements in being successful in the outside world, but they do not know where to go from there. And it does not help that in your world, especially in the developed Western countries, there is such a taboo on spirituality. Men who have experienced the limitations of living from the ego, characterized by fear, fighting, and competition, are exactly those who have a huge need for an inner connection with their essence, their soul. If you deny the existence of the soul and write it off as medieval superstition, you cut yourself off from the flow of inspiration that comes from the heart. The heart raises you above your own individuality and connects you to something greater, to the whole. The hearts of men represent the gateway to their feeling nature and intuition. As they enter this domain, they start experiencing a deeper connection with themselves, their emotions, their wives, children, and friends. This connection gives meaning to their lives and fulfills them. The source of meaning that men actually need is living in connection with themselves and other people. Many contemporary expressions of alienation, nihilism and surrealism in art, music, and literature can be traced back to an intense lack of meaningful relationships. The lack of connection between human beings, the lack of heart-based interaction, is one of the most severe ailments of this time. It is not only a private matter, it affects all areas of society. Creating true and meaningful connection between people means that you will have to learn how to be unconditionally open to someone else's individuality, to be open to their soul. This kind of openness and vulnerability can only flourish if you acknowledge that life is more than an ego-based battle for survival. This cynical outlook on life, which arises from a male energy that embraces separateness as the ultimate truth, stands in the way of genuine connection. Only when the notion of an underlying oneness connecting all living beings is acknowledged can heart-centered consciousness really take root within people and make a difference in society. That is why you need a new kind of spirituality rekindling this natural sense of unity, without creating restrictive rules and dogmas that religious traditions have burdened you with. Men and women who make the transition from ego-based to heart-centered consciousness are the creators of this new spirituality. It will be grounded, human spirituality, in touch with everyday life, connecting the higher aspects of the female and male energies. The third step men can take towards their healing is to activate their higher male energy. Each individual expresses and shares their soul energy in a unique way. The idea that there is spiritual and non-spiritual work is outdated. Everything you do is spiritual when it is nurtured by a sense of inspiration and joy. If your work is inspired by the flow of your soul, you do not experience the density of your earthly existence so much. You feel that you no longer have to struggle and fight for your goals. You feel that you will be supported, although you will still experience old pain or an inner sense of negativity. When you choose to live a heart-based life, you will receive help. To a large extent, this support comes from within. You allow your soul to do its magical work and attract what you need into your everyday life. You are also supported by the whole. The moment you feel connected with someone greater than yourself, you let go of control and more easily, and the universe can take you on a new adventure. Question: if men open their hearts, will their connection with their children also be inspired by their soul? What does the development of the higher male energy mean for fatherhood? A lot. Mothers have long been responsible for the raising of children. Fathers were often not present, and if they were, they primarily parented in an authoritarian and controlling manner. In neither case, there is a soul connection with the child. Not only does the child suffer from this, but the father also misses out on the chance to be enchanted by the unique qualities of his child and to open his heart to a new consciousness. Children are always your teachers. Children need you as parents during the first phase of their lives. There's a physical and emotional dependency in early childhood that should be handled with integrity. The mother nourishes and cherishes. She sees the vulnerability in the child and wants to protect and raise it safely. The father also has a caring and protective energy to share with the child, but does so from a slightly greater distance, and because of this, he encourages the child more towards adulthood than does the mother. Paternal energy is about stimulating the independence of the child by occasionally letting it go its own way, and stimulate it to rely on itself. This kind of love is essential for a child. It increases its self-confidence. This kind of fatherly love requires an emotional bond between father and child. A father who forces the child to comply with its father's will, or to behave in a certain way based on its father's own preconceived opinions, fails to recognize the uniqueness of the child and discourage the child's true self. I would like to emphasize that being open to your children and being lovingly involved in their development, dilemmas, and choices can be a very direct way for a man to heal the wound in his heart. Your children trust you completely. They lean on you, and during the first stages of their life, they see you as their leader and example. Take the responsibility for that leadership, not by enforcing rules and demands, but by making them aware of their own ability to make choices and overcome challenges. When you do this, you increase their self-belief. Your father heart is loving in nature, so trust it. Stay true to your feelings when you guide your children, attuned to who they are, to their soul, their individuality. Respect their desire for freedom and new things to explore. This is a desire that you share with them. You may discover that during the course of your own life you have pushed away your own originality and drive to explore new things. By being supportive to your child and being its advocate, you may discover a child within you that has not yet come into its own. By encouraging your child to rely on itself and believe in its own unique path, you can free your own inner child from old baggage. Your son or daughter invites you to do this. It is one of the gifts that he or she can give to you. Parenting goes both ways. The child needs a father who is present, and the father needs the sparkling originality and innocence of their child. This helps them to rediscover themselves and open their hearts. Chapter 8. Sexuality at the Heart Level. Question. When men connect with their female energy and women with their male energy, will they become more androgynous, more gender neutral? Will this cause the contrast and attraction between men and women disappear? When men connect with their female energy and women with their male energy, their lives are more soul-based. They feel more complete within themselves, and because of this, they can interact from soul to soul. You will ask if this results in less attraction between men and women. What will happen is that this attraction is transformed. On a purely physical, instinctual level, every human being has a sex drive that seeks gratification through sex with another person. This drive is very basic and not individualized. At this level, you are not in love with someone special, but there is a biological urge, causing you to desire sex in the same way that you need to eat, drink, and sleep. There is also an emotional aspect to this, your longing for connection, love, comfort, encouragement, and friendship with someone else. When there is a connection between your emotional and natural sexual needs, you fall in love. You do not just want sex, you want to be together with that special person who excites and attracts you. This stage of attraction is higher than the first stage, because you are affected at an emotional level and you are looking for connection and intimacy that go beyond your basic desire to satisfy your biological needs. This does not mean, however, that you are at the heart level. If you fall in love with someone else and you have not yet explored your shadow, very often there is an intense attraction and a hope that, in some way, the other person will make everything perfect. You carry within you an inner pain that is misunderstood, and the feelings of delight and ecstasy you experience when you are with this special person promises to release you from the pain. But after a while you will find that this is impossible. A woman who is not well attuned to her male energy will suffer from the typical female pitfalls, and a man with an underdeveloped female side will exhibit typical male shadow properties. The intense attraction will turn into drifting apart, drama, and blame games. This often results in the typical Venus-Mars contrast. Women are from Venus, men are from Mars, and men and women seem to be living on different planets, having little in common. It is a big mistake to see this game of intense attraction and repulsion as real love. It is immature love and does not offer even half of what a fulfilling relationship at the soul level can do for you. There may be a passionate, intoxicating attraction in the beginning, but the fire of desire is fierce and wild and burns more than it warms. Nevertheless, such encounters, even if they fail, are often the beginning of the process of inner development and awareness. They pull you out of your comfort zone and always bring vitality and renewal. Above all, they point out the necessity of self-understanding and taking responsibility for your shadow. In a heart-based relationship, the primary attraction is spiritual. The physical and emotional attraction is of secondary importance. By spiritual attraction, I mean there is a recognition at the soul level between two partners. This type of connection is a profound experience that opens up everything inside of you. It is as if you come home to yourself through the other person. Through the eyes of your partner, it is easier for you to see your own light and to be yourself than before. Your partner helps you become more of who you really are and to love yourself more. He or she appreciates your authenticity and originality, your individual soul energy. Unlike a relationship that is purely based on physical or emotional attraction, the heart-based love is not there to fill any gaps, and there is no mutual dependency. Of course, you can miss your partner very much if he or she is not there, but the relationship is not based on neediness. It is based on joy. As both partners know they are complete within themselves, they can give without a hidden agenda or need for power. A heart-based relationship is a soul-to-soul relationship, characterized by joy, the willingness to share your lives with each other, and a deep respect for each other for who you are. On an emotional level, this type of relationship is healing. You sense that your partner knows your inner being, which makes the relationship and your life peaceful and stable. This enables you to manifest from the soul level, both within and outside the relationship. The love that grows and blooms within the relationship will also touch other people in the outside world. Love is overflowing and bears fruit on earth. On a purely biological level, you are still male or female within a soul relationship. On an emotional level, your gender will also continue to affect how you experience and respond to things. You are still a man or a woman, but this biological and sometimes emotional polarity is a source of pleasure and enrichment rather than a cause for struggle and alienation. You can laugh at each other's idiosyncrasies and at the same time admire each other's natural qualities. In a heart-based relationship, the dynamics of being a man and woman are elevated to a different, lighter level. Question: how does this affect sexuality? That depends on where the partners stand individually in relation to sexuality. Many of you have been damaged in your experience of sexuality. Men and women may have old hostile ideas about each other. There may be scars from sexual abuse, both from previous lives and your present one. There is often shame and a lack of openness about sexuality. Seeing your own sexuality as a source of pleasure that can be joyfully experienced as alien to the tradition and culture in which you were raised. Today there's a lot of so-called openness about sex, but how many men and women are really at ease with their bodies and sexual desires? If you enter into a soul-to-soul relationship, these problems do not magically disappear. However, this type of relationship is grounded in respect and trust between both partners, providing the possibility of gradually letting go of old pain, fear, and uncertainty in relation to sexuality. The more both partners feel relaxed and are able to surrender, the lighter their sexual experience will be. Lust and desire are no longer seen as bad. You can freely show your natural desire for sex, and because you can, your desire will decrease and lust will no longer dominate your sex life. When something is forbidden, you make it bigger than it actually is, creating an opportunity for the demonic and perverse to enter into the relationship. If lust is allowed to simply be a flow of life, you will discover that you want more than the gratification of lust. You want to really connect with each other. You want to feel each other's uniqueness and proximity. The lust does not disappear, but coexists with the desire for connection. It is about giving space to the sexual energy while holding on to the interconnection between two people. As a result, you are connected both through the lower abdomen and the heart, leading to a sexuality that is physically and spiritually fulfilling. Question: sounds good, but also seems quite difficult to put into practice. Well, of course it is, and it is best to let go of idealized images about it. Allow yourself to experiment with it and do not expect perfection. The most important thing for women and for men with a lot of female energy is to embrace the energy of lust. This used to be taboo, but you will regret it if you deny or condemn your feelings of lust and sensuality. Lust also has an element of vitality and zest. Sexuality is much more than the sexual act. Sexual energy is life energy laying dormant at the bottom of the sacrum. It can manifest in a variety of ways, as erotic desire, as enjoyment in the broader sense, such as creativity, and also as a spiritual and intuitive flow. It is the fire of life that can manifest on multiple levels. Women who are unable to experience lust and sexual excitement often do not feel at home in their body, and will also have trouble connecting with their creativity and joy. The problem of the abdominal void is a very noticeable aspect in them. During sexual encounters, women who recognize this in themselves should focus on their own sense of well-being. Fully sense within what you want and desire. Feel free to set boundaries and put your own pleasures first. These women are natural empaths, and it is important for them to put themselves first instead of focusing on their partner. Being more at home in your own body and being comfortable with your own sexual energy enables you to naturally and often spontaneously connect with your partner's preference and desires. For men and for women with a strong developed male energy, it is more or less the other way around. They usually find it easier to feel lust, making it all the more important that they manage their sexual energy. If you have no control over this stream of sexual energy you are dominated by, it will block your heart connection with your partner. When lust is predominant, it diminishes the quality of your sexual experience and extracts life energy that you could have used for creative or spiritual activities. To tame the fire, it is essential that you connect to your female energy. A man who is familiar with his feelings and at home in his heart feels tenderness and affection for his partner when he falls in love. Out of respect, he will put his sexual desires at the service of his lover. Paradoxically, this will make the sexual experience more passionate than ever before. When lust and the heart connection merge, it creates a sexual experience that uplifts the entire body. This feels far more complete than the gratification of lust alone. By connecting on a soul level, the body vibrates at a higher frequency. This makes you feel lighter and more fluid and less separated from each other. Both men and women who are transitioning from ego to heart search for a connection at the soul level. Connection at the soul level is not asexual. When male and female energies are integrated into a matured personality, this makes you more androgynous, but not asexual. It is the other way around. The more connected you are with your soul, the more openly and freely you can experience and give love. For some reason, spiritual connection does not sound sexy, but what is sexier than being connected to someone's inner essence? In fact, the deepest source of pleasure is your soul expressing itself through the body. If your body is inspired by the power of your soul, you will experience pleasure on a deeper level, and this will be an experience of joyful and abundant love. Question: what about sexuality after death? If you have left your body, is there still a polarity between the male and female on the other side? Does the soul also experience a form of sexuality? In other words, does the soul still experience itself as a sexual being? There are many layers of existence on the other side, and some are very similar to life on earth. When you die, you do not immediately become your soul or leave your humanness behind you. Actually, this is the exception rather than the rule. Most people experience a form of sexuality after death by feeling attracted to the opposite sex. As a rule, you still see yourself in a male or female body after you die. You have an astral or energetic body, which is more fluid and more changeable than your material body on earth. It changes according to your state of mind and consciousness, but in your heart, there usually is a strong connection to one of the sexes. You feel at home there, and you will experience the body of that gender as being natural to you. In essence, as a soul, you are not limited to one gender, but because you have incarnated many times before, you have developed a preference for a male or female body. So yes, on the other side, you do have some kind of gender experience at the soul level. Sexual interactions between energy bodies feel very natural and beautiful. What happens is that the two energy fields gradually merge and subtly influence each other. They merge completely. There is no rigid boundary like there is between two physical bodies. This creates a sense of ecstasy, a sense of connection with the One, with Source. Everyone wants to experience this, but just like on planet Earth, there are obstacles and blockages in the hereafter. You can hold on to fear, resistance, or lack of openness to one another, so sexuality is not necessarily better there. Question: when I think of sexuality at the soul level, I see the two energy fields made up of all kinds of colors that come together in a dance. In the middle, the heart, I feel a complete fusion with both souls. When this fusion occurs, it is like being touched by God, and you become aware of being part of a larger whole that is filled with love and wisdom. Yes, there is a mystical aspect to sexuality. During the heart-inspired unification with the other soul, you expand yourself and let go of your boundaries. You are open to each other, but this openness also allows you to experience something greater that moves and contains both partners. By experiencing the One and the Great through each other, an initiation takes place, and this is the secret of sexual love. By surrendering to one another, and by connecting from the heart, you allow yourself to enter each other's reality. This opening does not only allow you to enter, it also awakens something bigger. Your soul is awakened and your heart is touched by an original vibration. This allows you to become more of yourself. You become greater than you are. The temporary loss of self in a sexual encounter opens the door to a deeper connection with your soul, and your sexual partner is the gateway to this connection. His or her unique energy and the love and wonder that you experience in your partner's presence break down your defensive walls and allow you to surrender in a way that challenges and stretches the rigid part of your personality. The vulnerability you feel when you are in love is one of the greatest forces you can experience. Your defensive shields may be on high alert, but at the same time there is a primal force that breaks down these defenses and makes you very open and vulnerable. This vulnerability is the first steps toward love. You cannot stay in control when you fall in love and are fiercely attracted to another. This aspect of sexual love, the transcending of boundaries, is such that it may be the gateway to a mystical initiation. You will be initiated into the secrets of your own soul through the other. Question: can this only happen through another person, through a sexual relationship, or can it also take place through meditation, inwardness, and consciousness? In other words, can you do this by yourself alone? There are many paths to becoming conscious and opening your heart. There is no one exclusive path that is better than another. Ask only why a certain way is your preferred path. If you are afraid of the power and depth of a sexual encounter, and you therefore prefer only the solitary road to unification with your soul, Be aware that fear is not a good reason to stay away from something. Be prepared to face your fear and be open and honest about your desires, even if they cause you pain and make you vulnerable. In the hearts of many people, there is disappointment and disillusionment with regard to romantic love. Everyone is susceptible to the lure of love, but at the same time, you may have experienced many dark emotions related to love that have torn you inward and left you confused. For example, you felt let down by someone else while you were very vulnerable, or you lost yourself completely in a romantic love relationship and put aside all boundaries. In these cases, there is no transcendence to the soul level, but rather psychological dependence on your partner and powerlessness because you lost your inner anchor. If this happened to you, you can remain disillusioned and feel that it's better for you to withdraw and give up on your desire for love. And it can be very fruitful to remain single for a shorter or longer period of time and to rebuild your strength and self-esteem. However, if you permanently withdraw from relationships because of your past, you will build walls that keep you away from a connection with your soul. So the answer is that you do not need to be in a love relationship to connect deeply with your own soul. But keep that option open and do not exclude it from your own life experience. Follow a path that gives you joy and allow life to surprise you in unexpected ways. Question. Some spiritual teachers speak despairingly about falling and in love and all the feelings that arise when falling in love, as if it all amounts to a temporary illusion and blindness. But you talk about falling in love as a primal force that can create a deeper connection with your soul. What is the true story? Falling and being in love is a primal force that touches people in their essence. This is an experiential fact. Trivializing and diminishing this universal experience is a sign of hostility towards life. If you are scornful and cynical about love, you can be sure that you have either been hurt by love or you fear the loss of control that goes along with falling and being in love. An authentic and true spiritual teaching takes the human experience as a starting point. Being in love is a crucial experience that opens the human heart. It inspires musicians and artists and remains with you until you die. If you do not take that experience seriously, you lose touch with what is human. This has been the fate of many spiritual teachings. Many of these teachings are based on distrust and fear of the powerful emotional and sensual forces that lie dormant within human beings. The irony that if you suppress and deny these elemental forces, they become bigger and eventually go awry. No one is as obsessed by sex as people who deny themselves sex based on judgment that is not rooted in life. No one can become as angry and enraged as people who force themselves to control their emotion and express their rage. A true teaching on sexual self-realization works together with the primal force of sexuality, passion, and emotion, and accepts these as basic motivations driving human actions. Question. I fully agree, but falling in love and the drama of a romantic love affair can completely derail you and drive you to a sadness and despair that cripples you and turns you into a wreck. Earlier in this book, you spoke about romantic infatuation and how it can cause you to lose your balance. What is your take on that? Falling and being love is a primal elemental force, and elemental forces are not neat and tidy. They are not going to work according to a clear roadmap. Primal force means chaos and wildness, creation and destructiveness. So yes, the drama of love can take you to the edge of the abyss. But right there, on that edge, or in the abyss itself, essential insights and experiences are formed that can take you further on the path. And it is true that you can go deeply wounded by the pain caused by love. You can get carried away by unrealistic expectations and misunderstood desires. There are numerous pitfalls. The point is that you have to connect emotions, sex and passion with consciousness and love. This is the alchemy, the transformation that is the key to spiritual growth and self-realization. To not go against the dark forces, but to work with them, and to accept them as a source of life, and as a gateway to a deeper connection to the soul. This means that you are willing to say yes to your desires and emotions while approaching them consciously. You do not use your awareness to organize and control your passion and emotion, but you try to understand this primal force and move with it. Say, for example, you fall in love and you feel that you have let yourself get carried away by a force you cannot control with your mind. Instead of fighting it, you decide to stay fully present and aware of what is happening, without intervening. You may wonder, well, how can I benefit from just observing without intervening? Still, this is the most powerful thing you can do. When you are involved in deep emotional processes, such as sexual love, grief, and fear, You simply are not able to intervene, because your willpower and mind are inadequate tools for handling these forces. Yet the flow of emotions within you is not blind or meaningless. There is a direction to this flow, but you still do not know what the direction is. Let go of control, but stay aware. Do not judge. Say yes to what you feel and trust that it is useful. In this way, you set in motion an alchemical process, a true inner transformation. The point is to approach affairs of the heart consciously. If you stay conscious and completely open to the emotions and passion arising within you, the power of your consciousness works together with the power of your abdomen. In other words, your heart and abdomen are connected, and you will start to experience a deep compassion for yourself. If everything is allowed to be present, your pain, your desires, your emotions, the struggle disappears and self-healing begins. Consciously experienced pain, emotions, and desire lead to the blossoming of your soul on earth. Your wounds will heal when you embrace what touches you and moves inside of you, when you respect the elemental forces within you and have faith in your natural wisdom. Question: I understand what you are saying, but still, I wonder whether sexual energy at its rawest, most instinctive level has natural wisdom in it. Does sexual desire not entail an implicit impulse to conquer as well, as in the case with animals? For example, a male lion leading a pride. The fact that he is the leader means that he has the right to mate with all the lionesses in the pride, so power and sex go together. And I would like to add that I feel there is a difference between the male and female experience of sexual desire. In males, sexual hunger is the urge to conquer. In females, sexual desire seems to be the urge to be conquered. Both instincts seem to have a blind, impersonal, and power element in them. How can you trust this primal force? Sex and power are closely intertwined in the human world. However, in the animal kingdom, I would not speak of power because animals have no ego. An animal has a clear sense of its boundaries and a strong survival instinct, but no ego in the human sense of the word. Yes, ego and power are connected, but in animals, the male urge to conquer is an instinctive urge to procreate. Under certain conditions, the female wants to be conquered because she has an instinctive urge to have offspring. In a group of animals, there is a balanced distribution of task and responsibility. The members of the group accept this, so there is no question of domination in the sense of abusive power. In the human world, things are different. There is a biologically based sex drive that has an instinctive origin. But in people, this drive is mixed with emotional needs and a spiritual need for connection and love. In human sexuality, there is a driving force that temporarily seeks to eliminate the separateness between you and the other. This important drive transcends reproduction and makes sexuality a spiritual force. Certainly, there is an animalistic aspect to sexuality, but that is not bad in itself. On this level, there is pure instinct, but no desire for power. If there is pain, aggression, or imbalance in a sexual relationship, it is almost always caused by the emotional interaction between people. It is usually the emotional neediness and the demands and expectations of people that allows for abuse of power and mental or physical violence. People often use love relationship to fill a void in their heart. This means that in order to feel good, you need someone else. This can cause an immense desire to have someone in your life. But this desire is not pure or innocent. You are driven by a dependency that makes you vulnerable to the pitfalls that we discussed earlier. Because of this dependency, women may ignore their own needs or become excessively giving. Men, on the other hand, may become dominant and have a desire to exercise power and control. Then the drama that you call blind and destructive unfolds, but the physical instincts are responsible for this. Have you ever seen an animal experiencing a relationship crisis? This type of problem always occurs at the emotional level, and is related to a lack of self-awareness and self-love. The physical desire for sex is pure and innocent. Even the urge to conquer and the desire to be conquered, in both men and women, is not something that should be made into a problem. Play with those tendencies, enjoy them. They cannot hurt as long as you are emotionally balanced and aware of your own shadow and its pitfalls. Question: in relation to the elemental forces within yourself, I believe there are two ways in which things can go wrong. Either you do not respect the primal forces and you suppress them and cut yourself off from life. You are too controlling. In time, this leads to a loss of vitality, joy, and creativity. Or you allow yourself to be completely carried away by those primal forces, becoming so overwhelmed by them that you lose your awareness of what is happening. Eventually, you become a puppet of addiction, impulsiveness, and escapism. In the first example, you keep to dry land too much, and in the second example, you get drowned by the elemental forces. Is this about right? I would like to say that the elemental forces of desire and emotion will always be there in your life, and that you can say yes or no to these forces. If you say no by suppressing them or denying them, you cut yourself off from life and become unyielding and rigid. You sometimes see this happen when people get older. You are no longer open to anything new because you think you already know everything. But getting older may also mean that you finally accept these primal forces and work with them. This is a choice each person has to make for themselves. You can use the power of saying yes at every moment of your life. This enables you to really feel and live again. You say that this power of saying yes can become too dominant, causing you to lose yourself in addiction and indulge in the desire to escape. It is true that if you become totally immersed in a desire of this kind, in such a way that you lose control, you also abandon your center and lose your common sense. You no longer take responsibility for yourself. It is also possible to be carried away by other forces such as romantic love, which then becomes obsessive and overpowering. But when you do that, you are saying no, in this case to yourself. You refuse to approach your desire with awareness, and you actually humiliate yourself in the face of those forces. You are their slave, not their master. So there are two ways of saying no. Saying no to these natural forces of desire, lust and feelings, and saying no to your own creative self, your inherent strength and ability to deal with these forces of nature with awareness. Question. Right, so suppose you are obsessively in love, lose your center and suffer because of that, and do not want things to be like that anymore. How can you deal with that? How can you become yourself again in a creative and responsible way? It is all about creating space for yourself. If you are obsessively in love, you expect that other person to be your savior. You live in constant fear and uncertainty, because you do not know if this person also wants to be there for you. You make him or her larger than he or she actually is. You create an idealized image. Realize deep within that this is a false image. Try to experience this person as a human being with imperfections, with light and dark aspects. Let go of the idea that you will be redeemed by this person. The only one who can save you is you. Go within in a loving way. Be your own beloved. Feel what happens in your body. Feel the emotions and tensions that the infatuation brings about. Observe them with a gentle, accepting eye and embrace yourself with attention and reassurance. Tell yourself that you understand and are allowed to feel what you feel. It is not wrong. It is not forbidden. And because everything is allowed, you can be present with it in total awareness. There is nothing to hide. When you observe yourself and your feelings in this way, you will notice that a certain relaxation occurs. You give yourself space and accept who you are. This self-love is healing. Through this gentle, accepting observation of your feeling, the desire for someone else will become less pressing. Question. You come back to yourself without denying what you're feeling. Yes, this coming back to yourself is something you have to repeat continually until you are less prone to fall prey to overwhelming emotions and are better able to maintain your balance. You can also learn why you feel so attracted to someone, because very often the person you are attracted to harbors an energy that you can awaken within yourself, making you less dependent on that person. Question. Earlier in my life, there were a few times when I was in love with men with a decidedly male energy, men who were very present, powerful, and provocative. Sometimes I was not able to stay centered with those intense feelings of attraction, and every time I connected to my inner voice or guide, the answer was, awaken this male energy within yourself. Claim the qualities you admire in others for yourself, and I sensed this was right. The more you tend towards a one-sided female or male energy, the more you fall for people who have the opposite qualities. This leads to stormy romances that are often not viable because you are fixated on one particular aspect of the other and do not see the whole person. Someone with a strong male energy also has a vulnerable, insecure side, which will come to the surface in a more balanced relationship. This may repel you if you fell in love with a confident, energetic side. The feeling of opposites attracting each other disappear. If there is a true soul connection, the relationship can deepen and gradually develop into a loving relationship between both partners. They realize that they are not two halves of a whole, but two wholes. and over time the infatuation becomes less intense and makes room for a more earthly form of love. Nevertheless, there will always be difference in character and temperament that can be a source of inspiration and wonder. Amorousness is still present in a loving relationship, but it is not as pervasive and fiery. You experience this form of being in love as a sense of wonder and curiosity about your partner. It is like a never-ending journey. Question. But at some point in a long-term relationship, many people feel it has become routine, habitual, lacking sparkle and excitement. Is this inevitable, or can you get around this, and if so, how? You can avoid this by keeping an appropriate distance between the two of you. Often there is no sense of distance in a long-term relationship. Both partners know each other at multiple levels. You are used to each other's reactions, and in many cases there is no sense of wonder anymore. This actually means that there is no real connection. A real connection can only occur if you stay open to each other and do not take it for granted that you already know your partner reacts, thinks, and feels. Connection and wonder always go hand in hand. Approaching someone from a place of wonder requires taking a step back and creating some distance. This allows you to break away from predictability and familiarity. Boredom and routine in a relationship indicate a lack of connection and are often the result of an excessive desire for safety and a longing for togetherness. When two people in a relationship tend to share and undertake everything together, the individuality of both partners is often compromised. Tailoring too much to each other's needs leads to a loss of self. In the long term, this may lead to unrest, irritation, and the desire to break free. In some cases, it is difficult to restore the original spark of attraction. Then it is time for both partners to go their separate ways. Sometimes the breaking up of a relationship is in the best interest of both partners. In other cases, it works well if both partners become focused on their own life path, creating more space for a renewed meeting for each other. Question. Is it fair to say that a heart-based experience of sexuality requires a balance between conscious awareness and ecstasy? By ecstasy, I mean becoming one with the other and transcending your limitations. By conscious awareness, I mean having the ability to go through these ecstatic experiences and come home within yourself without losing your grounding and remaining true to yourself. That is well said. In the ecstasy, you experience your female energy, and by feeling at home within yourself, you embrace your male energy. In this way, the dance of sexuality can become a holy dance, a gateway to a new birth, both inwardly and outwardly. Question. Now I have a question about body awareness in women. You said earlier that women, because of the energetic wound in their abdomen, may have trouble experiencing lust and enjoyment of their sexuality. Empathic, giving women in particular find it difficult to claim space for themselves in that area and have a hard time putting their own pleasure first. Does this not have to do with the fact that women often do not like their own bodies? I have the impression that this is a widespread phenomenon. Women who compare their body with an idealized image, who are uncertain about their appearance and more concerned with what other people think of them, especially men, than with their own opinion about themselves. Women especially see their body as an object that can be admired or rejected. Because only a few women meet this standard of perfection, this can cause feeling of inferiority, shame, and insecurity. How can you freely enjoy your sexuality under these circumstances? Do not underestimate how men can doubt their attractiveness and desirability for women. Usually, women feel more at home within their bodies than men do. Men tend to stick in their heads and often are much less attuned to their body than women. Moreover, the focus on appearance can also be positive for women. For example, if you pay attention to how you dress, how you move, and how you express yourself through your appearance, you are more present in your body, and there is a clear connection between what you feel and how you look. This is natural for women, but not so for men. Gay men are the exception, and many of them are well attuned to their body. Of course, the attention to outward appearance becomes negative when it is the result of obsessively trying to fit into an artificial, idealized image. Your preoccupation with your looks becomes a struggle that breaks the connection between what you feel inside and what you look like on the outside. It becomes a one-sided focus on outward appearance. Women who desperately try to get the right body are less attractive as a result because they do not shine from within. The unique light shining from within is what makes you beautiful. Being aware of your soul's presence inside your body is what makes you truly beautiful, attractive, and exciting. Men often think that they are attractive because of their achievements and possessions. In the same way that women tend to use their appearance as a currency, men do this with their achievement or status. In both cases, what is missing is confidence in the quality of the soul. There is a lack of self-worth behind both strategies. This is understandable, because for a long time the soul has not played any part in the way people in your culture think and feel about themselves. For women, it is important to honor their bodies as the seat of their feelings and as an expression of their soul. You are allowed to enjoy your body and to express your love and sensuality in the way that you want to. If you are overly concerned with your appearance because it does not yet meet certain standards, or because you are getting older, try to be more present in your abdomen and wonder less about what others think of you and more about what you think of life and the world around you. Become active instead of passive. What you think is important determines what you attract into your life experience. Do not wait for the one true love. Become your own true love. Embrace yourself as you are. Support yourself unconditionally. The joy and confidence which will flourish in your heart will be so attractive to others that they'll no longer doubt your own beauty. For men, it is important that they are more present in their body and feel they are loved for who they are instead of for what they can do or provide. With regard to women, men are often uncertain about how best to approach them. They feel at home inside their head, but this usually does not work when communicating with women. Romantic relationships challenge men to be more in touch with their feelings. However, most men have unlearned this during their upbringing. As a result, men often experience their desire to connect with women primarily as a sexual desire in their lower abdominal area. Their head is active, their lust is active, but the area that lies in between, the domain of their heart and feelings, is like virgin territory. Women, especially women who are sensitive and aware, experience this as unpleasant. It is as if the man in question is not accessible emotionally and does not really see them for who they are. In many cases, men do not do this on purpose. They want to impress women and to be connected with them, but they do not know how to accomplish this other than through their head and sexual arousal. Getting in touch with their feelings and experiencing how emotions manifest in their body is wholesome for men and makes them aware of their true needs and desires. Their inner child will come alive again, and the authenticity of that energy will surround them. If the heart connection is restored, men will radiate a self-awareness that attracts women and is not based on their achievement or success. This self-confidence allows men to express themselves and to be present in their connection with women without losing their strength and autonomy. Question. Finally, I have a question about homosexuality. What does it mean spiritually if you are homosexual? Why does a soul choose this experience? In the past, homosexuality was strongly condemned by religious authorities, and according to some spiritual theories, it is a defect or unnatural. How do you see this? Homosexuality is not a defect. It is a conscious choice of the soul to gain experience as a human being with a sexual preference for the same gender. There are various reasons for this choice. In many cases, the soul wants to experience what it is like to deviate from common patterns and ways of thinking about femininity and masculinity. These are brave souls because they will meet with resistance and misunderstanding with regard to their homosexuality. Usually these souls have a transpersonal mission in relation to this. They do not only experience homosexuality for their own inner development, but on a collective level, they contribute to the development of a more flexible definition of masculinity and femininity. This is desperately needed because, as I said before, people's connection with their soul is often blocked by rigid and one-sided views of what it means to be a man or a woman. The more you connect with your soul, the more the male and female energies can integrate within you and play together. This makes the idea that a human being is either male or female, with the associated narrowly defined sexual preferences, untenable. It can no longer be justified. Homosexuality often evokes strong reactions, and it is exactly those reactions that show to what extent someone is capable of living from the soul. At the soul level, there is no judgment against homosexuality. Only love is relevant. Do you experience a lot of resistance, fear, or anger when a loved one turns out to be a homosexual? If you detect these feelings within yourself, you are stuck in old, rigid thought patterns, finding it difficult to accept the fluid and free reality of the soul. It may be difficult to free yourself from these patterns, but if you focus on your love for someone else, you become less judgmental and more open to his or her emotional reality. Question. So, if you are gay, this does not mean it was caused by a childhood or past life trauma. You only look for a cause when you think homosexuality is a problem. Suppose someone is born with purple eyes. This has never occurred before. It deviates from what is known. So people start looking for a cause. But if purple eyes were as common as brown or blue eyes, nobody would get excited about it. Homosexuality can be viewed in this light. People who are homosexuals do not have a problem. Society thinks it's a problem. Homosexual people have undoubtedly suffered as many traumas in their past lives as everyone else. But it is not accurate to think there is a link between homosexuality and traumatic experiences. There may be a positive reason why someone's soul has chosen the experience of homosexuality. For example, the soul may want to contribute to a more flexible view of sexuality and gender. This involves no trauma whatsoever. Someone may also have chosen a homosexual life because he had harsh judgments about it in another life and wants to change this by developing a more balanced, heartfelt understanding of it. The soul is very flexible. It can choose many variations and forms of manifestation. People may see this as a problem out of fear and distrust, but from a spiritual perspective, there is no problem at all. Question. Nowadays, we regularly hear about women who have always been heterosexual and who, after many years of traditional marriage, suddenly start a relationship with a woman. I have seen this several times in my practice and also in TV documentaries. Does this show that sexual preferences are not as fixed as we tend to think? Does it have to do with an inner development these women are going through? Women who in later life change their sexual preferences are usually developing their male energy and are learning to use it. As a result, they are more attuned to their soul, where they are more whole and complete within themselves. This may cause an attraction to someone of the same sex. When a deep soul connection is felt, that is exciting and invites them to get to know each other. In general, the more people develop their male and female energies, the more fluid the line separating heterosexuality and homosexuality becomes. The soul attraction becomes the priority, and the body seems to become more flexible and dynamic in terms of sexual preferences. Things are not so clear-cut anymore. In every human being, there is a unique distribution of female and male energies. It is not accurate to say that when both energies are active within you, you become gender neutral. Instead, as a woman, you become more powerful in your femininity when you connect with your male energy and start using it. You become more self-confident, more clear about what you want, and more decisive in your actions. This does not make you masculine, but more radiant as a woman. The same is true for men. If they open their hearts and allow their female energy in, they do not suddenly become feminine. They become masculine in a sensitive, calm, and collected way. In men with a well-developed feminine energy, their male energy vibrates at a higher frequency. So there is no neutralization involved in the integration of both energies, but a merging and transformation that will make you both soul and woman, or both soul and man. Femininity and masculinity appear in a fuller, richer form. The soul shines through. When the soul radiates through someone's gender, this person's femininity or masculinity is not negated, but is elevated to a higher level. This soul radiation also allows the soul to be freer and more open, which means that when two people meet each other, they do not pigeonhole each other, and they deviate from the beaten track. Each encounter is unique. Sometimes this results in an attraction between two men and two women. The soul is free and is not connected with definitions in terms of homosexuality or heterosexuality. If you are unsure whether something is right or not, you only need to ask one question. Is love present? If love is present, you cannot go wrong. The power of the abdomen. Dear friends, I am Mary Magdalene. I greet you all with warmth and joy in my heart. You are known and familiar to me. We are kindred spirits as we all go down the same path together, but each in their own unique way. Today I would like to speak about the female energy and how it can thrive. Because this is essential for the transformation of human consciousness you need to go through. There is a need for a balance between the male and female energies, both in the world as a whole and in the lives of individuals. The female energy has long been suppressed, damaged, and injured, leading to the dominance of the one-sided male energy. At first glance, it may seem that this balance has already been established. Women in many countries virtually have the same rights as men. In those parts of the world, a woman can manifest herself as freely as a man, enjoy an education, have a career, hold positions of power, and amass wealth. Yet at a deeper level, something is missing and out of balance. What actually happens when a woman strives for equality in this way is that she appropriates the male energy of dominance and control and uses it for her own self-interest and ambition. This is not wrong in itself, but the question is whether it deeply fulfills the female soul. This question is just as valid for men. Is the male soul deeply fulfilled by gaining power and expressing dominance? Today, more and more people are searching for fulfillment. They want to live inspired lives and be connected with the earth and their fellow human beings, trusting in their hearts instead of reacting to fear. These ideals are touching the hearts of young people. The days of the old male energy of control and coercion are coming to an end. There is a new generation that thinks and feels differently, and herein lies the opportunity for a true resurrection of the female energy, which not only includes a restoration of social and political rights and freedom for women, but also the healing of deep inner wounds that have affected the female psyche. What happened to the female energy in the past? It was disempowered in many ways, both by mental and physical violence. This has all been recorded in history books, so I need not go into there. My attention here is focused primarily on how the inner female energy has been affected by this violence. If you look at the collective female aura as exemplified in the energy field of the average woman, you will see a void, a hole in the abdominal area. The area of the lower energy centers, the root, navel, and solar plex chakras, has become disempowered and empty. Many women harbor feelings of unworthiness, fear, and uncertainty in these energy centers, which they usually are not fully aware of. The original female power of the belly is one of vitality and groundedness. By nature, a woman feels connected with the earth and its seasonal rhythms, and the wisdom in her heart is based on a natural sense of self-worth. Unfortunately, during the course of many centuries, this power was lost. Without this innate power, a woman cannot connect with the world around her in a balanced way. She all too easily gives too much of herself to other people and loses part of herself in doing that, making it more difficult for her to claim her personal space and set boundaries. If you have been hurt to the core through rejection, sexual violence, and humiliation, a shift in your energy field will take place. Your consciousness leaves your belly, which is a seat of emotion, connection, and intimacy. You withdraw from that area of the body if it is too painful to be there. You will disassociate. Your consciousness moves away from this region and is focused in the upper part of your aura, causing the dulling of feelings and the potential of depression setting in, or a feeling of fatigue and not having full access to your energy. In addition to the trauma of the violence that has taken place, and the deep emotional confusion that arises as a result, there is a sadness and emptiness of having lost yourself. In short, this is what happened to the female psyche. Not every single woman exhibits this pattern to the same degree, but there is a general trend that can be summarized as follows. The pelvic area, which is the seat of emotion, sexuality, and intimacy, and which has a natural and strong connection with the earth, is relatively empty. It feels threatening to focus your awareness there, both because of the pain lingering there as a memory and because of the dormant power this area holds. It may be frightening to feel this power. As a result of the energetic withdrawal from this area, there is a gap between the upper and lower energy centers of the energy field, between the area of the heart and the abdominal region. The energy of the heart, the center of inspiration and love, cannot express itself, flow outward, or naturally connect with the world and other people. This flow is blocked either because there is too much fear and uncertainty, or because of the need to connect so strongly with someone else that you partially lose yourself and become emotionally dependent on this person. Women who have never experienced mental, physical, or sexual violence in their lives often exhibit this reactive pattern as well. Very often their female energy was violated in previous lives, and then this life has not yet been sufficiently healed. When this is the case, they carry an old pattern from previous lives. In addition, women are affected by the collective female psyche, generalized images of women and accumulated experiences from the past. Every woman has to deal with what I am describing here. There is not a single woman who can allow the power of her abdomen to flow naturally. As this is a time of consciousness transformation, it is all the more important to heal the energetic wound in the abdomen. If you choose to walk the path of spiritual development and feel the urge to live from your heart and sincere inspiration, you will discover that as a woman, you are faced with deep-seated fears. Standing out, making yourself bigger, and engaging in conflict do not come easy and confront you with tough questions about self-esteem and being true to yourself. In a sense, you are asked to transform part of the collective pain that all women share. So in healing your pain, you create new opportunities for the collective consciousness to expand. Spiritual development is widely seen as opening your heart, connecting with others through love, and letting go of your ego. However, there are numerous pitfalls for women who lack power in their abdomen. If you connect to others without being fully present in your abdomen, in your center, attuned to your needs and your truth, your connection with others can quickly lead to loss of self and even exhaustion. If you are a highly sensitive person with an open heart chakra who easily senses other people's moods and emotions, you will benefit by a firm awareness of your limitations. For that, you need a strong ego. By strong ego, I mean you need a clear understanding of where you end and where the other person begins. This also increases your awareness of when you give too much when, for example, you want other people to like you or do not have the courage to say no. A healthy ego allows you to have a clear and accurate sense of what is happening with you when you interact with other people. The meaning of the word ego has become distorted. It has come to represent everything considered to be lower that should be released. But for women, this form of self-awareness and setting boundaries is extremely important. For men, it is a somewhat different story. Men are raised with a different morality. As a boy, they are encouraged to throw their weight around, to compete and to stand out. This can be quite painful for men who do not feel this natural for them, who are sensitive, thoughtful, or quiet by nature. Nevertheless, men are less encouraged to be giving. While ambition and aggression are considered to be positive values, in men, too, there is an energetic wound caused by past experiences. Men have been cut off from their female energy, their feelings and intuition, and they experience this as a loss of joy, emotion, and connection. There is a void in their heart, not so much in their abdomen, and this void torments them just as much as women suffer from the emptiness in their abdominal area. Both sexes have been hurt and damaged by your cultural traditions, and both sexes have been wounded in different ways. Consequently, men and women are healed in different ways. For men, the emphasis on opening the heart is generally beneficial. Connecting with their feelings, showing their vulnerability, and acknowledging the female energy within them are fundamental to their healing. But for women, in some ways, it is exactly the opposite. For them, the path to self-healing involves being true to themselves, maintaining clear boundaries, acknowledging their male energy, and recognizing and manifesting their unique gifts. Energetically, this means that you integrate the energy of your heart, your soul, all the way down to the level of your abdomen. This means descending deep into the pelvic cavity, which symbolizes the primal force of the female energy. One of the things women can do to come home in their essence is dealing more consciously with their anger. Many women suppress emotions of anger or disappointment because anger triggers fear or a sense of powerlessness. Anger is threatening because it may lead to conflicts with other people. And if you feel unable to stand up for yourself and express your anger, you feel powerless. Then the anger can turn into depression, passivity, or cynicism. However, you can see anger as a valuable signal that something or someone violates your boundaries, causing you to feel hurt. You can use this signal to create positive changes in your life. By welcoming the anger, you take yourself seriously, and the force contained in the anger can be expressed in a positive way. The first step is not to see anger as something bad and to not condemn yourself for being angry. This is more difficult for women than for men, because women are more used to denying themselves and giving up their space to other people, rather than claiming their natural space. This is the reason why I want to address highly sensitive women who walk the spiritual path. Heed your abdominal power, own it, have the courage to stand up for yourself and to claim space for yourself. You tend to associate spirituality with love, light, and connection. These are essential attributes, but a balanced connection with the world around you depends on your ability to separate and detach when appropriate. For this, you need to value yourself, your needs, your talents, and your emotions. I lived during a time when free expression by women was not accepted, let alone valued. I felt a strong connection with the message of Jeshua ben Joseph and the essence of the Christ energy, the acknowledgement of the divine spark in all that lives. I was touched by his words, his charisma. In that life, I went deeper and deeper within to remember who I was. I also carried within me a rage regarding those in power, who forbade me to be who I really was, independent, powerful, and self-willed. I was regularly thrown upon my own resources, and I struggled with feelings of powerlessness and anger. My abdomen was seized by frustration, covering a sense of inferiority, of self-doubt. It was my mission to come to terms with my own lack of self-esteem and not to be affected by other people's judgment. This is a challenge for all of us. When women are not fully present in their abdomen, they tend to give too much to other people. They do this from the heart, creating an inner emptiness in relationship with other people, such as their partner, children, parents, and friends. Losing yourself in someone else also indicates that you are not fully at home within yourself, in your fundamental beingness. If there is a feeling of emptiness or alienation there, it is tempting to reach out to someone else. You do this seemingly from a place of love, but another motive may be at play. You need someone else in order to feel accepted and good about yourself. However, true spiritual growth means you ask yourself this question: what motive underlies my connection with the world around me, with my partner, my friends, my children, my parents? Now pick one of these relationships and focus on your abdomen. Be energetically present in your abdomen. Next, try to sense how much space you occupy in the relationship you picked, or how much you receive. For example, if you choose your relationship with your partner, feel and ask within, in his presence, do I experience spaciousness in my abdominal region? Do the same with a friend. Breathe deep into your center as you think about her and feel your response. Is your breath stuck in your throat, or do you sense any resistance? Experiment with this. The key question is, can your abdomen relax in this relationship? Do you feel accepted, and are you free to be who you really are? Or does it take a lot of effort on your part to make things work, and do you feel the other person sucks a lot of energy out of you? If so, your consciousness moves upward towards your head, and you lose the foundation of your beingness. When this happens, do not be hard on yourself, but with loving honesty, look at your fear of being true to yourself and claiming your rightful space. By recognizing your own fear, you can transform it, and you are not doing this alone. The collective energy field of women is changing. What you give to yourself benefits others, and vice versa. Liberating yourself from an old prison. In your life on earth, you are sometimes at loss about the things that come your way, whether they are external events or emotions swelling up inside, giving you a hard time. Always know that as a human being, you are not on your own when trying to find solutions. There is a flow of love surrounding you, ready to help you. This is the stream of your soul, which is joined by the loving energy of your spirit guides. You are not alone. Sometimes the light surrounding you pushes you to do something new or to give up something. The trick is to go along with this flow of inspiration, which often comes in the form of a feeling, suggestion, or desire. On many occasions, you wonder if this inner voice, this loving push, can be trusted. You have all been discouraged and afraid to really trust the voice of your heart. Part of you feels lost, imprisoned within walls made of fear and distrust. Now is the time to fly away, to open the windows of this prison. The earth and heavens are calling you. We are here to release you, but we cannot do this alone. We need your help. You have to respond to your call. Have the courage to trust, to be open and feel. Every emotion triggered by this liberation must be seen and felt. Not so you can get attached to them, but to let them fly away, free as birds. What has become hidden and concealed inside you, clammy and chilly like a dank prison, needs to be awakened by the voice of love and called to the light. You do not have to do this on your own. The light is calling you and is there for you. But you have to join this stream and agree to open yourself. Imagine that your prison, however you imagine it, has a gate guarded by 2 watchmen. They guard the gate. They have been your response to the pain and fear you have experienced in life, whether in this life or in past lives or both. Take a good look at the watchmen. They feel they are doing a good job and want to protect you from even more pain. But by protecting you, they cut you off from life, from feeling, from flowing. Treat these guards with reverence, though, for they have done great work. You may see them as negative figures, but they were the ones who have helped you to survive the density and heaviness that existed until recently. Look them in the eye and thank them for their work. The human psyche is very inventive and will think of anything to make life bearable. For example, by shielding your sensitivity, or by retreating to a dark corner because this provides a sense of safety. From the perspective of the light of compassion, all these mechanisms are perfectly understandable. Everyone has experienced this. All aspects of human behavior that stem from survival mechanism from a closed gate are deeply human. When I speak about the new earth that is coming to fruition and is awakening in your hearts, I speak about a world that is profoundly human. The new earth is a world full of compassionate people who have a refined understanding of each other, because they have experienced all extremes of their humanity and are at peace with that. By humanity, I mean the highs and lows of emotion, the mix of pain and joy that is part of being human. By humanity, I mean vitality, change, seeking, growth, and starting over. By humanity, I mean seeing similarities between yourself and other people, even if at first glance they look very different. You begin to look for what you have in common with another, and you start using these similarities as a basis for communication. This creates a sense of brotherhood and sisterhood. It is the love planet Earth has long been waiting for. This love is born through all of you, through the awakening heart within you and you in you. Tell the guards watching the gate of your prison that it is time for change. Imagine that you literally shake their hands or touch their shoulders to thank them for their service. Feel their strength and dignity. It is all about recognizing the core of light in all your energies. In your relationship with other people, it is important to see their light, but also your own. All negative energies have a light essence, a core of longing for love, a desire to do good, even in a very distorted ways at times. Even cruelty and abuse of power stem from a desire for love and the inability to express it in a powerful and confident way. It is not my intention to justify negative behavior or energies, but I want to foster understanding for them and give you a sense of how they are rooted in a lack of love and in pain and fear. Everyone knows deep fears and has experienced how they can distort or even mutilate your emotional life. And everyone is familiar with the desire to be in control, to direct life, to force others to do certain things. This is all very human, and by recognizing it is so human, you can free yourself from your own prison. See if your guards can step aside and open the gate. The gate wants to open, because it takes a lot of strength to keep it closed. And what it is that wants to come outside. Who or what would like to appear in your life? Just allow it to come forth. You may see or feel something, a certain sentiment or vibration. Maybe it is a very lovely part of yourself. Perhaps you were afraid it was too beautiful and tender for this world and have therefore kept it hidden. Or perhaps you see a color or flower. It may also be a very powerful part of yourself that wants to come out, a part that is strong and determined, firmly grounded and resolute. It is also fine if you see an animal that helps you connect with the essence of its energy. Allow the energy to flow freely, naturally and effortlessly, and feel how the earth and the cosmos welcome this energy here and now. And there you are, free at last. The chains of the past can be thrown off. Spending time with kindred spirits can help with this when you welcome each other and everyone is allowed to be fully human. Of course, people may still behave according to old mechanisms. When you open your inner gate, you will be confronted with this, but do not make it bigger than it is. The old needs time to dissolve. When a tree dies, it remains part of the landscape for a very long time. Matter slowly returns to the earth, which is a good thing. It is part of the cycle of life, but do not let your life be affected by dead and old parts of yourself. It is human and perfectly understandable that on occasion you are sucked into the maelstrom of doubt, sadness, fear, or gloom. Observe it with an accepting eye. Just allow it to be there. You no longer have to hide it, and other people are allowed to see it too. The light of the new earth comes in through your humanness, your vulnerability, your willingness to listen to someone else's story, your acceptance both of yourself and others. That is where the light can find its way. Not through spiritual theories, not through theoretical knowledge, but through the heart, through your humanity. This is how the new earth is born, right under your feet in your heart. Frankly, I would like to invite you to connect with the energy of the earth underneath you. Feel the power of Mother Earth and how she supports you. You are her child, but you are also a teacher. You are a bringer of something new, a divine light. Feel a heavenly light hovering over you, embracing you in all its exuberance and generosity. Allow yourself to surrender this stream. Make yourself greater. Have the courage to be who you really are. You are beautiful, powerful, and graceful. Do not be distracted by old voices that tell you otherwise. Allow them to be there as background noise, but have trust in yourself. You are the bringer of a new light on earth. This is undeniably so. I salute you all as guardians of the new earth. Regaining your power. I am Mary Magdalene. I come to you as a friend. I am joyful and grateful to be here among you. You are making a difference. By coming together with the intention to expand your consciousness, you create change in your own life, but also in the collective state of the planet. Everything you do makes a difference. From my reality's perspective, the inner dimension is of primary importance. We see external events in what you call the objective world as less important. These events are caused by inner changes and intentions. The external follows the internal. For me and for all who are with me in this plane, the inner dimension is much more real and substantial than the outer dimension. For you, it is usually the other way around. The world around you forces itself on you. The physical impressions you receive through your senses, your interactions with other people, your objective circumstances, they all seem to define you. But essentially, this is an illusion. There is an inner realm that precedes and causes everything you see around you. By deliberately making a connection with this inner dimension, you regain your power. On the outer level, you are vulnerable and weak. You have a human body that can fall prey to all kinds of external influences such as disease, forces of nature, and human violence. Your human body is fragile, delicate, and mortal. And of course, you have emotions. Although it can seem that you are your emotions, many of you have little control over them. This creates a feeling of being at the mercy of fluctuating moods flowing through you, just like the weather with its wind, storm, and rain. If you are strongly identified with your emotions, you can lose sight of your inner center, because there is nothing you can hold on to, and you are swayed by the whims of your mood. In that sense, states of mind, moods, and emotions are also external aspects of you. Your inner world has an essence which is independent of both the physical world around you and your emotions. Now, I would like to invite you to go to this inner essence, this place of neutrality and inner silence, independent of time and space. You can find this place in your body, within the intimate space of your physical self. The body is the gateway to the inner self. Focus your attention inwardly. Connect with your heart and feel how the warm stream of your attention touches your body. Your attention is very beneficial for your body. Your body has an inner life as well. It is not just an objective collection of cells that can be described by a chemist or biologist. Your body has an inner consciousness and life. Allow yourself to feel this. Let your breathing get a bit deeper into your body and feel that this happens effortlessly. Your body knows how to breathe in a gentle and relaxed way. Feel how the outside world becomes less important as you go inside and become quiet. Now sink into your abdominal area. Look for a place in your abdomen where you can rest for a while. Try to sense energetically where this place is. Imagine that you touch that place with your breath. Now descend into this place, this space. If it helps, you can imagine it as a bowl made of two hands, and as a place in nature. Just use your imagination to picture this resting place in your abdomen and your base. Now imagine that all your power accumulates there. It is a quiet force that has withstood the ages and is very ancient. You inhabited a physical body on earth many times before. Deep inside your abdomen there is an awareness that you are much more and much greater than this body, than this earthly person with these emotions. You are an eternal being, and the more you feel and realize this, the more your soul can have access to your everyday existence and external reality. Feel the inner peace at the base of your abdomen. You will find an anchor there, a beacon that is never swayed by the emotions and moods that move through your energy field. This point of stillness is not empty. It is neutral, but not empty. Feel the presence of consciousness there. It is resilient and vital, and at the same time vast and spacious. Imagine that an energy starts flowing from this source, pervading your entire body. Simply observe how this happens. From this resting point in your abdomen, a swirl of energy moves through your abdomen, gently and peacefully finding its way. Your deepest self meets your earthly self here. Simply observe where this energy stream wants to go, your heart, shoulder, neck, and head, or perhaps down to your thighs, knees, and lower legs. Feel that when you stay connected to this energy stream, your perspective on many things in your life changes. You are aware of your strength and independence. You are greater and vaster than your life experience, your emotions, and pervasive feelings. There is something greater than all of this, and that is you. Many people today need more space for themselves and their safety. The existing structures in society on your planet are not suitable yet to provide this inner space and security to people. As a result, there is a need for people who introduce new and flexible structures based on inner freedom and wisdom instead of fear and control. Those who feel inspired by my words bring renewal. You often think that you live and act as isolated individuals here on earth, But what you think, feel, and do makes a difference. Just by thinking differently, you make a difference and affect the world around you. The inner dimension always precedes what happens in the outer dimension. The inside outweighs the outside, so to speak. What you think and feel is essential. So do not be fixated on your output, on your external achievements. I invite you to go inside. The external consequence of this inner step to find your inner strength are unknown, and for the time being unpredictable for you. You need not be bothered by them. When you decide to embrace the power in your abdomen, the immeasurable power of your soul, it is like turning a key. You activate a high source of wisdom within you. The rest will take care of itself. The way inward requires courage. Sometimes it may seem easier to adjust expectations, habits, and things that are taken for granted in society. These exert a certain pressure and pull, and can even become addictive. It is nice to have a sense of belonging and to be appreciated. But at what price do they come when at the same time you feel restricted and cannot express who you really are? The living, unique, and vigorous power in your abdomen comes directly from your soul. You will only feel deeply fulfilled if you embrace this power. This starts by distancing yourself from structures, demands, and expectations that do not resonate in you. This requires courage. It is quite natural and not unusual to experience fear when you fully descend into your abdomen and make the connection with your spontaneous nature and the deepest impulses. You need to make contact with the power in your abdomen on a regular basis and remind yourself that this is where your true essence lies, the source of inspiration and meaning in your life. I invite you once more to descend into your abdomen and connect with this resting power. Now feel a stream of energy moving from this resting point to the earth. Feel free and limitless in how you connect to the earth, to the core of its being. Both of you are powerful souls. The earth welcomes you. Now ask yourself, what do I need to do in my everyday life to be more aware of my power and use it? Is there a concrete step I can take to accomplish this? Remain firmly anchored in your center and connect with the earth. Then ask yourself, what is my deepest wish for myself? Feel the self that you are addressing. It resides underneath the layer of varying emotions and moods. It is your essential self, which is older than this life and has come back to earth to learn more about itself and express itself. You may not get a concrete answer right away, but you can pay attention to what you do feel, what you long for, what is missing in your life. Perhaps you long for a certain feeling, for example, more freedom, more lightness, or more inspiration. Just let it come to the surface and trust the instinctive wisdom of the stream in your abdomen. In the silence of going inward, you let go of what is taken for granted, and you start listening to your authentic self, creating change, not only for yourself, but also for the society you live in. Welcoming anger. I am Mary Magdalene. I am your sister and kindred spirit, and I have come as a friend. I see all of you with my inner eye, and I feel your hearts. I am very pleased that you are here. You are travelers. You embarked on this life path inspired by an inner flame, a seeking, a desire as well as a knowingness that you wanted to be on earth at this time, in the here and now of your life. It was your soul's choice. I invite you to feel this. Feel the soul in your heart, your soul. Make a connection with this source that is your creator, the creator of your human personality. Say your name with your inner voice and feel that you are the creation of the soul. You are one, but your soul takes part in all kinds of realities. While you are, as an earthly person, are focused on this particular life here and now, in the body, in your material reality. Spiritual growth is about the interaction between you and your soul. Your soul is not omniscient. Your soul wants to experience something through you. You have knowledge and experience and instinct that you developed in this earthly life. These are valuable to your soul. Your soul learns from them. Conversely, you as an earthly human being can be inspired by your soul, because it has access to resources of wisdom and knowledge that are not easily accessible for you, absorbed as you are in this three-dimensional reality. So there is an interaction between the soul and the earthly person. I invite you to have respect for the inner knowing that resides within you. Do not see yourself as less than your soul. Your relationship is based on equality. How does the wisdom of your earthly personality manifest in you? How can you establish a connection with it? This happens through your emotions and abdomen. The heart is the seat of the soul, provided you allow it to be so. Your heart connects you to the heavenly spheres you originate from and where your home is. Now feel your connection with the center of your heart, right in the middle of your chest, and feel its lightness. If you sense a heaviness around your heart, go even deeper into its core, beyond the physical, and feel the lightness that is there. Just go deeper until you feel light. Connect with this light. Feel your richness. You have lived countless lives in many places in the universe, and you have experienced so much. You have gained wisdom and developed compassion, so acknowledge that. The wisdom and love in your heart, which could be so easily perceived, and were so readily accessible in the heavenly spheres of light, give them a place in your heart and feel your freedom. Maintaining this feeling, now shift your focus to your abdomen, which has its own center. This is the center of your own earthly personality. Take a moment to find it. Sense from within that it feels like an anchor, a base, a center. Be fully present there with your awareness and feel that the atmosphere, the energy is different than at the heart level. At the level of the abdomen, the energy is denser, more compressed, more connected to the earthly, three-dimensional material world. The energies on earth are heavier and denser than in the heavenly spheres your soul is familiar with. So it takes a lot to be present on earth and to be inspired by your true light. I would like to emphasize that you need your abdominal center in order to be fully present here. You should respect your abdomen and the emotions that reside there, and take them seriously as equal partners of your heart and soul. If you do not do this, your abdomen will become empty and uninhabited. If you try to manifest yourself on earth purely from the heart, you miss the bridge with this reality and the energies that exist in your abdomen. You deprive yourself of an essential tool. Many of you refuse to inhabit your abdomen, whether consciously or unconsciously. Why do you do this? Why is there a tendency to abandon your abdomen and do not feel at home there? You carry judgment regarding your abdomen. When you sink into the center of your abdomen, you will encounter many powerful emotions. These are all very human emotions, such as fear, anger, distrust, lust, passion, hope, and desire. These emotions carry a tremendous amount of energy that you shy away from because they can be so overwhelming for you. You feel more at home in your heart, partly because you are highly developed souls. You are highly sensitive and have come here with a mission. It is your wish to contribute to the uplifting of the collective consciousness on earth to the heart level, to a heart consciousness. This is one reason why you feel more at home in your heart. Apart from that, many of you feel a certain resistance regarding your earthly existence. Some of you consider the abdominal area to be an outright hostile place because of painful and violent experiences in your past and present lives as a human being. You refuse to surrender this reality again, but the abdominal region should be embraced. It is the bridge to incarnation, to the true descending of your soul's energy and being fully present on earth. This is what you really long for, and what will heal your old pain. To achieve this, you need to take your human emotions very seriously, and to not see them as lower, but as a valuable tool showing you the way. Let us practice this for a moment. Again, focus your attention on your abdominal center point. Imagine the appearance of an angry woman there. Be present in the spaciousness of your abdomen, and imagine that you see this woman walking towards you. Obviously, she's very angry. She may be yelling or ranting, or her face may be red with anger. She may be clenching her fists or stamping her feet on the ground. Just allow her to be there. Feel the deep cry in her abdomen that wants to come out through her lungs, throat, and mouth. She's fed up. Something has been suppressed within her and wants to get out. She needs your permission. Can you say yes to her? Just feel if you can. Inside this woman there is sincerity and honesty. Her anger is not meant to hurt other people. Rather, it is a form of self-expression. She is looking for a connection with her essence, and that is why she is yelling. Her own cry wakes her up, enabling her to find lost parts of herself and bring her home. All of you has this anger inside of you. It is almost inevitable. A powerful and authentic part of you has been undermined by limiting influences of your family, your upbringing, your society, and your past lives. This manifests itself as a feeling of disempowerment, of being afraid to show who you really are, of being afraid of your own power and of losing connection with yourself. The first step to freeing yourself is to see your anger as legitimate, as having a rightful place in your experience. In essence, it is not an aggressive energy, but a deep desire to be yourself, to be released from old burdens. You cannot get rid of these burdens through your heart. The heart sees and understands. It looks at situations from a different perspective. If, for example, you have been a victim of another person's aggressive behavior, the heart can put itself in your position, but also in that of the wrongdoer. The heart carries a universal love, which is its highest gift. However, there is also the human self, the carrier of the heart. This human self has been undeniably victimized, emotionally hurt and damaged. In order to release yourself from this emotional charge, you have to descend into the abdomen and allow the anger, powerlessness, and sadness, the great sadness that is there to be present. This is the only way your soul can truly descend to the abdominal level. So say yes to this angry woman inside you when you meet her in your everyday life. On various occasions in life you experience irritation, anger, or displeasure. Take these feelings seriously. That is the most important thing. Take them seriously. Feelings are the language of your essence, just as whisperings are the language of your heart. Your raw emotions can teach you a lot about where you stand or your life path and the interplay between soul and human being. So take them seriously. Allow the anger to be there. Work with it just like you do with all other spiritual forces. Anger is just as much a guide as an angel from heaven. This emotion wants to tell you something important about who you are and what you should do. When you connect with your anger, let it express itself physically, and feel openly and neutrally where in your body it wants to express itself. Allow the anger to roll out and flow through you like a wave. Then engage in a dialogue with this angry part of yourself. Let the woman have her say. Write down what you hear and feel. Translate it into your own words. Take what you hear her say or yell seriously. Ask yourself how you can meet her needs. The next question is, what are you going to do with the insights and information you now have? How will you step into the world with it? Anger mainly is a signal to yourself, a form of communicating with yourself. When you have received the message loud and clear, you can translate it into action in the outside world by sending clear messages to other people and saying no if it feels right. Well-integrated anger leads to more honest communication with other people about what is going on inside of you. So allowing yourself to feel anger is not the same as uncontrollably expressing it to other people. First of all, it is about processing your anger. In other words, accepting and understanding it. Next, you can apply this in the outside world by asking yourself what you want to change and by making this known. Please understand that when you are angry with someone, it is because you care about that person. Otherwise, you would not be angry. You do not become angry with someone to whom you are indifferent. Otherwise, their actions or words would roll off you like water off a duck's back. So please understand that when you are angry with someone, there is also love for this person. If you suppress the anger because you think it is higher to be nice and understanding, you partly cut off your connection with the person in question. You say yes to the love, but no to the authentic anger inside of you, to your earthly personality. But this earthly self is not your lower self. It is just as much you as the love that is also there. You as a person are hurt by something. You are in pain. If you share this with the person who triggered it, it is also an expression of love, of earthly love. What this person says or does affects you, so you know he or she can touch you. This is a compliment. People are aware of this instinctively. They can sense it when you are honest. By expressing your anger, you are in fact offering a gift. You share the fact that you are affected and you share your emotional interest in them, which is also love. Please note, by honestly expressing anger, I mean clearly indicating what you feel, how you experience something, how much you are hurt. Using your inner strength to express anger is not the same as blaming other people, hurling accusations at them, reproaching them, or intentionally hurting them. Anger is openly sharing something with someone else. That is the difference between anger and aggression. When you are aggressive, you want to hurt someone else. This impulse is often the result of a long-term suppression of anger. But anger, in its purest form, is a grounded energy aimed at restoring your connection with the other person rather than breaking it. I would like to conclude by inviting you once more consciously descend into your abdomen. Your consciousness is an open space that says yes, is welcoming and non-judgmental. Be open and curious about what you will find in your abdomen, about the emotions that are there. Feel how you are carried by the earth. She is your mother. She played a part in the shaping of your body. Focus on your root chakra at the bottom of your spine. Feel, I am at home on earth. I am invited to get to know myself and blossom here. A new definition of masculinity. I greet you all from my heart. I am grateful that we can be here together. This is a new time. You are experiencing the birth of a new consciousness on earth. This new consciousness has already taken root in such a way that it is fair to say that the new time has begun. Deep inside, at the soul level, you know this. Before you were born into this life, you wanted to contribute to this transformation that touches and awakens an increasing number of people. What exactly is this new consciousness? You are all carrying an old past within you, not only from this life, but also from many previous ones. For a very long time, the energy on earth was characterized by fear and conflict, by the struggle for survival, not only physically, but also emotionally and spiritually. Very often in your previous lives, you tried to sow the seeds of different, heart-centered consciousness. This was not easy, as there was a male energy that dominated life for a very long time. This energy had its grip both on your inner life and the world around you. This masculine energy has affected you all deeply. Not only did you encounter it, you also absorbed it, either consciously or unconsciously. This means that the mentality and actions that are inherent in this energy have become part of you, often expressing themselves in a heartless, coercing voice that judges and divides. This voice is present within you. Sometime in the past, this dominant male energy was born out of fear. The male energy became separated from the female energy, disturbing the natural balance and dance between two sexes. The male energy started to operate independently and lost its connection with feeling and the whole. This separated male energy had a need for dominance and control, losing its respect for nature, the earth, and all living things. This insensitive and power-hungry energy also manifested itself through religion, as exemplified by the history of the Christian Church. The living source of the original Christ energy could not thrive in this hierarchical and heartless organization. It had to go underground, and those who wanted to spread the energy of the heart openly were cold-bloodedly persecuted. In many cases, they were killed. You, who read this, feel an inner connection to the source of the Christ energy. You made this connection before your present life. It is a soul memory that you carry with you and has become intertwined with the pain of being rejected for this very inspiration. I was one of you. During my life as Mary Magdalene, I was touched by the power and wisdom of the Christ energy. I lived at a time when women were not allowed to go public with their inner knowing, their independence and inner strength. But I was driven by a passion that gave me the courage to break away from the established order. I joined Jeshua. He was my lover and teacher. I felt completely valued in this relationship. I felt respected and accepted in my experience of spirituality, my inner knowing and humanness. Our meeting led to my inner healing. Even so, I was despised and ridiculed by the established order, even by the men surrounding Jesus. I was not taken seriously. The wounds I suffered regarding my female energy, of not being allowed to be who I really was, bothered me for a long time. I have had many lives on earth. I still feel strongly involved in the process of creating a new balance between the male and female energies. And I would like to tell you that today, many fundamental changes are taking place that give me new hope. How can the balance between the male and female energies be restored, and how can they function as two faces of one living heart? In my view, the transformation of your understanding of the male energy holds an important key. The male energy has identified itself with the mentally focused, authoritarian energy of leaders. This has long been the prime example of the male energy. It was not only women who suffered from it and who were victimized by this energy, although their rights were clearly violated. This suppressing tradition has left women with a deep-seated sense of inferiority. But also look at what it has done to men. Men also have a female energy. This is their sensitive, empathic side. Sensitive men have often been judged within this authoritarian tradition. They were considered inferior, and homosexual men were particularly burdened by this limited male image. They were, and still are, hated and persecuted because they do not fit the standard image of masculinity. A very one-sided definition of masculinity was formed that not only hurt women in their hearts, but also hurt and damaged the hearts of men. When today we speak about the rebirth of the female energy, I would like to emphasize that this rebirth also has to take place in men in order to restore balance on earth. It's not only about granting women certain rights. Both sexes need to develop a new understanding about what femininity and masculinity entail. Men need to learn how to feel and connect. When they let go of the idea that this is unmanly, they can create a connection between their thoughts and actions. Women need self-empowerment and have to learn to claim their space. When they let go of the idea that this is unwomanly, they can put flesh in the desire and talents and express themselves. The female energy can only be reborn and blossom when it is combined with a healed male energy. Redefining the male energy enables men to embrace their female energy, and enables men to see their male energy as a valuable and empowering aspect of themselves. Many women find it difficult to embrace their male energy. In the past, many women were severely hurt by a male energy that was so brutal that these women fostered hostility towards the opposite sex. There's a deeply rooted distrust, and many women doubt if they can really be safe and relaxed in a relationship with a man. The female psyche carries old memories of sexual abuse and personal humiliation. Every woman living on earth carries traces of the collective female trauma that was caused by centuries of female suppression. The result of these painful memories and the hostility and distrust towards men that resulted from it is that women have developed a negative image of the male energy itself. They do not make a distinction anymore between a fear-based male energy that is focused on power and control and a heart-centered male energy that is loving, powerful, and sincere. Women reject the male energy as such. This has far-reaching consequence for their relationship with men, but also for their relationship with themselves. In their relationship with men, the pain will be expressed in a game of intense attraction and repulsion. The longing for a male partner will always be there, but at the same time, a woman will push a man away because deep down she does not trust him. She feels he is fundamentally different, is not capable of really understanding her. This interferes with a true connection from soul to soul. But what happens when the relationship as a result of the trauma is even more serious? If women reject their own male energy, they weaken themselves and do not use their full potential. The male energy in a woman is the part of her that stands up for her, sets boundaries, and says no when appropriate. When a woman can use her male energy, it makes her self-aware and independent. It gives her a powerful feeling, which is exactly the opposite of the feeling of being oppressed that many women associate with a male energy. Today, many women need inner strength and confidence to protect and support their female qualities of empathy, love, and softness. Women need the male energy first and foremost for themselves. That is why it is so important to get acquainted with and recognize a heart-centered, loving version of the male energy. If you do not, you subconsciously keep suppressing and sidelining the higher male energy within yourself. And what happens then? Many women have learned to be giving and caring towards other people and connect with others. These qualities are considered good. If, however, by nature you are very sensitive and have an open heart, this attitude often leads to the breaking down of boundaries and being overwhelmed by other people's emotions and pain. This leads to problems typically associated with being highly sensitive: depletion of energy, receiving too little in relationships, having no time for yourself, not being grounded, psychosomatic symptoms, and sometimes even depression and hopelessness. In many cases, these problems can be attributed to an excessive female energy that is not balanced by decisive and restricting male energy. In order to connect with other people from your heart, with empathy and understanding, you need a strong inner anchor. The male energy, your I power, provides this anchor. For women, embracing their male energy and using it to recognize and respect their needs has a grounding effect. Standing up for yourself and setting boundaries is not an act of the ego, but an expression of a heart-centered male energy. This higher male energy offers the protection and grounding you need when you openly express your female connecting energy. Generally speaking, for men, it is the other way around. They can benefit from expressing their female energy, feelings, and intuition. When you approach life issues purely from the mind, you lose touch with yourself, because the mind is often led by notions and ideas and do not stem from your authentic self. In the end, you will find the answers to your life questions by first allowing your emotions about a particular issue to flow freely. And with these fully felt emotions as a basis, you can go to your heart and really understand what you want and what is important for you. If men connect with their female energy, they get closer to themselves and are grounded better. I have broadly outlined here the connection with the heart-centered male energy can be healing for women, and how the connection with a heart-centered female energy can be a healing for men. It is, of course, possible that a woman has a strongly developed innate male energy, enabling her to benefit from a stronger connection with her feelings and female side. Simply go inside and feel if this is the case for you. It is also possible man is a very sensitive by nature. He will benefit from a stronger connection with his higher male energy to protect himself against external stimuli. You are all individuals with your own mix of male and female aspects. No matter what this mix looks like, you can all benefit from finding a new definition of masculinity, and in particular from living examples of a heart-centered male energy. You can become an example yourself by embracing your male and female energies and recognize them as two faces of one source, the source of love. Embracing your individuality. I am Mary Magdalene. I greet you from my heart. I would like you to know that you are always surrounded by help and guidance. Beyond the earthly dimensions, there are kindred spirits, souls who love you in a deeply personal way, not just in an abstract and universal way. These are souls who know you and with whom you were together in other times and places. When you incarnate, you make a leap of faith, but you are always connected to a team of friends on either side. Some of them are more advanced in their development and oversee your life path with a broader view than is possible for you at this time. They are what you call your guides, but there are also others, like-minded beings who are close to you, like family or friends. Feel their presence, even if you do not know who they are. Know that you are seen and heard. There is much respect for who you are, and for what it takes to make this leap in the dark. Life on earth, every life on earth, is an important and a valuable contribution to the journey of your soul. So-called negative experiences also have a lot to offer. The pain that you experience now is like a stone falling into the water, creating many ripples on the surface. The effect of a painful or traumatic experience creates ripples through time, and at other times and other places you will be aware of the ripples, and you will understand this experience and value it. The understanding that you develop later on will return to the past and heal all wounds. All points in time, all now moments during the long journey of your soul, are connected to each other and affect each other. Nothing is ever really over. When during a regression you travel through time to a past life, you add your consciousness to a moment in your past, creating a stream that goes both ways, from the past to the present and from the present to the past. This is how your soul grows, and by doing this you increase your understanding of the fact that you are much more than this one person, this man or woman at this moment. This person is only one entrance point to your soul. There are many more. Your soul is immensely rich in experience, and all these experiences are puzzle pieces within a larger whole. I invite you to feel respect for the greatness of who you are. You cannot fathom this with your human mind. Say yes to it from your heart. Feel the wisdom that carries everything and gives purpose to separate life experience. You cannot understand the meaning of these experiences with your mind. There is a place and time for everything. Sometimes you have to go through profound experiences without understanding why. Later, you will understand. I ask you to respect yourself. You stepped into the dark blindfolded by saying yes to life on earth. Say yes to yourself, and also to the pain, the fear, and doubt within you. They are all part of the human experience. Do not reject them, as this will create an inner conflict that will tear you apart, causing things to go from bad to worse. Accept what is inside of you, the light as well as the dark. I invite you to go back to the beginning of your life. Go back to your childhood. Just imagine that your present body rejuvenates, becomes more youthful, and pay attention to what happens when you go through puberty from end to beginning. Feel how your gender becomes less important when you enter your childhood, when you go below the age of 10. Take a moment to remember what it was like to not be so strongly determined by your gender. Remember your openness and go even further back in time. Go even further than when you learned your language and developed notions and the judgments that went along with it. When you go back to your earliest childhood, your awareness naturally becomes opener and more receptive. It does not judge, it mostly absorbs. Try to feel this again. Remember the open awareness of the influences surrounding you. You are still close to a heavenly sphere you originated from. You are not yet strongly affected by earthly influences yet. You are still open to the reality of the soul. And by going back to this early past from your present, you connect with who you were back then, and you can give something to this uninhibited child. Imagine that you bend over this little child as the present you. Let its age naturally come to you. Feel the awareness you had and your connection with your soul. You were still an outsider and had the freshness and openness of a newcomer. Go to this child in your present form and look at it with wonder. See the heavenly energies in this child. Kneel down next to it and ask, what have you brought with you? Which richness does your soul want to share on earth? What resonates with you? Tell the child, I will help you. I am from the future and have come to support and guide you. Check if the child feels and sees you. If you need to, you can touch the child and look it in the eyes. When you feel and see the true power and original contribution of this child, put your hand on its shoulder and say, I will protect you. I am with you, and I will make sure that you will achieve your goals. Fuel your own power by saying this. At your present age, you have access to life experiences and knowledge about life on earth. Feel your present wisdom and send it to the younger child that you once were. As you enrich this child with your wisdom and life experience, it will give you something in return. It's originality, spontaneity, authenticity, and truthfulness. It flows right into your heart. This is you. And again, feel the connection with your soul and your heart. The power and wisdom you gained in this life becomes like a protective cloak around your heart. That is where your inner child lives, the child that is connected to your soul. This child is pure and original, and at the same time vulnerable. It needs your earthly wisdom and life experience for its own development and to keep its head above the water. By sending your power back to the past, you activate this child's talent and power. It is still living inside of you as an inner figure, and it is the bridge to your soul. Many adults have lost their connection with their soul. Usually children are not guided and encouraged to allow their soul's energy to descend into their earthly personality. In your history, individuality has long been taboo. There have been forces aimed at suppressing individuality. Among other areas, they manifested themselves very strongly in traditional religions. People in power want their subjects to obey them. Therefore, they are averse to individuality, originality, being different, and free self-development. People have been controlled through doctrines that determine what a human being is and how a human being should live. For example, the doctrine that human beings are inherently sinful and have a natural tendency to do evil deeds. According to this dogma, man can only be saved from his innate sinfulness and guilt by something outside or higher than himself. And this entity that could save man was an authority, the God who prescribed rules only known by a few people. This privileged group referred to the Bible or prophets and created fear among people. Religion and violence became inextricably connected. In the name of something higher, a lot of control is exerted, both on the physical level, the persecution of dissenters, and on a psychological level, the undermining of self-love, self-worth, and individual self-expression. The history of physical and psychological violence has left deep marks in people's psyche. However, we are at the beginning of a new chapter of Earth, in which freedom and individuality are more and more welcome. This slowly opens the gates to the soul. The reason why, in many respects, life on Earth has derailed is that people feel alienated from their own nature. They miss the connection with their soul and individuality. You are the ones who create an opening to the sphere of the soul. First of all, you do this for yourself at an inner level. This is what makes you a light worker. You create a channel of light and consciousness between your soul and the earthly personality. As a result, you have become very sensitive. Your heart is open and you've learned to really connect with your emotions, to recognize the voices of your fear and to listen to your intuition. Your commitment to this inner work is not limited to this life. You have been doing it for a very long time. In some of your past lives, you were forced to isolate yourself and hide your true nature. But now it is time to radiate your light and to be yourself among other people and within society. In many of you, this creates fear. Memories of oppression and persecution may be awakened when you express your inner truth. You may even experience terror when you start speaking and acting from your connection with your soul. You need the power of your abdomen to cope with this. Originally, the energy in your abdomen was very grounded. When you are fully present in your abdomen, you are well grounded. You feel sturdy. You feel that you are allowed to be who you really are. You feel safe and respected. With this as your foundation, you listen to the voice of your soul. You may receive messages from your soul without knowing how to integrate them into your everyday life. You may sense things without knowing what to do with them. You may experience a strong inspiration without knowing how to put it into practice. In these instances, your heart is open, but you are not fully present in your abdomen. This happens to people who are very sensitive. It is related to your above-mentioned history. When you are discouraged to think and choose for yourself, many of you have pulled your energy away from your abdomen. To descend deeper into your abdominal area, you need the male energy of saying no and standing up for yourself. This will help you break away from old traditions, be different, and go off the beaten track. That is the higher male energy which is available to your soul, whether you are a man or a woman. This male energy can help you sink deeper into your abdomen. By saying no to what does not resonate in you, you create space for your authentic self. The male energy that used to exert control and create fear is the non-grounded male energy. It is an energy that has gone awry and feels rootless. As a result, it wants to control and dominate life. But the heart-centered male energy offers a powerful protection and takes you to your inner home. And when this protection is there, you can descend deeper into your abdominal area. When you do, you feel carried by the earth. From this connection with your abdomen, you can feel the rhythm that matches your life path. Being truly intuitive has a lot to do with sensing the right rhythm. How do I know what is good for me? How do I know what my true needs are? That is not something you can feel solely within your heart. Energetically, your heart is situated too high for this. You need to be attuned to your abdomen in a physical, almost instinctive way. This enables you to receive the answers with a quiet inner knowing. It also enables you to receive the messages of your soul in a grounded way, enabling you to make clear choices. To conclude, I would again like to invite you to imagine the child that you once were. Imagine its presence in your abdomen and feel your soul energy in this child. Visualize a robust shield of light around the child. This gives it more space and prevents it from losing itself in the midst of the myriad of stimuli and outside influence. This child is your male energy standing up for you and protecting you. Feel the protection of this grounded male energy in your tailbone, legs, and feet. Now feel along your spine and in your hands. Feel that the child is safe within this powerful shell and starts radiating and playing in your abdomen. You are the torchbearers of the new time. Protect and honor yourself so that you can let the light of your soul flow into the earth and sow the seeds of a new consciousness. This is how you fulfill your life purpose. Old souls, I greet you from a like-minded heart. I am Mary Magdalene. I am one of you. We are members of the same family. I am with you as a sister, as an equal among equals. I would like to hearten you, because I can see that many of you are struggling. You are full of light, of zest for life, creativity, and wisdom, but you are discouraged by the intractable reality surrounding you. The violence, negativity, and cruelty on earth leave a deep impression on you. You are affected by what people do to each other in everyday reality, both on a large and small scale. You have a deep longing for another reality, one that is grounded in unity, in the values of the heart, commonality, brotherhood, and sisterhood. You are longing for this new earth, the promise of which is floating somewhere in your memory. Through your soul memory, you know what it is about, and you feel the urge to facilitate the fulfillment of the promise, preferably here and now. It is hard for you to accept the sluggishness and resistance of your earthly reality. I would like to tell you a little more about who you are as a soul, and as a soul family of lightworkers. I would like to do this in terms of soul age. Although the essence of every soul is divine and therefore eternal and immortal, there is also an ongoing process of development every soul is going through. Somewhere in the past, you started the incarnation cycle in life forms, in bodies, not only on this planet, but also elsewhere in the universe. So you are experiencing an immense adventure, an immense developmental process. Your soul has participated in many realities and now participating in life on Earth. This course of development consists of certain phases. They are comparable to the phases in a human life: childhood, adulthood, and old age. When you are a young soul, you have a thirst for experience. You are naturally more focused on the outside world than on your inner world. Before reflecting on your experience, integrating them, and gaining wisdom for them, you have to go through them. So it is natural for a young soul to plunge into many adventures and to go through experiences in many places with a certain eagerness and a lust for life, and also with the innocence of a young child. Children have many charming qualities: openness, enthusiasm, energy. But when life runs its course and you get older, you are confronted with certain challenges. When you reach adulthood, not only as a human being, but also as a soul, you start focusing on certain areas and specialize. Certain talents and gifts come to fruition. The soul goes through this process as well. Although you have many different lives in which you go through different experiences and try things out, every soul has unique qualities, talents, and gifts. During adulthood, you discover them and start applying them. By doing this, you learn to cope with challenges, pain, and resistance. Then, after a certain time, there is a breaking point. At the soul level, the transition from adulthood to old age is often marked by a crisis. In a human life, this crisis can manifest as what is called a midlife crisis. It can also occur earlier or later in life, when you are faced with harsh, disruptive adversity in your life, with sickness, pain, death, or separation. When a crisis occurs, there is a need for the soul to go inside, to fully process your feelings, to digest them. You have a need for wisdom, especially when you are in dire circumstance. The wisdom of old souls can offer help and be of service to you. For the soul, old age stands for the phase of wisdom. Older people naturally develop a certain wisdom as well. They have met with adversity on many occasions, and they know what it means to let go, to say goodbye. Everyone is familiar with the wisdom of old age. There is a reason why older people in earlier societies, not so much in modern ones, were the ones who people went to for advice, for wise counsel. Old age leads itself for reflection, for withdrawal from the hustle and bustle of life, for contemplation, and for seeking stillness. A soul that has experienced numerous aspects of life can look at things from different perspectives and has developed a certain sensitivity. The boisterousness, the enthusiasm of youth has made room for more thoughtfulness and in many cases gentleness. No more quick judgments, more depth, looking below the surface, empathy, and the willingness to understand. I have outlined this course of development very broadly. What I would like to get across to you is that, as light workers, you've reached old age at the soul level. You are much less giving in relation to the world around you. You experience a natural distance and a tendency to think things through, to know what something leads to, what its meaning is, and what its purpose is. Old souls are not attracted to plunging into something without thinking it through. The soul of light workers has experienced deep crisis, disruptive crisis. I am speaking about the soul level, so these cries may also have occurred in a different level of early childhood. Speaking in terms of youth, adulthood, and old age are metaphors. Many of you are born old. You often carry a certain pain inside, a certain melancholy or even gloominess as a result of these previous lives, in which you experienced not only happiness, prosperity, and joyfulness, but also the depth of pain, hatred, separation, loss, and loneliness. There is a sadness in many old souls not related to anything in particular, an emotional charge, a mood in the background. And because this emotional charge is there, and because it is no longer a matter of course that you simply plunge into life on earth, there is also room for a turning point. And that is what old age naturally leads to, going within and opening your heart. Whereas the youthful soul is more inclined to stand out and is therefore more concerned with the exploration of egotistic energies, during the second half of life it is more natural to seek unity, to connect with life, with its underlying meaning and the unity that connects everything. There is a longing in the heart to return home. There is an element of homesickness. Most of you are born with this homesickness. It is a natural aspect of your soul age. The present vibration on earth does not correspond with the vibration in your heart and the vibration you would like to return to. This is a painful fact, but it also holds a promise. You see, you are the ones building a bridge to the new earth, the precursors of a heart-centered vibration within this reality. And you will build this bridge from a place of utmost gentleness, by quietly radiating your light, by no longer fighting this reality, which you have done so often in the past, but by truly choosing the path of the wise. What then is this path, and where does it lead to? The first step on this path is acknowledging and understanding who you are. Value yourself. See yourself as the old soul that you are. Recognize your wisdom. Earlier today we spoke about sensitivity and the pitfalls that go along with being highly sensitive, for example, letting yourself getting carried away by other people's problems or emotions. But also see the inherent gift of high sensitivity, the talent. Life after life you have experienced and observed deep human emotions. See the richness in your soul that resulted from this. Because this is why it is so easy for you to read and understand other people's emotions. It is because you have gained that richness. Your sensitivity is a sign of development at the soul level. Acknowledge this. Value yourself. All too often you see yourself as failures, to put it bluntly. You do not value yourselves enough. The depth in your soul, which makes it possible for you to experience pain and sensitivity intensely, is a sign of maturity in your soul. If you truly value this maturity, you will take better care of yourself and acknowledge that certain things that may be fun and exciting for other people are not your thing, that you have a need for stillness, retreat, finding your center, and that this is not a sign of weakness, but a need that is a natural aspect of your development. I am aware of the fact that when I speak about valuing yourself, the ego comes into play. Because, you say, is not everybody the same and equal? We are not better than others, are we? No, of course not. The child is not better or worse than the adult or older man or woman, and vice versa. Every age has its own powerfulness, value, and charm, and every soul goes through every phase. But as far as the development of consciousness is concerned, you are a senior. Acknowledge this. By being aware of your inner strength, your wisdom, your mastery, you become less concerned with disharmonious vibrations around you. You realize that this is a part of this reality, a reality that encompasses all life stages. You become stronger within and with yourself. You are less concerned with what does and does not happen in the world. You are less worried about whether or not other people understand you. Value yourself. Dare to be great. Dare to be different. And dare to not blindly follow others. Dare to deviate. This is a part of your path. I would like to invite you to imagine an old, wise woman or man. Just allow this person to appear. This wise figure represents your inner wisdom. There is depth in the eyes of this person. He or she has seen and experienced a lot. There is also vitality in those eyes and humor and the ability to put things into perspective. Old age can be full of joy and delight, exactly because you are more detached from the world around you, which is what the world needs right now. It needs this detachment, this looking at things from a broader perspective, this non-judgmental aspect of you. You can experience that joy and independence on earth, so internalize the image you are seeing. Some of you still experience resistance to the world you live in. You are indignant or angry or disappointed about all the pain and suffering in this world, all the ugliness and injustice. When you look at those things as an old soul, you do not only become truculent and enraged, but also experience a deep, heavy sadness because you are deeply affected by it as a sensitive person. The reason for this is that you feel the nuances of other people's pain and sadness so intensely, even physically. As long as you have expectations about how the world will change or needs to change, you are dependent on something outside of yourself. Do not do that. Acknowledge the wisdom of your soul. Look at the world around you with a gentle eye. Do not share in the suffering of the world. The world needs your presence, not because you fight injustice, but because you embody a wisdom and vibration that show the way to the future, to a new earth and a different reality. The more detached from the world you are, the purer you can spread this vibration. This will bring about change in this world, in people, but you cannot predict how this will happen. You cannot clasp it. You cannot control it. It is not a project you dive into. You let go. You let go of this world while being fully present in it. It is my wish today to impress upon you how beautiful you are, how much inner strength and wisdom and depth you have accumulated during the course of so many lives. Be proud of who you are, be at peace with yourself, and allow the fears, the emotions to be there. But at the same time acknowledge your own stature, power, and worthiness. You are becoming a teacher in this stage of your soul's development. Not a teacher who preaches and pushes and pulls, but a teacher of what the energy of the heart is all about, just by being yourself. So show respect for who you are. Opening your channel. I am Mary Magdalene, a friend and a companion. I was called Mary Magdalene on earth. This name reflects a part of me, an aspect of my soul. Now I live from the entirety of my soul, and I am also connected to other parts in me. And as a soul, I am part of an even larger field, a network of kindred spirits you could call my soul family. I am here now because you are connected to this field. Together we are a soul family, and the awareness of this connection can support you on your life path. Nothing is more pleasant than being acknowledged by others and experiencing a soul-to-soul connection. It feels like coming home after a long journey full of deprivation. Receive the energy of home through me. Feel the energy of your soul family here on earth and on the other side. We are with you. Many things are changing on earth. More and more people long for something they cannot find in material abundance or social status. More and more people find these things do not provide the fulfillment they are looking for. What is really fulfilling for human beings is love. Love for themselves and a loving connection with other people. Love is related to contact and connection. A lack of this leads to an inner void, which is experienced as painful. Any attempt to fill this void with possession, success, or status will not take the pain away, because these things simply cannot replace contact and connection. Earlier I spoke about the joy of coming home among kindred spirits. You long for that energy of home. It gives you access to a fuller connection with your soul. A connection with your soul gives you a deeply felt sense of fulfillment. The longing for the non-earthly spheres of light that some of you feel is often a need for a connection with yourself, with your essence, your soul. The moment you come home within yourself, you will feel included in the greater whole. Now feel for yourself where you stand in relation to your soul and the field of connection it is part of. Imagine a radiant light, shining on you like the sun. The rays of the sun warm your heart and your entire body. It is the energy of home that you are feeling and that is calling you. It makes you happy and carefree. Allow these rays of light to warm you. You are here on earth to remember this light. So it is awakened within your spirit and body and germinates in your earthly life, touching the earth and everything on it. Imagine standing in a shower of light. The light first touches your crown at the top of your head. From there it flows along and through your head to your shoulders and neck. Simply observe this happening. Feel the light flowing from your neck to your heart, through your chest and to your stomach. Next, it flows through your belly all the way down to your tailbone. Let it flow to your legs, first through your upper legs and then swirling in your knees. From there, the light slowly and steadily grows and flows into your feet. Next, it touches the earth through your feet. Feel how you make a connection with the earth soul. It welcomes you. This is how you create a bridge, a channel between heaven and earth. Have a good look at your channel. Are there areas in your body or aura where the flow is blocked? Is anything stuck there, or do you see a duller light somewhere? There may be parts resisting the light of the soul because they experience it as unsafe. Look at these parts with a gentle eye. Imagine that your eyes become soft and loving when you look at these. This alone will soften the resistance. Now I would like to ask the parts that offer resistance to your own light to show themselves as an image. Show me who or what you are. Make this request in a very open and natural way. Do not force anything and welcome what shows itself. An image, a feeling, a memory, a color, they are all fine. Feel which emotion arises and what shows itself. Why is this part of you resisting the light of your soul? It has a reason. Assume that this part is open to your positive attention and listening ear, because just like everything else in existence, it is seeking contact and connection. It wants to experience joy again and come home with you. Call out to this fearful, angry, or sad part of you. Show it that your hands and heart are open. See if it comes closer. It may appear as a child now, or as an animal or a monster. All of these are fine. Its form expresses an emotion, and with it a message. It is also helpful to feel where in your body you are resisting your own light. Resistance can also manifest as a physical ailment. No matter how unpleasant or uncomfortable this ailment is, do not resist it. Give a deep sigh, and with this sigh, just let it exist. Let it be. Do not try to change this obstinate part of you. That is love. You receive it without judging it. You simply surround it with awareness. It may seem that you are not doing anything, but you are doing quite a lot. When you let this darkest part of you show itself, it creates a movement in your soul, a change in vitality. You cannot control or get a grip on this movement. An even larger power is awakened, a power beyond your personal will and reasoning mind. Trust it. Let it happen. Trust the natural tendency of all that is to return home, to love and joy. This urge is present in the most minuscule parts of the universe and all that lives. You do not have to create this urge in this dark part of you. The reason why it is not home yet is that you are unknowingly resisting it. You do not trust it. You have become estranged from the living connection with the stream of goodness and love in creation, and you cannot imagine it is also there for you. That is why saying yes to your darker part has great meaning. When you yes to it, you treat it with respect. You no longer try to conquer or destroy it. This attitude differs dramatically from what you used to. Most of the time you are involved in a battle with yourself, and you divide yourself into a part that you approve of and a part that you disapprove of. This division is the problem. Work together with your darker parts. Welcome them. Your soul has talents and powers that take you home to your original light. Trust the greater aspect of you and realize that you are also part of a network of kindred spirits who are your family. Their strength also flows to you, just as your strength flows through them. Have faith in the bedding that carries you. The essence of all healing. Feel me from your heart. I was Mary Magdalene in one of my lives on earth. I lived on earth with sadness, joy, and fear, but also with courage. Just like you, I made the journey through the experience of being human. A saint is not someone who stands above human emotion. The hallmark of a saint is that he or she can identify with everything, understand the furrows in the human face, and can feel how they were caused. Having such a deep understanding of the human journey on earth leaves no room for judgment, only for spaciousness, stillness, and deep insight into others. What happens when the human being is deeply understood by someone else is that it releases this human being from old burdens. Someone who looks at you and approaches you like that sees your essence, the essence of endless beauty, depth, and wisdom. You are people who want to look into this depth. You want to dig deeper until you reach the essence. That is your strength. You are all on your way to that spaciousness, which you first give to yourself and which you make room for everyone else, because you no longer judge. You no longer make a distinction between good and bad and light and dark. This spaciousness I am referring to is the Christ energy, the Christ field. All bearers of this energy have come to testify to it. But how do you do that? How do you describe this deep understanding, this quiet spaciousness that is not empty but filled with feeling? You cannot describe it with words. I felt the meaning of this vast, quiet spaciousness in the presence of Jeshua. It touched me deeply. This energy, his presence, created an openness in me. I discovered this spaciousness within myself and gradually started living from that awareness and a feeling at home in it. This enabled me to distance myself from the intense human emotions inside me: fear, disgust, pain, and also anger and hatred. It is all too easy to lose yourself in these emotions. It is your mission as a human being to create this spaciousness within yourself, and you are the only one who can do this for yourself. Someone else can invite you to do it through his or her presence. He or she can hold up a mirror showing what it would be like and how you can live from this spaciousness. This is the responsibility or inner task of light workers, to hold this spaciousness in the presence of others, but first and foremost in their own presence. Let us practice this for a moment. Feel how your consciousness becomes light and soft, gently waving and rippling, and not pushing but open, and feel how the soft stream of your consciousness swirls through you, through your head, where it softens your thoughts, making them mild and agreeable. Often the softness in your thoughts is a result of the pain you think you have to respond to by sticking up for yourself and becoming defensive. Let this be for a moment. Allow yourself to experience the calm, soft stream of your true consciousness. Let it flow down through your throat, your heart, your shoulders, your diaphragm, and stomach. You can visualize a rippling river finding its natural way. Pay special attention to your abdominal and pelvic areas. Let the water flow through them and softly cleanse you. Anything sharp is flushed out by the stream. Just let the energy flow through your legs, your upper legs, your knees, and your lower legs. See how the water flows through your feet, between your toes and into the ground, and see how it feeds and strengthens your roots. Feel how the earth supports your feet. Let your entire being come home within yourself, and see how wide you would like your aura to be. Your energy field is a natural extension of your physical being. Where does it end for you? What feels like a good boundary? Feel free to let your energy field expand. It will harm no one. Your space also gives space to others. Feel how free you are and rest within yourself. Sink deeper into your abdomen and let your breathing follow you there. And feel your inner calmness, softness, and peacefulness in the state, and at the same time be aware of your boundaries. Feel the safety this gives you. You keep your aura to yourself. You occupy the space that is appropriate for you, and at the same time you feel soft and open inside. From the state of awareness, I would like to invite you to look at how you can apply your male and female energies in your daily life. You have a tendency to use these energies separate from each other, in such a way that they are not attuned to each other well enough. The soft energy I described a few moments ago is your female side. It is empathic and understanding. But when you apply it to your connection with someone else, you often leave yourself. Part of you jumps out of your energy field and dives into the other person's aura. See if you recognize this and feel what happens energetically to you when you do it. Your energy moves upward. You lose your calmness, your anchoring in your abdomen. Now I'd like to say something about the male energy. There will be moments when everything becomes too much for you. Losing your connection with your inner anchor when connecting with others will eventually exhaust you. It is not nurturing. Something goes awry. You will reach a point at which you feel that you have to close things off again, that you need to come home within yourself again. Often this is only possible by applying your male energy in a firm, almost harsh way. The male energy takes the form of a harshness or a fence to protect you, to stop the stream of leaking energy. You build this fence when you feel discontented, angry, and disappointed. Feel what this does to you. How does it feel inside? Look at it with calmness and a certain curiosity. How does this affect me? Does it feel suffocating? Does it feel free? Using your male energy aggressively goes against your natural, tranquil inner source. This pattern often takes shape in you, especially in light workers who are born highly sensitive, who are natural empaths, and in their role as consciousness pioneers tend to give too much, hoping to find response, recognition, and approval in others. If you do not get these, which was the case in your past lives or still in this case, it leads to pain, disappointment, frustration, anger, and loneliness. As a result, you use your male energy to shut down. This form of shutting down is very distressing, making you feel even lonelier. This is not an example of freely claiming your personal space, of naturally determining your boundaries, but rather a closing down or even signing off completely. I would like to invite you to apply your male and female energies in a different way. You have just experienced that it is possible to be anchored within yourself. Feel this again. Sink deeper into your inner being. It is possible to be and stay there, also when connecting to other people. This means that you let go of things, for example, the need to help other people too much or change them. It also means that you face your need of control or recognition, and that you no longer abandon yourself by trying to earn your right to exist outside of yourself. Because this is what you often try to establish when you give too much in your relationship with other people. You would like other people to confirm your right to exist, your right to be who you are. This is what a child longs for. A child is allowed to have this longing. It is a natural part of being a child. But becoming spiritually mature means that you take care of your own inner child, that you confirm its right to exist time and time again, and really start listening to this child's need and impulse. Now deliberately close off your energy field. Be totally present within yourself. Feel your inner child in your abdomen. Breathe into it and feel how your energy field, your spaciousness, becomes lighter. This is a sacred space. You have the ability to look into your essence and to value your beauty, wisdom, and love. If anything, this is your life mission, to fully see and receive your unique power, the crystal that you are. That is what the Christ energy awakens in you. And when this awareness is ignited in you, it naturally spreads to other people. This is not something you have to work for, devote yourself to, or fight for. The real art is to remain firmly anchored in your own being. When you are able to do this, the male and female energies within you naturally find their balance. The male energy brings you closer to yourself. It helps you to create a separation with your surrounding and to distinguish yourself from your surroundings when necessary. The female energy is your softness, your ability to connect, to comprehend, to deeply understand. Both work together as a whole. The return to yourself is the key to all healing and self-healing. Healing is about embracing your essence, consciously managing your boundaries, while at the same time being soft and open inside. Do not give too much. Do not abandon yourself. Allow yourself to be embraced by the deep, non-judgmental spaciousness in your abdomen. Resting within yourself, surrounded by the Christ field, you can mean a lot for other people, simply by what you are radiating. Enjoy once more what it is like to be quietly present within yourself. Relax, and have the courage to be who you really are. The Gate. I am Mary Magdalene. You know me. My essence, my face has become part of your history, and has become distorted as a result of it. But you know my origin, as we are living close to each other in our heart space, the dwelling place of the soul. You are moved by the same longing I had during my life on earth, a longing for truth, for what is real, for the essence. Living from your soul, from inspiration, from your essence is what matters to you. Living like this may hurt at times. It confronts you with your darkest parts, because in order to live from your essence, everything needs to be seen. The light must be allowed to shine on every part of you, so you become one and whole within yourself. Many people are involved in an inner conflict with themselves. It is very painful to watch this. Often people base their lives on idealized images of how they should be, as a successful human being who is loved and recognized by the outside world. Before you know it, you give in to the pressure to conform, to at least be successful and good in the eyes of the world. This pulls you away from your essence. You lose yourself. And there is always a voice that says, go inside and discover who you are. In the free space where there is no judgment, you can discover who you are, your light and dark parts, your feelings, emotions, and reactions. That is love, allowing yourself to be present in this free space and simply observe what is there. Then there is this external voice, very often the voice of fear that says, be good, conform to external standards. Be obedient. Do not be deviant or strange in the eyes of other people. This causes you to disconnect from your inner dialogue in this free space. You straitjacket yourself. You judge yourself according to external standards in society, and you hurt yourself. This is how you get pulled back and forth between what the world wants, which is so often represented by the voice of fear, and the call of your soul that wants you to guide you inward to the essence of who you are. How can you approach this conflict between inside and outside, between essence and periphery? By listening to the voice of your heart. Choose for yourself. Choose the path you want to follow in this life. Choose with all your strength unconditionally. Plunge into this depth, because it is free space where love prevails. You will never touch bottom. It may feel like a bottomless pit. You are no longer taken care of by approval, compliments, and other people's recognition. You are on your own. Feel the immense spaciousness there, in the most inner part of your heart. No judgment, no standards in how you should be and what you should do, no idealized forms. Only being can be found there. Pure being. Can you handle this much freedom? Or do you want to be restricted by external values and standards? Can you make this leap into the depth of your being? Can you really live? Living can be scary at times, but not living is much worse. It turns you into a slave of external influences. You disconnect from who you really are and your happiness. Finding real satisfaction in life is only possible by listening to the stream of your heart. Your heartbeat is unique in the universe. Only you know the way. Sometimes when you are lost, you need a dark night, the night of the soul, to find your way back to yourself, to remember who you are deep inside. The certainties of the outside world fall away, and you lived according to external standards and ideals. It feels as if you have lost everything, but you have fallen into a deep and dark hole. This is very unpleasant and forces you to face certain truths about yourself. It is called the night of the soul, but it really is a passage. You are led to a gate that contains a promise of something else, something greater, which cannot be fathomed by the conformed mind that has been conditioned by fear and old ideas. Imagine you are in a dark tunnel. You can even see its walls. You feel surrounded by nothingness. In essence, nothingness is not bad or evil. It is total openness, without expectation or judgment. Still, this nothingness frightens you, as if it destroys you, but it only destroys old identities. It destroys who you think you are. Who you really are cannot be destroyed or disappear. It is eternal, just as eternal as the space in your heart I was talking about. This space is always there. Imagine accepting this nothingness, this absence of certainties. Feel your inner strength in doing that, your independence. Be aware of what it feels like when you're not bound to this world. You are free in the depths of your being. Now imagine arriving at a gate from within the tunnel where you are surrounded by nothing, by darkness. You see a gate appear in front of you. Feel what this image does you. Does it startle you, or would you like to walk toward it? Is the gate closed and heavy, or is it ajar, and do you see light coming out from behind? Just observe. There is nothing you have to do. Now imagine standing in front of the gate and touching it with your hands. Let the energy flow through you. The gate is a threshold of something new your soul would like to show you when you are ready. And by touching the gate with your hand, you familiarize yourself with this new energy that wants to flow into your life with a rhythm that is appropriate for you. See if you can receive this new energy, the energy of hope, of your soul, in a way that feels good. Not too much, not too little. The energy of your soul swirls around your head, your shoulders, your heart, and it goes even deeper through your stomach, your abdomen, your pelvis, your tailbone, and through your legs, all the way down to your feet. Be aware of the fact that if you go through the night of the soul, something new is awaiting you. However, it cannot be seen with your present eyes. At the other side of the gate, you will look at reality with new eyes. You develop these new eyes by letting go of the old, by detaching yourself from certainties, from survival patterns you used to hold on to. How do you know when you are ready to let go of the old? Often you will feel dissatisfied and angry, or sad and desperate. These feelings tell you that you no longer want things to be as they are. You may want to think that you do not want to be here anymore, that you do not want to live anymore, but you are actually saying you do not want the old way anymore. You do not want to live like that anymore. But your mind, which has been shaped by the past, cannot grasp that there are other ways. That is why the night of the soul can be so intensely desperate. The old ways fall away, and the new is not there yet. And it is here, on this borderline, in this dark tunnel, where the important decisions are made. It is all about remaining loyal to yourself, about following your inner voice, and not allowing yourself to be pulled away by outside voices of fear, the known or the past. So I ask you, if you feel you are in the middle of the night of the soul, stay with it. Keep going inside and feel what is there. If there is fear, insecurity, sadness, or desperation about life on earth, do not judge. Stay with it. Do not retreat. Your light is much more powerful in all these feelings. They are not the end point, but merely a transitional stage. See the gate far ahead. It is already there. Connect with the energy of the new through the gate. One day it will open wide. Visualize this. It may be too much to feel all this right now, but look at it from a distance. Look what it will be like when the gate is wide open and you walk through it. What is there? What is awaiting you? What feeling does it evoke? You do not have to go inside right away. The right time will come, but perhaps you can already feel the promise, the beauty of the light there, the ecstasy, the joy, the ease. Look forward to it, because the road you travel, which can now feel as a frightening dark night, leads to that place. Always keep this in mind. It makes your journey lighter. I will hold your hand. Feel my presence. Every time a gate opens for you, it pleases us, and we feel a deeper connection with you. We are all connected to each other, and every step made by each of us individually contributes to the whole. Relationships based on soul recognition. I am Mary Magdalene. I am the woman who once lived here on earth alongside Jeshua. I loved him. We were both touched by the same inspiration, a flame of light that created a bond between us. I was that Mary Magdalene, but I am also more than that. She was one expression of the totality that I am. Beyond the physical plane, beyond the body that is male or female, there is the soul. There is no time or form in that dimension, and you are part of an indescribable unity there that cannot be captured in words. I would like to speak with you from this field of unity. Remember this unity. There was a time when you, your identity, was not as much defined as it is now, when you did not experience yourself as strongly as an individual ego in relationship to the world, in relation to the whole. You melted more easily into your surrounding. You are more one with others. It was similar to your arm that is part of your body, of the totality of your organism. The arm is a unity in itself, but at the same time it is a part of a whole, and the arm derives its role and meaning from being this part of the whole. Similarly, you are individuals as well as essential parts of a wider connectedness, and when you feel this connection with a larger whole, you experience a natural sense of security while sustaining your individuality. Feeling your connection with the whole is a female energy. Experiencing your individuality and uniqueness, feeling your me-ness, is a male energy. Both aspects are needed to play the game of creation. When you are fully aware of your me-ness, your individuality, meeting others can be a source of wonder, of attraction, of interest. This happens in the game men and women play with each other. There is a contrast between femininity and masculinity, a meeting of opposites that can attract each other, complement each other, but also repel each other. Feel this tension for a moment, the wonder and attraction in it. This is what makes a man fascinating for a woman, and what makes a woman fascinating for a man. The attraction between both sexes can excite immense forces, desires, and feelings that can touch you very deeply. This mutual attraction holds a longing to merge with each other, to become one with your partner. Still, the game of attraction and meeting each other can exist by virtue of being different from each other, by being opposites. Both elements are required to create fulfilling relationships, a feeling of oneness that can be experienced in your togetherness, but also the feeling of being different, of man versus woman, and meeting and discovering each other within this context of contrast. If you only play the games of masculinity and femininity in a relationship, the game of opposites, over time this can erode the relationship. The beginning of a relationship is usually characterized by an immense attraction and passion, but in the end, the feeling of unity and merging can only be experienced if there is true understanding and a true sense of unity between both partners. In other words, if there is something that transcends the polarity of man versus woman, enabling both partners to connect at the soul level. When you experience a meeting at the soul level in relationship, something is set in motion in the game between man and woman that deepens and empowers the relationships tremendously. On the one hand, there is an attraction on a physical level, and on the other hand, there is the opposition between male and female energy on the mental level. Only when this attraction between opposites is complemented by a meeting of the soul level, the dance between man and woman achieves its true beauty and joy. What exactly is this harmony on the soul level, the unity that can be experienced there? It is a miracle. It cannot really be captured in words or be described. Some of you know this experience. You feel a mysterious, deep intimacy with someone that seems to transcend everything else. You do not need to clarify and explain who you are. There is a natural connection, similar to what you may feel within your family. In this case, it is not a family based on biological ties, but on an inexplicable inner connection. On the soul level, there are also families. Eons ago, there was a field of unity you were born from, and from which you separated as souls and started your journey of incarnation, not only on Earth, but also in other places in the universe. The universe is rich and immensely vast. There is a lot to be experienced. Feel the immensity of it. And you can imagine that each and every one of you has had a great discovery of experiences during all these journeys. But early on during the soul journey, a kinship can be formed with other souls that travel with you for a while, that share certain interests with you. These group travels from the past result in a particular kind of family bond. That is a reason why in this life you may recognize someone. You connect with the soul behind this person, as it were. This can fill your heart with tremendous joy and calmness. It can lift you up and connect you with previously unknown depths within you. Now that we are at the dawn of a new earth, soul relationships which are based on a spiritual connection are becoming more prevalent. Fewer things will be determined by your earthly background in this life, by your biology or upbringing. Increasing number of people are opening their hearts and look for depth in their relationship. They do not only want to play the game between man and woman and feel like it is to be in love and to feel the passion and lust. They also want to experience a unity that transcends the opposite pole. I would like to invite you, if you have a partner in life, to imagine him or her standing before you. And if you do not have a partner, just let someone appear. This may be someone you know or an imaginary person. Just give your imagination free rein. It may also be an inner man or woman who originates from your soul. Now imagine that you are facing each other, and gradually you see that you let go of your human shape and let it slide off of you. You see each other from soul to soul, or feel each other from soul to soul. So if you can sense a soul connection, perhaps you see yourself and this other person as a being of light, or as different colors, or there may only be a feeling. What is your relationship like beyond earthly form, beyond the polarity between man and woman? You can also see the two of you as genderless angels. See what starts flowing between you when you do this, and feel what the basis of your relationship is. What gives you joy? What does this other person have to offer, and what do you have to offer on your part? Now visualize the infinity symbol. This symbol looks like an 8 lying on its side with 2 equal halves. Now imagine a line in the shape of the symbol running through the both of you. You on one side, your partner on the other. At a certain level, you are separate beings. The 2 parts of the 8 are closed, creating 2 opposing ovals, you could say. But at a deeper level, it is one line, one energy stream. See if you can sense this energy flowing between you in the shape of the infinity symbol. When connecting to this stream, to a certain extent, you can go back to the field of unity you were born from. You awaken this memory in your relationship. By experiencing this field inside of you, your relationship becomes richer and at the same time freer, because you sense that you are part of oneness, no matter what happens. You do not rely on each other to feel this, but it is very joyful and fulfilling to feel how you are connected, to feel this unity, and at the same time to see the other person as the person he or she is, because he or she remains a source of wonder, mystery, and attraction. No human being can ever be fully known. There is always something new to discover. When you connect to the deepest bond between you, you will be able to see this. It makes the game between man and woman lighter and easier. It becomes like a voyage of discovery instead of a battleground. There has been so much conflict and fighting in relationships between men and women. There has been so much misunderstanding and polarization. Both sexes experienced power and suppression in the past. The female energy also occupied positions of power. It was not always men who played the part of wrongdoer, and it was not always women who played the role of victim. There have been cultures in which these roles were diversed. You can feel this deep inside within yourself. You have had lives both as men and women. Deep inside, you know that both women and men are capable of abusing power. Today, both sexes want to transcend this old pain. They want to be closer again. They want to heal the old wounds. Women are following an inner path to rediscover their inner strength, to harmonize their male energy with their female side, so they can step into the world with self-awareness and inner strength, using their intuitive gifts, wisdom, and ability to connect. And men are reconnecting with their heart and opening up their feelings. They are allowed to show their emotions again and to express their affection and warmth towards women, children, and all of their fellow human beings. The process has been set in motion and enables people to transform the old suffering and lack of understanding. The fastest way to get there is through the field of unity, by recognizing that although you are a man or a woman in your earthly life, there is a deeper connection, a soul connection that causes you to recognize each other and sympathize with each other's path in a way that is unfathomable, but that can be explained by the fact that you are a soul. You are not only this specific man or woman, but a much larger being that has explored and lived through numerous aspects of creation. Today, an increasing number of relationships are based on soul recognition. These relationships provide an opportunity for profound inner healing. The beauty of this kind of connection between people, between souls, is that they also affect the collective aspect of the male and female energies. When a woman or a man experiences healing within a relationship and feels fulfillment at the soul level, this also affects the collective energy. Something is healed, old pain is let go of, and there's more trust between men and women. The more individual people can achieve this on their own relationship, the more it positively affects humanity as a whole. Therefore, each and every one of you is invited to make room for that dimension of the soul in your relationship. This does not change the fact that you are also an earthly man or woman and play the game with each other. But your soul connection gives this game more lightness, more joy, more luster, and you are also welcome to this. We share in your experiences. We stand beside you, and we are deeply connected with you. 3 steps to a loving relationship. I am Mary Magdalene. I was once a woman who lived and loved on earth, and sometimes despaired and struggled with very human emotions that you all know from your inner experience. I am here today to be an advocate for being human. Many of you are tired of being human. There's a lot of conflict in your hearts and pain and fear from the past. Sometimes you struggle with fatigue and resistance to really opening yourself to what being a human being may have to offer for you. This is all very understandable because when you come to Earth, you meet with resistance resulting from memories of past lives and from longing to go home, the home that you know from spheres of harmony and light. All of you carry this memory within you, and when you descend to Earth as a soul, this may cause a heaviness in your heart. Now take a moment to connect with the part of yourself that is struggling with life on Earth. Do not be afraid of it. Your consciousness is not of the Earth. Gently turn to the part of you that is afraid to be here, to really get involved in life and be open to everything that can be experienced on this planet. Just allow the pain, the doubts, the loneliness, the boredom, or the desperation to be there. I'm asking you to welcome this wound because a wound can only heal when loving attention flows to it. The spiritual path that you follow or wish to follow has a pitfall. You reach out to the heavens, the light, but if you are not careful, you will flee anything related to the earth and you want to get away from it all. But the deepest invitation for you here and now is to look at the darkness within you and send light to it. This can trigger resistance within you, but at the same time, it is what can be the most fulfilling for you. When you descend into your own darkness, loneliness, and a sense of isolation, you discover who you really are. A light bearer, someone who ignites the light in the dark. Now imagine the old pain that lives in your soul is collected in the middle of a circle. This pain can have several forms. It can manifest itself as restlessness, agitation, sadness, insecurity, or a sense of isolation. I would like to invite you to stand around this pain in an imaginary circle with a light torch in your hand. You point this light torch at the center of the circle, so the pain can become visible and does not remain in the dark. Let your light shine. You are not this pain. You are the one who can ease the pain and transform it. And that is your true task and mission here on earth. When you ignite the light in your own darkness like this, your light also radiates to others and encourages them to do the same. Then you are a light worker, starting with yourself. At the deepest level, this is where you are invited to look at your most vulnerable parts. When you look at the deepest wounds in people, usually they are related to being a man or a woman, being understood and loved, or not getting enough love and understanding. The original purpose of sexuality, of intimacy, is joy, and this meeting of two souls is immensely valuable. You can even call it sacred. where masculinity and femininity come together to openness and respect, there is a merging of energies that is creative in the literal sense. A child can be born from it, a wonderfully beautiful and new human child. But this meeting is also creative in a deeper sense. At the soul level, you can also be impregnated. You can be touched by someone else's soul in a way that enriches you intensely and connects you with the one without losing your individuality. That is the true meaning of the meeting between a man and a woman. Feel the beauty of this and feel that you have a deep-seated longing for it, for the sexual aspect in this sacred sense. As a soul, you are all looking for the one. You all want to come home within yourself, within the divine. You have come up with names for it that can never capture its totality. God, the one, all it is, the universe, the cosmos. The main thing is that you feel your inner longing to experience unconditional love again, in a safe environment, and to be allowed to be your total self and to express yourself freely. This deep-seated longing is present in everyone, and the beautiful thing about the meeting between a man and a woman or two lovers who can also be two men or two women. The beauty of the sexual encounter between two people is that you can catch a glimpse of unity in it. Through being human, through this polarity between men and women, this duality, you can catch a glimpse of home, of paradise, and be enriched by it. Sexuality is meant to be a source of light, a tender dance. But of all areas of human life, sexuality has wounded people most deeply, creating distance and hostility between the sexes. People even do not feel at home anymore in the energy of the opposite sex. Women have a hard time using their male energy, their self-awareness, their inner strength. Men struggle with surrendering to their feelings, to their emotions, to enjoyment, and to merging with a female energy. How did this come about? It would take too long to throw light on every single aspect of the evolution of the male and female energies. The basic fact is that God, Source, all that is, has given you the freedom to explore and experiment, and also the freedom to go too far in your application of energy forms that are out of balance. However, this had to be possible in order for you to truly understand who you are and the responsibility that was handed to you. You are not a child that needs God to hold its hand. You are becoming a God yourself. You have to learn to take responsibility and have a balanced relationship with all elements of life. You are a budding God. Feel how powerful and autonomous you are deep down. You are one and indivisible. And although you are inextricably connected to the source of everything, you are also an individual entirely yourself and unique. Let this really sink in. You are you and no one else. This is a miracle, a mystery. This is what it is like to be a soul, indivisible and unique. This is what it is like to be a God, a creator, free, autonomous, and independent. Can you fully bear the responsibility of this? That is the question. Part of you does not want to bear it. That is your shadow. That part of you feels powerless, fearful, and cut off from Source. It wants to return to Source like a child calling for its mother. And very often sexual relationships are used as a way to come home through someone else. But this is not possible. Home is within you. Taking full responsibility for your own unique individuality, your autonomy, is the first step towards a mature relationship. Being home within yourself, resting in your own essence, is required for a deep, joyful relationship with someone else. This goes against the childish longing you may experience when you fall in love, when you want to be totally wrapped up in someone else, to merge as if this other person is an all-knowing parent you can learn on as a child. When you fall in love, your inner child may want to let go of its own burdens and hand them over to your partner. This leads to an emotional dependence, soon followed by both partners suffocating each other. The first step towards a sacred, healing relationship is fully coming home inside yourself. Put your arms around your inner child that feel lost and take responsibility for your own maturity. Someone else cannot heal your wounds. You are your own healer, your own light. If you have the ability to sink into your inner being like this, if you can truly feel and accept who you are ready to connect with someone else, to reach out to someone else from an inner openness and a sense of wonder. That is the second step in building a joyful, abundant relationship. Reaching out to someone else with a sense of wonder. Wonder means having no expectations, no wishes, no needs regarding the other person, but approaching him or her with open interest. The most beautiful form of being in love is wonder, attraction, the desire to explore and getting to know each other. You do not feel that your partner should conform to your worldview, expectations, or needs. This enables you to play with each other and give yourself to each other, because there is no pressure and there are no obligations. You are free, the other person is free, and you come together in this freedom of choice. You are connected by something higher, something that rests in your heart. You do not try to heal each other, change each other, or make each other better. No, you celebrate life together, and in this joyful togetherness you are healed, not by your partner, but by yourself and your ability to rest within yourself and be open and receptive to the richness and abundance of the other soul. Now I would like you to turn your awareness inward and come to rest within yourself. Go downward along your spine, through the heart, your abdomen, and your pelvis, and also sense the presence of your sexual organs from inside. Do this with a sense of wonder, with openness, and without the judgment or shame that they are attached to it by your society in the past. Feel this area of your body just as openly and neutrally as you would feel a toe on your foot. This is where the anchor of being human can be found. Your basic instincts reside in your abdominal and pelvic areas. This is where you are resting in the earth. Go there with your awareness and just be present. Feel at home within yourself, wherever you are, and whatever human emotions you are struggling with. It is all about being there for yourself. Your light, your essence can handle anything, can face anything. It is an immortal light, the light that softens and understands. Next, fill your entire aura with this light. Feel safe and secure in your own divine light. Feel how the universe, God, Source loves you. You are fully accepted, you are admired, you are loved, because you are who you are, exactly as you are now. Now use this awareness to look at someone you love. This may be your partner, but also a friend, your child, or your father or mother. Just choose someone who comes to mind with whom you would like to make a connection. While you connect with the person you see before you, you remain present within yourself. Your boundaries are kept in place. You are resting within yourself. You feel totally at ease and comfortable. You slowly breathe in your abdomen and do not feel that you should help or change the other person, or that you have to do anything for that matter. You stay present within yourself. Now look at this person with openness and a sense of wonder. See what he or she radiates, how he or she stands before you, what strikes you about this person's energy. Now get a bit closer. Your energy field stays where it is around you. In your heart, you sense what your deepest feelings for this person are. Just let anything that wants to show itself come to the surface spontaneously. Watch these things from a place of wonderment as well, without judging them. Now look at what connects you, what makes the connection light and joyful. Do not focus on the things that are discordant between you, but look at the highest, lightest, most joyful cord that connects you, and through which the energy between you flows freely. Enjoy this. You do not have to do anything with it, just enjoy it. Receive the light of this cord. Feel how energy flows through it into your heart, and feel what this does to you. It adds something new and sparkling to your life, something that enriches you. You receive it when you are together, while at the same time giving each other total freedom. It is within this wonderment and freedom that you can meet each other. That is the purpose of real intimacy. Step 1 is coming home within yourself, resting in yourself, and to keep doing this also when you are connected to someone else. Step 2 is reaching out with a sense of wonder, without the need to change anything or decide how things should be. Just observe, feel, and discover. And step 3 is enjoying each other, enjoying the flows easier when you're together. Just enjoy this and let go of everything else. Relationships are very precious on earth. Energetically, relationships trigger the most intense human emotions. In the beginning of this channeling, I said, I am here to be an advocate for being human. What I mean by this is that traditionally people have often tried to achieve the divine in themselves by distancing themselves from their humanness and transcending it. However, what you are actually trying is to escape your emotions and the reality of relationships with all their ups and downs. I would like to say that you can walk the path to the divine by being human, by having relationships, because they confront you with the essence of life, loneliness, a longing to go home, despair, but also wonderment, joy, and connectedness. The intimacy you create in relationship with someone else is so impressive to the soul that when you have met each other this way as a human being, it is imprinted in your soul memory. If you have ever had an intimate relationship with another soul in human form, this connection is never lost. Human relationships cause the growth of your soul's consciousness and add a loving capacity to spirituality that is true to life. True spirituality is not about discipline, skills, or self-control. It is about developing an open heart, a human heart that wants to befriend the darkness within itself and others. By embracing your humanness and wonderment and softness, you develop love and compassion in your relationship. It is through this kind of relationship that the Christ energy is born on earth. The great and small within you. I am Mary Magdalene. I come from a distant past, but also from the future. I am more than the woman I once was on earth. I am part of a larger field of energy, continuously renewing itself in every moment. I am very much alive. I am not bound to the time and form in which I was embodied so many centuries ago. I speak from a source of energy that is inexhaustible and flows all around you and wants to awaken you. This is the source of life itself. It is your birthright to know that you are safe in it, to be included in this stream of energy, of creativity, of ease and lightness. This is who you really are. Everything else is an illusion, a temporary veil for your consciousness. Feel the energy field that I represent. I am part of it, just like you are. A vibrant, eternal field constantly renewing itself and enjoying its varying manifestations. Recognize yourself in it. You are free. You are independent in your earthly form, independent of time and space. You are an eternal being. You tend to forget this in your daily life on earth, in which you tend to contract your consciousness, to only believe in what you see around you, in what you are told by other people, during your upbringing and through the images you see around you within your culture. You do this until you believe that you are no more than your body, your cells, your gender, your job, or your role in society. Your role as a partner, or as a man or a woman. Before you know it, your conscience becomes narrow to such an extent that you forget where you originate from and who you really are. Remember, who you are lies at the basis of everything you wish for and want to be in your life. It is also the foundation for which everything comes forth. Only when you remember this foundation, your life will flow effortlessly with ease from your natural power. You are all here because in one way or another you have a desire to channel and to listen to the stream of energy that wants to come forth through you. You feel that you want to give it a voice, you want to be its channel, and this feeling, this desire that you have, in a certain way is a longing for home. By channeling the stream that belongs to you, you again feel at home within yourself and on earth. It allows you to be in the core of your being and to create a connection with heaven and earth. This is what channeling is really about. You give shape to your soul energy, to what transcends you as a human being, to what is larger than your humanness, which cannot be contained in a body in a contracted consciousness. It wants to come to you and flow through you. You have an earthly personality shaped by the past, but what you have learned by your body, your genetic makeup, and then there is the stream originating in eternity and coming through your soul. The stream wants to dance with your earthly form. You could say that a stream from the past, which is determined by the past, wants to connect to a stream of something larger, which could be called the future. The future is not a thing. It is an infinite multitude of possibilities, of potential. The future stands for largeness, spaciousness, wideness, potential, possibility, freedom. That is what you as a human being with all your baggage from the past want to connect to. That is the call of your soul. It invites you to join in an interplay between the smallness inside of you, which has become contracted by its jump into the earthly existence, and the largeness within you. The unfathomable, the mysterious, that which you really are, independent of time. Joining this dance is at the core of channeling. In this dance, there inevitably will be a meeting between what is large and what is small. At a certain point, your earthly personality is called by the soul and challenged to let go of the old, such as limiting ideas and negative beliefs about yourself. Only then the channel can open itself. Only then the vastness and greatness of the energy that you really are can flow through you. This is channeling. This process is not something to think lightly about. It means that you let go of your old self and crawl out of the cocoon like a butterfly. If you would like to channel or to strengthen your connection with your guides, this actually is a call from the soul telling you, I want to embody more of who I really am on earth. And when you say this, you step into the unknown, because you can only open this channel if you are willing to look at what is behind the veil. If you are willing to change and surrender to a process that cannot be entirely overseen, this is a step that is asked from you. I would like to illustrate the meeting between that which is great and that which is small by looking at the energy centers along your spine, also known as chakras. You could see your spine as a channel. At the top is your crown. There is an energy center there that is open to cosmic universal energy, where you can sense your connection with the larger whole and your soul. At the bottom of your spine is your tailbone. That is where the energy is the most dense, the most material, and where your connection with the earth, the material world, is the strongest. You can feel this energy now. Feel the difference between the energy at the top of your head, your crown, and the energy below your spine at the tailbone. You can sense that these two areas represent two different states of being. In order to channel the energy of your deepest self in your body, this energy has to go down a ladder, as it were, down a stairway, starting at your highest chakra, your crown, all the way down to your tailbone. I use the image of a ladder symbolically. To a degree, you can take this symbol literally, because the spine is a sensitive organ along which energy rises and descends. But I also use the image of the ladder symbolically, representing the integration of your greater self, your cosmic self, in your earthly existence. In many of you, the upper chakras are already open, making it fairly easy to experience your connection with the cosmic dimension beyond the physical plane. This dimension can manifest itself in the form of a loving teacher or guide, or as the higher self, or as angels or guides. Feel the energy centers of your crown, the third eye between your physical eyes, throat and heart. These are the higher chakras. Connect with this field, not by doing anything, but by simply observing. You can sense a spaciousness within yourself, where you establish a connection to that which wants to be channeled through you. And also look within yourself very quietly and neutrally, and see what happens to this upper region of your body when you make a connection with your guides or a teacher or your higher self. Feel how this energy fills you, your heart, your throat, your head, your crown. Observe from a slight distance and see how this connection takes place. Let us now go down further. There are 3 more centers, one of which can be found in your stomach area. This center is also called the solar plexus. Next is the navel chakra in your abdomen, and below it you will find the tailbone. Connect with this area of the lower chakras by going there with your awareness. The only thing you have to do is to be present there. You do not have to change anything. Go deeper into your abdomen and see if you can go even deeper, all the way down into your tailbone. When you have made a connection with this region, feel what happens there when you are channeling. Do not doubt that you are doing this. All of you channel during moments of inspiration and trust. Now imagine being in such a moment. You have already felt how the energy flows into your higher chakras, how the energy flows there when you make a connection with the greater and cosmic energy that wants to come to you. Can this stream of energy reach the lower chakras? Can it be fully received all the way down to your tailbone? In your body, there is a meeting between the contracted, earthly self of the past and the vast energy of the future and higher source you want to embody. There is an important hinge point between the 3rd and 4th chakras, between the lower and higher chakras. The lower chakras often hold fears of the past that have led to discouragement and uncertainty. Look if you can observe those within yourself. Next, think of the energy of your soul, of the cosmic source that wants to flow through you, and look where in your body this energy is blocked. Just imagine that this energy enters through your crown. Let it flow downwards through your 3rd eye, throat, and heart. Now take a good look at how your solar plexus responds to this energy. Is there any resistance, protest, or fear? Now check how the energy is received in your abdomen. Are there any feelings or notions that say, I cannot do this, I am not allowed to do this, or it does not work? Finally, focus on your tailbone. Feel if the energy of your soul and guide is in any way blocked there. I invite you to look at this with a loving eye, not from a judging, critical attitude, because this is the essence of the channeling process, that the old rises to the surface where it meets the new and becomes tangible. The pain of the past can be felt and becomes visible when it meets the energy of the future. The fearful part of you may respond anxiously to this energy of freedom. As soon as you want to be a channel for your deepest, greatest self, something inside of you will rebel against it in the form of negative thoughts or emotions. Do not judge this. Honor yourself for initiating this process, because it is a sign of courage and a zest for life. When you have found what hinders you, which can also be felt physically, focus on it. You gently focus your awareness on this blocked part and surround it with mild, open attention, which is free of any kind of pressure. Come to me, you whisper softly, but without imparting any obligation. Everything is allowed to be there, whether it is fear, anger, or doubt. If you can be present with it in love, you open the inner channel for your soul energy. The channel is as wide as its narrowest part. Show patience and be gentle to what hinders you. It is welcome. It is all right. All of you have a deep-seated sense of unworthiness passed on to you by the collective energy that has prevailed on earth for a long time. It was an energy of power and suppression, and all of you struggle with its legacy. Somewhere in your lower chakras you have this belief, I am unworthy, I am not good enough. And that is where the key to self-healing lies for each and every one of you. Where you stumble upon this belief, you hit upon your main blockage. But when you find and experience it, you can shine your light on it. You do this with the counterpart of that belief. You confirm who you really are by saying, I am worthy. I am good enough the way I am. Have the courage to shine light on yourself, to praise and encourage yourself. Do not be afraid to feel and allow your greatness. This is how the channel is opened in love. Affectionate sexuality. I greet you all. I am here in your midst as a soul, as a woman and a sister. I feel I am one with you. I was a human being and know human feelings from my own experience. Looking at life on earth from the side, what strikes me the most is the preciousness of it and the vulnerability of human beings. I can see the pain and wounds that can be inflicted on you, but I can also see your courage, perseverance, and persistent desire for light and love. You are courageous angels. When you dive into an earthly life, you almost always do this from a sphere that vibrates at a higher frequency than the energy of the earth. Deep within, you say yes to it and take a decision. I'm going to take this on. This also means that you engage in a dance with darkness, fears, resistance, and loneliness. You take this risk, and now I can see why. Despite all the suffering and heaviness you can experience, life is never as rich and intense as when you were embodied in physical matter, in physical form. Very often you want to break free from your physical form, the separation, and merge with something greater, something higher. But I can see the beauty of who you are as a human being, whether you are a man, woman, child, or adult. Your specific form enables your soul to radiate its light in a unique way. Many spiritual traditions focused on transcending the human form. The human body was not considered good enough. It was not seen as a bearer of truth, but as a bearer of sin. Emotions were suspect, to say nothing of passion and lust. Sexuality was a source of seduction, was even considered poisonous. In fact, the entirety of earthly existence was desecrated and robbed from love and joy. This happened because of a need for control. There were powers on earth that wanted to gain control over life. Exercising control over human beings is easiest through their minds, through ideas and images that are used to indoctrinate them. Mind control goes a lot further than physical violence. You can affect people deeply in their soul and transform them if you know how to influence them with images about who they are, about their value and meaning in relation to the larger whole, and about the goodness or badness of their natural impulses. You were deeply affected by negative images of being human. As a result, you started viewing life on earth itself as unworthy, either on religious grounds or based on a scientific worldview that denies the soul. This was forced upon you, and without you being aware of it, these traditions affect how you think and feel about yourself, your body, your lust, desires, emotions, and passions. Now we have arrived at a time in which old patterns are losing their grip on people. Old, suppressing doctrines that tell people how to live and belittle them are put under pressure by a younger generation that is more connected with life in their soul. As a result, more people will experience their individuality as something beautiful and valuable. Something is awakened within people, initially at a small scale, but the more it grows, the more it can spread unchecked. This new consciousness is a movement that refocuses on earthly existence and invites you to rediscover your physical body and sexuality. Your body and sexuality will again be recognized as essential parts of real spirituality instead of being associated with lower and evil drives and forces. Traditional spirituality taught you that aspiring to higher things mainly consisted of denouncing your personal desire and passion. I am telling you that it is these desires and passions that can lead you to higher things in a way they want to manifest through you. Living spirituality does not create a gap between the abdomen and the heart, but creates a connection between them. The latent passion in your abdomen is the starting point for your path to freedom and inspiration. How do you follow this path? It starts by turning to the so-called lower aspects of yourself and revaluing them. Create a loving connection with your body. Greet it softly with your full attention and let your breath find its way to your abdomen. Acknowledge your animalistic aspects. Humanity as a whole has been so focused on the mind that you have lost touch with your animalistic aspects. The word animalistic in itself creates a shock reaction. What, me? Animal? But what exactly are these animalistic aspects? Animals do not have the mental energy of human beings. They live according to their instincts, but these instincts are much more refined than is generally thought by people. Your instinct is in your abdomen. It allows you to know what something really feels like for you. It is not affected by standards or judgments. Your spontaneous first reaction is open, alive, and authentic. But it is very difficult for people to trust their instincts. At times, you cannot feel this layer inside you at all. When this happens, it means that you are inside your head so much that you have lost touch with this layer. And what happens when people enter into an intimate sexual relationship with someone else? In a friendship without sexuality, to a certain degree, you can stay away from your instinctive, animalistic aspects. You make a connection with your head, and when this connection deepens, you also involve the heart. But as soon as sexuality comes into play between two people, other forces also come into play. There is a fire on the physical level that takes little notice of what is going on in the head and sometimes even in the heart. The power of sexual lust frightens many people, and this fear can express itself in two ways. Your animalistic and sexual aspects can be so frightening that you withdraw. You withdraw from your abdomen and you do not trust your own body. You do not feel at ease with the stream of sexual energy and try to keep it under control. The second way to ward off your fear is by engaging in sexual contact while keeping your heart closed. You surrender to your lust but keep intimacy at bay. This is not natural. Human sexuality in its natural form integrates various levels of togetherness. If there were no fear for the power of your instinct, your surrender to your own sexuality would create a deep connection with someone else. The energy stream originating from your abdomen would naturally open your heart and cause you to merge both on the physical and the soul level. Sexuality is a stream of life that does not suddenly stop in your abdomen. When left undisturbed, it flows to your heart and even your head, involving your entire body and energy field. That is true sexuality. It is spiritual, not because the animalistic aspects are denied, but because they are involved in the process and act as a doorway to a deep inner connection. Your body is a secret passageway and a bridge between your abdomen and heart, between heaven and earth. How can you start experiencing this form of affectionate sexuality in your life? Start by allowing feelings of lust and accepting them as neutral and enjoyable. You can enjoy feelings of lust without doing anything with them. In fact, the desire to satisfy your lust as quickly as possible is a form of hostility towards what it has to offer. Lust invites you to really connect with your physicality and enjoy it. Lust is much broader than explicit sexual lust. There is a basic sensuality in your physical being, comprising all interaction with the things that affect you physically and cause a form of pleasure. Eating, drinking, taking a shower, dozing off in a warm bed, cycling in the wind, smelling the sea, or walking in the woods. When you open up to these experiences, you can enjoy them intensely. And there is sensuality in them that has a sexual aspect. Relationship with other people also have a sensual aspect. You talk with each other, look at each other, absorb each other. And when you are connected with another person, this automatically affects your body in some way. Sensuality is a beautiful and good thing. It is always there. And the more you experience it, the better your connection with the earth and your body will be. So when you experience sexual feelings, look at them as an extension of the broader sensuality that is a part of being human. It is okay. It is a positive stream trying to connect with someone else and allowing you to enjoy it. Don't be afraid of it. When you feel safe with this inner stream, you have taken the first step to the possibility of an intimate connection with someone else. You are at ease in your own body and what it has to offer in terms of experience. When you are truly connected with someone else, a lot more things enter into the game. Suddenly you are very close to another human being. In order to feel safe and at ease, both of you need to open your heart to each other. This may trigger old pain in the form of distrust and walls that you have built to protect yourself against surrendering to someone else. Each and every one of you has walls like this. It is important that you acknowledge them. When you get to know another person better and understand his or her defense mechanisms, you can gradually open your heart to each other. This also makes it easier to open up the level of your abdomen. This in turn enables the energy stream from the heart and the abdomen to connect. This is a delicate process that requires dedication, patience, and focus. There's a lot of confusion about sexuality within your society. In a sexual meeting between a man and a woman, a sacred stillness can be achieved, in which you always feel uplifted to a heavenly sphere of love. This sacred experience of becoming one is not lust. In fact, lust, sensuality, and feeling at home in your body are the doorway to it. That is why it is so important to feel less inhibited in relation to this. Always follow your own timing and rhythm. In this time of transformation, this is a challenge for every living human being. It is a challenge to discover for yourself what this stream of sensuality feels like in your body, how you can enjoy it and experience it with someone else in an enjoyable and pleasant way. This is how your consciousness regarding sexuality gradually shifts. It will not happen through theories, through the mind. Real change comes from inside, in connection with your body and the earth, which have been put in silence for such a long time. Now focus your awareness on your abdomen. Feel the energy in your abdominal area. Next, focus on your sexual organs and root chakra. Do this in a neutral way. This is a beautiful part of your body. Feel the source of life there, and see if you can allow this stream of life force, of sensuality and physicality, to flow through your legs, all the way down to your feet, and allow it to connect with the earth through your feet. Feel how pleasant and natural it is to experience this grounding, nurturing stream. Now ask yourself if your body is content, and if you could give it something in your daily life that it may benefit from. These can be simple things that are easily overlooked when you try to figure them out in your mind. Take these needs seriously. Your body wants to offer you a home within yourself. The body is not opposed to the soul. It is the soul in material form. By respecting your body, your sensuality, and the life force in your abdomen, you connect the soul with the earth and allow it to use your body as a doorway to shine its light on your life. Connecting the heart with the abdomen. I am Mary Magdalene, and I speak to you with happiness and joy. I am proud of you. I am proud of who you've become. You are old souls. You have been on earth many times before and have withstood many fears. For a long time, the earth was seized by low-vibrating consciousness. By a low-vibrating consciousness, I mean a consciousness in which everything revolves around survival, conflict, and power struggle. This type of consciousness generates a lot of fear. fear of expressing yourself, fear of showing your true emotion, fear of letting your light shine. As a result of being afraid and feeling threatened, you developed an automatic response of hiding and keeping yourself small. During other times when you lived on Earth, these threats were very real. And even today, they still are real in certain places. When you were born in your present life, you carried a burden of old energies. The joy and respect I feel for you are based on the courage and perseverance I can see in all of you. You show so much dedication to a new consciousness. You have made a choice to truly go inside and face your pain and negative beliefs. This courage and perseverance will take you home, although at times it may feel like an endless journey with an endless stream of obstacles. But the journey will end and you will get home, especially within yourself, in your own heart and in your own abdomen. The abdomen is the basis of life on Earth. In your heart, you carry your higher energies and soul memories. Your heart is also where you create connections with dimensions beyond the earthly plane. There are moments when you connect with your soul, whispered suggestions, a strong feeling, a knowing. That is how the soul speaks to you. Many of you are very sensitive and pick up energies and moods of other people and show strong reaction to external stimuli. Your heart is a sensitive organ, especially in those who engage in inner development and want to elevate their consciousness. That is why the abdominal region is so important. This is where you connect with the earth, with your body and your instincts, desires, emotions, and passions. These all exist in your abdomen. Only when your heart and abdomen are connected can you ground the higher vibration you carry within you and apply it in your daily life, where you are still experiencing a lot of conflict and fear. I would like to invite you to join me and connect with your abdominal area, breathing softly into it, without any force or pressure. Just let the focus sink into your abdomen. Do this at your own pace. Explore what it feels like when you are there. Think of it as a dark space, using your focus to shine light on it. Your breathing allows you to inhabit your abdomen deeper and deeper. Now go a little further down into your root chakra, which is an energy center situated at your tailbone. That is where you connect with Mother Earth, with the planet your body originates from. Feel how a stream from the earth greets you as an animated being. The earth itself is a living consciousness that is capable of feeling and perceiving you. Surrender to its power, rhythm, and wisdom. You inhabit a body, your body. Welcome yourself as the physical being that you are. Feel its vulnerability, but also its immense power, the power of the earth. The earth is a natural being. You can see this during the seasons and the rhythms of night and day, the coming and going of life, the continuous renewal of all processes, and the life in your abdomen. The human movement of your emotions, expectations, and desires also has a natural rhythm. But you have come to disregard this rhythm. This is partly caused by living in a society that trains people to focus on their minds too much. At present, there is a shift going on. But there is still a legacy causing people to stay in their heads and think, worry, and plan too much. These things create a distance from the natural rhythm of your abdomen. It is also possible that you are well connected to your heart, are very sensitive, and also suffer from a lack of connection with your abdomen. If this is the case, there is an opening in your consciousness to your heart and feeling, but it is still unstable. You lack the stability that can only be developed when you are grounded. This is what is going on in many light workers. The heart chakra is open, but they are not centered in a basic grounding. Why is it so difficult to fully inhabit the abdominal area and lovingly work with the forces residing there? While I am speaking about this, I invite you to lovingly and softly stay focused on your abdominal cavity. This is where your inner child lives. This is where your desire for intimacy, connection, friendship, and love resides. And this is where you were hurt, where your trust was betrayed, and where your fear to show who you really are can be found. Enter this area with tenderness. You will find your greatest treasure ever there. When you come home in your abdomen and join the emotion and feelings that reside there, the light of your soul can descend to the deepest level, enabling you to be without fear, to radiate and live life to the fullest. I would like to invite you to look at the inner child that lived there, a boy or a girl that keeps itself somewhat hidden, and has learned to keep itself small because there are all kinds of things it is not allowed to do. Invite this child to play with it. Treat it with respect and ask your inner child to come out into the light. Greet your inner child, welcome it, and ask what it needs from you. How can you support and empower your inner child in daily life, and how can you give it courage? Now, I would like to say something about male and female energy in relationships. This theme is closely related to the abdominal area of human beings. Sexuality and love between two partners evoke deep emotions, extremes of light and dark. At one extreme, there is the joy and ecstasy of being together with a kindred spirit, with a partner who you love and who sees and acknowledges you for who you are. In the early stages of a relationship, there are many moments of ecstasy and joy that you associate with being in love. These moments invite you to explore and to get to know each other. Everybody is deeply affected by the longing for love, by being in love, and by sexuality. The deepest meaning of a sexual relationship is that you meet each other at all levels, the head, the heart, and the abdomen. This meeting creates an opening between two souls and gives an immense impulse to inner growth and self-realization. That is why I call this type of love connection sacred, and the sexuality that is part of it is also sacred. Unfortunately, sexuality is associated with a lot of taboos. The so-called dark forces within human beings, such as passion and lust, have been condemned for a long time. That is why it is not natural anymore for people to go along with these forces and trust they want to create a natural connection with the heart and head. All this judgment created a division within human beings between what you call higher feelings and lower lust or urges. This is an unnatural division that filled people with despair because you cannot live without your abdomen. You cannot get around the fact that you have urges and desires that sometimes cross boundaries and leave you at a loss about how to handle them. But no one has taught you to handle them. Most spiritual traditions do not welcome those forces of passion and lust. But this is exactly what I am advocating now. The only way to build a bridge between heart and abdomen, between heaven and earth, is to trust these deeper forces that make their presence known through your body. Now let us go back to what happens in the initial stages of love relationships. People are often carried away by primal force. Being in love with someone is uncontrollable. It more or less just happens to you. You are overtaken by it. You are deeply attracted to someone else, and this forces you to let go of all kinds of safety measures you had taken and barriers you had created. You are invited to open up and show your vulnerability to your partner. If he or she does the same, this could be the beginning of a wonderful and passionate encounter. When two people get closer and share their lives with each other, the initial attraction will gradually be transformed to a more earthly love. This is a love that is willing to face the darker aspects of the other person and find a way to deal with them. For many people, this is a very difficult step. The initial stream of attraction and being in love is a doorway, allowing you to access all levels that connect with you and someone else. Sooner or later, you'll be confronted with aspects of your partner that you do not like and make you sad or angry. But your partner is not your savior. He or she is not the one who will make you whole or redeem you. You must walk your own path no matter how close you are to someone. These insights grow as the relationship develops, and they force you to face your own darkness and subconscious desires for all-encompassing love and the tendency to want your partner to give it to you. So you see that a natural force like falling in love first creates a state of ecstasy and then forces you to look deeper, to go from light to darkness. By darkness, I do not mean anything wrong or bad, but aspects of both partners that have not been given the chance to appear in the light yet. If you trust the forces in your abdomen, your desires and passions, and add to this your observing consciousness that is alert and does not judge, you initiate the inner transformation that a deep relationship can bring about. Ecstasy and consciousness are joined together. You create a dance together which has a lot of depth to it. This dance also has less pleasant aspects. But what you have is authenticity between two people, a well-founded, real love. I would like to ask you again to shift your awareness to your abdomen, to your desire for love, sincere human love within a relationship, but also within friendships. Whenever you have an intimate relationship with someone, there is a dynamic of attraction, but also the necessity to be aware of what aspects of yourself are triggered. Trust in this process. Do not get disappointed or disillusioned by the pain that is sometimes caused by an intimate relationship. It is about you and what you have learned from it, and how you grow as a result of what you have learned. Be fully present in your abdomen and be open to love. Have the courage to really live again and to be open to a true connection with your partner. And if you have been in a relationship for a while and have gotten used to each other, you may have been together for quite some time and know each other very well. Open yourself again, experience a sense of wonder again, and feel the attraction you once felt for your partner. Do not take it for granted that you know this person so well. There are always new and uncharted territories within your partner's consciousness. When you are open like this to what exists at the level of your abdomen, the level of intimate connection, the light of your soul can descend, and the loving consciousness in your heart will work together with your earthly passions and desires, and also with your pain, doubt, and fear. This connection between heart and abdomen is where the alchemy of consciousness takes place. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I would like to ask you to attune to the immense power of the love that is present here. It is emanating from your guide, your own soul, and the source that lives in everything. Absorb the light that is accumulated here. When you read these words later in the book, the light is also present for you. It is not bound to time or place. This light is your essence. It is there for you, and it is of you. In this light, we are all connected.